is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 Pro Talks. And joining us this time, it is someone very special. So please put your hands together for BABLU from ZEUS Esports. BABLU, how are you doing?
Superweekend-ийнхаа тоглолтуудыг дуусгаад нэг өдөр амарч байна. Тэгээд энэ өдрүүд амарч байгаа нэг өдрөө дараагийн 7 хоногт хэрхэн яаж тоглох вэ? Тэр тал дээр бэлтгэлээ хийж байгаа.
That was really nice to hear that you're getting a break, because the first Super Weekend, I want to talk about that as well. It was a slow start, but you guys did manage to recover. But I want to know about that start. I mean, what happened on the first day of Super Weekend?
Энэ мэдээж байгаачлан бид манай багийн хувьд бол яг хиндэ нэг л болж өгөхгүй байгаа мэд тоглолттой байдаг. Тэгэх юм байж. Тэгээд юм явж чангардаг. Тэгээ бас тоглолтын үр дүн сайжирсан бас манай багт шинээр эсэж орсон коуч Робдинаас бас их хамаалтайгаа бид олон зүйлийг шинээр туршиж алдаан дээр ер нь ажиллаж илүү сайн ажиллаж тактикийн тоглолтууд илүү сайн тэгж хувьсаж тоглож байгаа.
It has been known, we've been talking about this on the desk as well, like ZEUS Esports, as you mentioned, you guys like to start slow, but it's all a big prank on your opponents, because then we see you guys just hunting them down and getting all those kill points for yourselves. But this season 4, it has been interesting because a lot of teams have stepped out their performance. But I want to know from you, what was the biggest hurdle that you guys as a team faced? Like, all right, this is something that we need to fix in order to hit the next level.
Бидний хувьд бол мэдээж rotation хамгийн их алдаа гаргаж байгаа, маш алдж байгаа, оноо авч чадахгүй өнгөрөөж байгаа энэ бүхэн бол мэдээж rotation-ээс болсон болж байгаа гэж бодож байгаа. Тиймээс rotation дээр илүү ажиллаж тоглож байгаа. Тэр rotation-уудыг илүү туршиж, зоноос хараад яг юу гэх юм бэ? Яг нэг хэв маягаараа биш, ер нь их тойрж янз бүрээр л үзэж байгаа. Ер нь бол өмнөх сизнээс бол мэдээж багууд бол маш сайн бэлтгэлтэй, өөрчлөгдсөн, сайжирсан байдалтай байна. Аваргыг ер нь авахын тулд илүү хичээл хэрэгтэй болж байгаа шиг байна да.
As you talked about making changes, one of the changes that we saw was you moving from Georgopol, which I mean was dominated by ZEUS Esports, to a different location towards the eastern side of Erangel. I want to know about that. Was it something that, as you mentioned, you were trying it out, or was it due to the pressure that was being you realized that you were going to face on the Georgopol area, because you have one team landing on Northern City, then you have a couple of teams in the vicinity as well?
Манай багтай ер нь ойрхон споттой байгаа багууд айгүй олон байгаа тойроод ер нь хаас айгүй л манай эргэн тойронд зөндөө баг споттой болчихсон. Тиймээс бид тэр багуудаа лүүтлээд тэднийг ингэж түрүүж явахыг хүлээгээд өөрснөө араас нь rotation хийгээд мөн тэднээс жоохон зайтай өөрийнхөө багийнхаа хүмүүстэйгээ илүү ойрхон лүүтэлж safety талаас тоглож байгаа.
Talking about your teammates, one person from your team who has done really well in the first Super Weekend was Icy, and the momentum he has built for you lads in the first Super Weekend. How confident are you that this momentum you will transition into the next Super Weekend as well, and you will pick up the pace where you guys left off?
He's unstoppable. I think. Одоо энэ зогсохгүй гэж бодож штэ. Нэг ирч яасан бол одоо араас нь бид ичсэн өөрснөө түрүүн гарч ирж түүнийг илүү дэмжиж багийнхаа амжилтыг өсгөхийн тулд тоглоно. Тийм бай.
Let's talk about the overall competition as well. You've mentioned like the competition has gone up, the teams have improved quite a lot. Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to ZEUS Esports if you're talking about the rest of the teams?
Ер нь Монгол улсын маань багууд бол бас маш өчрхөг байна. Таарах болгондоо ер нь хохирол учруулах тиймэрхүү бас Пакистан болон Непал багууд их өчрхөг байна. Тэгэхээр тэдэнтэй байлдахыг тийм ч хүсэхгүй болж өгч жоохон тактикийн тоглолтыг хийх хүсэж байна да. Тэд үнээр сайжирсан нэг бага дэж PRS gaming. Тэд одоо Орос бүрэлдэхүүнэд тийм сайнгүй байгаа гэж иргэн хүчтэй ирэх байх гэж бодож байна.
Okay, so one final question. Everyone has a limitation. I want to hear from you, Ebli. What has been limitation for ZEUS Esports, and how are you guys going to break it?
Мэдээж өмнөх сизний хувьд авсан лиг стейжийн оноо 472 гэсэн. Энэ оноогоо архиж илүү их авах мэдээж GC point, PMGC point руугаа уралдаж байгаа болохоор бидэнд матч бүрийн оноо их чухал. Тийм болохоор матч бүрийн оноогоо илүү сайн хичээж авч өмнөх ерөнтөр юугаал игдэх юм да 472 оноогоо.
That is a very nice goal to have. I mean, break your own point record that you have set in the previous season, and we're gonna watch it happen, I believe, in this season 4 as well. Ebli, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you. One final thing, any message to the fans that are watching you perform in the season 4?
Бидний эцэг хөдөлт хэмжээгээ итгэлэгч нь алдахгүй. Тэгэл тийм.
Thank you so much for giving us your time, and everyone is going to keep on trusting you. Good luck for your matches.
Thank you.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 Pro Talks, and joining us this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Sky from Stalwart Esports. Sky, welcome to the show. How are you doing after the first Super Weekend?
It
has been a decent week, but based on the history of how your lineup has performed in the past, you guys were the favorites to dominate this tournament. But compared to yourself, somewhere down the line, the start looks a bit rusty, because I mean, in the past you just destroyed the competition right off the bat. What is going on this time?
Одоо энэ дээр зүгээр ингээд бид нэр багаар ингээд одоо ингээд багуудынхаа бас ингээд одоо юу юм бэ? Одоо бас багуудаа судалж байгаа. Тэгээд одоо тэд нартайгаа ингээд бас ингээд өрсөлдөнтэй одоо хавааши. Ер нь тэгээ багуудаа судалж тоглож байгаа. Тэгээд дараагийн Super Weekend дээр алаад өгнө.
We're going to be waiting for that to happen, and I'm sure it's going to happen next week, because I mean, you guys made a history the way you dominated the South Asia Championship when we saw you for the first time. But that was a smaller tournament. I mean, it just lasted a few days, the South Asia Championship. This time you're playing the entire league. So how are you guys adapting to this month-long tournament format?
Улам нэгт тэгээд одоо алдаа гарахгүй тэгээд улам одоо өмнөх алдаануудаа сайн засаж тэгээд дараа дараагийнхаа үйлс дээрээс анхаарч тоглоно.
As you've talked about learning and improving yourselves, I mean, throughout the Super Weekend as well, we've seen Stalwart Esports improve, and within those matches that you played, the best performance that we saw from your team came on a matchup on Miramar, where again we saw the same old action from your players. So I want to know, like, what went right? Did you guys just give us a glimpse of what is going to happen in week 2?
Одоохондоо манайхан нэг амар тийм мэдээлэл одоо тактик хэлэхгүй нэг жоохон хөвдөө бас сайн боловсруулж байгаа бас.
I mean, it's top secret information, can't be shared, but a lot is going to come. That's fair enough. But along with that, I want to know, like, your rhythm, as you said, it is being built. You say it's going to be done in week 2, but do you think there is some team that might be able to disrupt that rhythm? And by that I mean, who do you think is going to be the biggest challenge in this lobby?
Одоохондоо манайх бүх баг амар аюултай одоо энэ тэнцүү үзэж байна. Биднес бүх баг амар юм тийм.
Focus on your own gameplay. Another really good answer, but now we move on to the theme of this tournament, the theme of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, which is breaking your limits. Now, what has been the limitation for Stalwart Esports, and how do you guys plan to break it?
Одоо Азийн аврагыг ивсэн. Тэгээд тэнгуүтээ одоо дэлхийн аврагыг зорж байгаа одоо. Дэлхийн аврагын алтыг.
Exactly. I mean, and the best you guys are doing, it is looking really deadly right now, the way you guys have built up the momentum. Thank you so much for giving us your time, Sky. It has been an absolute pleasure talking to you in this interview.
За маш их баярлалаа, амжилт хүсье.
victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here. What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
A very warm welcome to all of you watching us live right now. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, ladies and gentlemen, joined by Ocean and Fixes today as we begin our journey towards the second day of Super Week number 3. And well, things are looking really intense as far as the standings and the performances of the teams are considered. And we're going to be breaking down as to what we can expect in today's matches. But before that, Ocean, how are you doing today?
I'm pretty excited, to be honest, for this one because, when we are just talking about what is happening, what might happen,
Yes.
we still have a lot of rivalries maybe building up, maybe just staying there as they are. So I'm just in for a few answers maybe today.
Exactly, and I mean, Ocean, you talked about rivalries and Fixes. We know how much you love the masala in the storyline. Let's, sprinkle a little bit more of masala on things, because as we've talked about rivalries, performances, there's a lot on stake for these lads to lose. A lot of money on the line, and here we have the prize pool of PMPL South Asia Season 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 100%. And entering into the second day of the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend,
Yes.
it's gonna even more spicier because today's storyline is definitely gonna primarily rotate around the fact that if or not DRS can be able to get that first spot from T2K,
Yeah.
well, the difference is definitely not too much.
Exactly. We saw yesterday DRS trying to cut down on the lead that T2K had, and they've succeeded by, well, by a decent amount. But maybe today, if the same performance comes from the side of T2K DRS, they're going to be able to catch up a lot more. But let's also talk about the $1,000 chicken dinners that are going to be there for these teams. It is looking quite interesting because if you win a game, if you win a chicken dinner, you get those 15 points, and along with that, a lot of money for yourselves. But talking about the teams, let's have a look at the squads that are playing in this third and final Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the finals. And starting things off, we have the Titans in front of us. Ocean, what do you expect from these four teams?
Actually, each and every one of them is kind of a titan at this moment. Wizzes with Vibes, they have had a decent day yesterday. All thanks to Malik, especially just surviving till the end in multiple matches. DRS, T2K are first and second position. Just like Pixis said, not that of a difference in between their points right now. And then there is Stalwart with what is it, more than 75,000 damage action. Like, the players, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, the players definitely do know what they are doing right now, and that needs to happen consistently. But consistency has been displayed by these teams as well, Fixes, and yesterday especially by Seal Esports, who basically owned the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was certainly Seal's best day in the PMPL so far. With the way they had been playing, getting those two chickens, they had been looking really solid. At the same time, we did see Vibes also clinch a chicken dinner yesterday in Miramar. And, well, the only concern here for Team Vibes has been the consistency, which they have not been able to maintain.
I mean, but we can be hopeful that going into the finals, we can see a better performance. But talk about things getting better and performances improving as well. R3 Esports have definitely proved themselves, them and 7Cs. Because Ocean, when we saw these teams in the first week, in the first few weeks, in fact, things were not looking good. But from then till now, these teams have showcased that they deserve to be here, and it looks like they're going to be moving on to the finals if they can put up decent performances in the next 2 days.
Yeah, they're evolving with everything, just like you said, right? And then obviously there are teams like PNQ that are making it the first time. And remember, they have a lot more kills for themselves as compared to the placement. I believe they have just 1 placement point and 10 kills or something like that. That indeed, is a good thing. But today and tomorrow, they'll have to, get more and more points for themselves if they want to qualify. Otherwise, maybe chicken dinners for those money bags.
Exactly. Maybe the money bags are going to be coming their way if they can secure those chicken dinners. But since you were asking how many points does PNQ have, let's just have a look at the overall rankings as they are till now. And we talked about this yesterday as well. DRS, they were also, well, even though they were cutting down on the lead of Team T2K, DRS themselves, they are being chased right now by Vibes. And Wizzes Vibes also putting up a decent performance. But Stalwart Esports, they had one very nice game yesterday. Deadice guys, since the team is not playing, as we spoke about it yesterday as well, I think this team is going to continue today. We're going to see Deadice guys constantly drop on the leaderboard. ZEUS Esports, quite a shocker seeing them on the 9th position. But let's have a look at the second page of the overall rankings, because this is where most of the masala is. This is where things get interesting.
Yes, definitely, because out of all these teams, the top 16 are going to qualify. And we know for sure, Seal Line, they're not going to be playing with us. Paradox, they're also out of contention, at least for the finals. They will be, of course, joining, however, in this championship. But that's for a later story. But R3D, that's the big question. And well, the ones who've been creating a lot of nuisance, that has been PNQ. I mean, if T2K is struggling a lot, that is where PNQ really come into the fray. They've been trying to absolutely demolish their games, dropping off at their own at T2K's drop location, then fighting them off, taking a few casualties, and then just blocking off their rotation part. They've been doing it all, and they've been taking all those measures to not let them have the first spot, which sort of is helping DRS in a way to get back at them. Because if you remember, before the start of the Super Weekend, the difference was too much, but suddenly it looks very minuscule.
I mean, the possibilities of moving forward, they're going to keep on changing. The probabilities, the numbers, as Ocean likes to say, change is the only constant in life. But talking about changes, some changes are good, like the change of performance from the side of Seal Esports, who, as we did speak about them earlier, did really well yesterday. But the overall stats are right here in front of us. And Ocean, what do you have to say about Seal's performance? Not just yesterday, but the tournament as a whole.
Seal, I get it, right? They have played like what 59 matches, 52 matches. That's like the matches that these players have played. That showcases kind of a low survival time. It happens, right? In all those matches, necessary. It's not necessary like you'll get really good survival times in each and every game. But yesterday, because of the Erangel game specifically, in which the circle kind of just favored them most of the times, the Northern shift and obviously getting a chicken dinner as well, they surely dominated. And yesterday, it's not just Seal, I would say, it was overall a Mongolian domination coming up, back and forth, which I'm just really happy about, because we had this question, where is Mongolia when we talk about this competition? So, yeah.
Exactly, and when we talk about the teams from Mongolia, ZEUS Esports were the first ones that we talked about quite a lot during the Season 3, because first week this team was just absolutely destroying everyone in the competition, but from there on out we did see a fall off. This time the storyline looks reversed, right? Because this time ZEUS Esports, they had a pretty decent start, but not the same level of performance that we expect from them. But going into this final week yesterday, they did a phenomenal job catching up to the rest of the competition. And Fixes, do you think maybe we're going to see a repeat from ZEUS Esports today?
I mean, it's too early to get into conclusion, right? Because they've got that one good day. They will have to carry it forward even coming into today's games. You could take a look at the seismograph. I mean, it has been tipsy and turvy. We've seen that bad stretch right in the middle where they were not able to get a lot of points or a lot of kills for themselves. This is where, we've been talking about teams like Vibes, like Stalwart. They're really good. They're really prolific with the amount of kills that they get. But then again, Johnny and Ocean, I must say, looking at the position points, if they kind of start getting a little bit more consistent, that would be even better.
I mean, it would be better, but one thing for sure is the fact that ZEUS Esports are going to be moving on to the finals. Now, one team that we're going to talk about next is a team that was, well, they were looking in an uncomfortable position, but yesterday they put up a decent performance, and now they find themselves headed towards the finals, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be High Voltage. And, Ocean, I mean, we did see quite a decent performance from High Voltage yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they had one good top 3 finish in Miramar, and that was, a really, really good performance by them. But then you're looking at 15 match average starts versus 5 match. I would still say that they can just do really good, and from this point onwards, if they keep on having good games, well, the average is definitely gonna go up. But as of now, that's what we see. Plus, it's just a thing. The team has qualified till now. Obviously, they have really good points. They are in top 16, so the team has qualified. So now it's time to polish their skills for the big leagues, and that is the finals.
I mean, I agree that maybe it's time to already start prepping up for the finals, and in order to do that, they have to step up their game. Because Fixes, I believe you and Ocean, both of you will be will agree with me on this, that High Voltage, there is definitely a massive difference in how they are playing right now and how this team used to play.
Yeah, of course. I mean, ever since Assassin parted his own ways with Team Vibes, there has been a completely different story, right?
Yeah.
Even yesterday, it was not a really good day for them, just barring that one Miramar game where they had the blessings of the circle. We did not get to see much out of them, right? The only way Team High Voltage can really perform is if Extreme and Oddsy, they step up. And that hasn't really been happening, right?
Yeah.
It's clearly visible in the seismograph that we have over here, the mid phases, right? We haven't seen anything from them at all, neither in terms of consistency or in terms of kills.
I mean, this was the time when obviously they even failed to qualify for one Super Weekend, right? So it actually shows that, they've had their bad times, I would say. And now it's just, they don't have to look back. I mean, if they want to look back to their bad performances, well, it will be only to learn from those mistakes and not to make them again. Because now they are in Super Weekend. They have $1,000 for themselves already, like one chicken. Now we saw, it is with them, but then now they need to get more.
I mean, yeah, I agree. They need to get more. But talk about getting more. We have seen yesterday, we discussed this as well. It was quite a decent day for the teams from Pakistan. And two of the teams in particular that everyone has their eyes set on are BABLU Clarity and I8. Now, there's a difference between where these teams sit in the overall rankings. But one way or the other, we always find them going head-to-head inside the matches.
Yeah, this happened during the map of Miramar, right?
Yes.
Where BABLU Clarity did annihilate I8 for the better good. And yesterday was certainly one of those worst days for I8 because we could not see anything out of them. The only good match or any decent match, I would say, was the final game of Erangel, where they did tend to survive for a little bit. But we do know that these lads can pull off a comeback. And maybe today, but this rivalry that has been sparring has been really interesting to watch. But if you talk about the Pakistani teams, I've been really liking R3D's gameplay lately.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing really good. But, it's just a thing. For me, what I would say is R3D is one of those old names, to be honest, when it comes down to the scenario of PMCO, PMPL, all those things. But these are the teams that have had, the composure for themselves. I mean, talking about I8, well, this team, in fact, in the previous season as well, they just did incredibly amazing.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, it was an incredible run, but we will have to see if that can be replicated this time as well. It's going to be important. And discussing the two teams, BABLU and I8, one thing is for sure, I mean, the play styles vary quite a lot. I mean, we do see the difference, and I8 being the aggressors, like always, we've used the word classic I8 whenever we see them in every single game. They have a lot of kills, but the placement points are lacking a bit. But that doesn't matter. I8, despite the fact that that is the scenario we see them in, they always find themselves in a comfortable position. And, well, the seismograph shows it as well, as we do see them rarely taking an exit on 0 points.
True about that. I mean, it's rarely that they're exiting at 0 points, but yeah, they've had kind of not exactly a lot, but still multiple bad games here and there. So they'll have to just look after it, look past it, because yesterday, just like we were discussing me and Pixus, we were also just looking at the map of Miramar in the early stages when Clarity BABLU was rotating. I8 they just had their ground, and still they lost that fight, which was not the I8 behavior if we just talk about it.
I mean, but I8 know when they see an opportunity, and they know how to grab it as well. But now we have an opportunity for you guys, the viewers watching us right now. But you will have to grab this opportunity as well, because this is it. The winning chicken pan, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be given like 5 chicken pans given every single day. You will have to look out for the redeem code in the chat. And the chat is going to be of the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube channel. So tune in, watch the chat, wait for the code, and as soon as it comes, just be the quick one and grab it. And you can be the lucky person wielding this winning chicken pan. But that's not it. That is not it for today. We also have the PMPL parachute. 10 of these lovely parachutes will be given out. And for this, you will have to participate in the Q&A that's going to happen again in the same chat. PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third Super Weekend that has happened. We are in day number 2. And that means, I mean, you will have one more opportunity tomorrow to be participating in the giveaways. But for now, let's have a look at the schedule of the day. And again, 5 games starting off with Erangel. Match number 2 is going to be on Miramar. Erangel again after that, followed by Sanhok, which is match number 4 of this day. And to end it all again on Erangel. But starting things off, this is the first Erangel. Let's have a look at the map chance percentage and fixes. Do you think at the end of this game, we're going to see Wizzes with Vibes on first instead of Future Station?
I mean, there is a possibility, right? Because they've been doing the catch-up game, and if Malika consistently continues to play like this, I think we can anticipate them overtaking Future Station over here. But yesterday, what Future Station displayed in the final game of the Erangel, I mean, that was absolutely mental. The way they rotated through, and anything can possibly happen. But again, Johnny, it comes to the good old where the circle goes.
Exactly. And in order to find that out, I guess we have to wait for the game to begin. And well, for the game, you know where we are going to go. We are going to go to the other side of this stadium, ladies and gentlemen, where 2 lovely people are waiting for us, Blair and Experiment.
Oh, there we are, popping straight up. Thank you, a wonderful gentleman on the desk, looking very dapper as well, looking very handsome, I might even say, XP, unlike us 2 little gremlins.
Man, they make us feel kind of underdressed right now. All of them are rocking their suits and their ties, and you and I are over here in a t-shirt. And basically a shirt. All right, well, at least you're going to be hulking it out. I'm going to keep everything in check. I got the slick back hair. I guess that kind of works for me. Alrighty, Blade, day 2 of action in the Super Weekend. And boy, the final Super Weekend. And yesterday, I love the fact that, a lot of teams were stepping up to the plate, but some teams that we were keeping an eye out on, they've kind of fizzled out.
PN Crew, man, I was really starting to believe in them, XP, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. Like, they need to get like 4 or 5 chicken dinners now at this point to be able to qualify. But let's talk about the other teams who might still make it, though, right? We have 7Cs, we have teams like High Voltage. Right now, I guess I can be forgiven for assuming that Paradox and of course PN Crew are kind of out of contention, XP, but still nothing is confirmed when it comes to the other 2 teams. Which other 2 teams will be sitting out? We will not be qualifying for the finals. We're going to be finding out over the next 2 days. That is, of course, today and tomorrow, which will be the final day. And here we go. Third Super Weekend XP, match number 6 about to go live. It is going to be a bit more of a traditional playing path, however. Going to be starting from Lipovka and cutting all the way across towards Gatwick.
Well, I guess this means that we're not going to have those early skirmishes for vehicles, and we might just miss out on some early action. But again, it is going to be exciting to see where everyone's going to be dropping. And I liked how yesterday, a couple of teams played. They were actually going in for the kills, dropping at the location, at the drop spots of other teams. And, well, it just made for some amazing PUBG action. Right now, we were talking about Seal Esports and the fact that yesterday was probably one of their best days in the tournament so far, with such consistent gameplay throughout each game.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that is something which we want to see. Look, I guess it's no secret that at least the 2 of us, we enjoy when teams go for the supposed targeting, right? I mean, it's a part and parcel of the game. There is absolutely nothing wrong in a team dropping into another team's location, because hey, guess what? It goes back to, it's like being in school, XP, and someone takes someone takes your, I don't know, like a bottle of water or something, and you're like, hey, that's my bottle of water, or that's my chair, and they're like, I can't see your name on it. And it's the same thing over here. I can't see I8's name in Sosnovka military base. All I see is Sosnovka military base. There's no I8 over there. Looking at the plane path, XP, a real possibility. Sorry, looking at the circle, a real possibility. I mean, it's 50-50, but there is a chance we could be seeing a sudden shift later on.
It is possible, and in fact, we have kind of seen a couple of games in the past where, all the action is going to be ending at the Sosnovka military base. But right now, well, looks like action is going to break out, and it is going to be between Future Station and I8. Now, Crypto is going to be on the run, but he does a little bit of a UE and is going to put Magnet down first with that SKS. And now there you have it. Action breaks out early on. And again, this was, I did kind of anticipate, action to break out over here because, again, I8 this time around, Blade, they haven't gone for their traditional drop. They haven't gone to the military base.
This is shocking, XP. Like,
this is literally uncharted territory for them.
Listen, the 9 o'clock news today is going to be like breaking news. I8 didn't land on the military base. And here's the thing, the plane path allowed them to drift over. Now, if it was going to be a way up north towards, let's say, Kameshki or Zaki, I can understand why they dropped down on the main island and then they usually drive on down. They didn't do that. They didn't drop down and go for vehicles. They went and started looting up immediately. And Future Station are probably going to be wondering, what the hell are you guys doing? I love this. I absolutely love this.
I'm pretty sure Future Station was completely caught off guard over there. They were not expecting anyone to be in their vicinity because, time in and time out, the ferry pair and all those compounds just to the northeast have always been theirs for the taking. So, again, I8 coming and surprising them a little bit. But if I have a look at the map, they are finally migrating down south, and they are going to try and capitalize on the situation. Now, Johnny apparently is already on the other side of the bridge. So, again, if you had a look at the circle, Blade, the entire military island is in the zone. And, again, chances are that we could be shifting down south. So, I like the fact that I8 are on the move this early on. They are obviously feeling a lot more confident to, switch up their jump spot and actually go and contest a few teams at their location. So, looks like these guys are definitely bringing the game now. Let's have a look at what else is happening. A1 Esports, they've also had their ups and downs, but they might also have a little bit of a skirmish play because 7Cs are lurking nearby.
7C right now in a 16th position, XP. Now, you got to remember, there are a couple more teams in the 17th and 18th place. The names elude me right now, but if they have good games, they can easily kick 7C down outside of the top 16, right? So for 7C, it's about trying to get as many points as possible. The pressure is definitely on. And as you pointed out, you can see A1 and 7C literally on top of each other. But 7C, are they going to duke it out, or are they just going to be trying to go We've seen them do this in the past, XP, just drive into the water, but considering the circle is still very 50-50, I feel that would be a bit presumptuous of them to just, go for this, the southern island without any guarantee it is going to be a shift down south.
Also, the question that's going to be in my mind is, do they have enough loot on them, Blay? Because, they are kind of posting up, pretty much in the center of the map. Of course, they're going to be calling those cliff sides home, but I wonder if they've got enough loot. If they were lucky, they are going to be comfortable with what they have, and, they can try and play their game from there. Obviously, looting the bodies of whoever they shall fall sooner or later, but right now, they're just getting ready for some action. Again, they're going to be waiting to see where the circle goes, and then they're going to be making their move. Now, A1 Esports, we did just talk about them. They do kind of struggle when it comes to kills because, again, it's a team that kind of puts itself in a very precarious position every now and then, right? I mean, we know that these boys can take a fight, and boy, when they do take fights, it is quite a spectacle. But again, it's all about getting caught off rotation and getting third party. That has been the Achilles heel for this team. So I wonder if they're going to change a few things around. Now, again, the action isn't really going to be breaking out this early. Everyone's going to be looting up to their heart's content. But I want to see something. I want to see some more drama, Blay.
Drama is what we live for, XP. That's why we watch all those, soap operas in the evening. No one knows this, but you and I, we like watching these.
You just let the secret out.
I know, but you got to let it out, XP. It's fine. It's fine if people know. You can watch what you want. You can watch a Breaking Bads and The Wire, and you can also watch, some of those TV serials that air in the evening. Where we have like aunts and grandmas having
We're
those.
Talk about family now.
Yeah, it's kind of like Game of Thrones, but without any of the R-rated material, right? And it's fun. Stalwart Esports, top probably practicing his pre-firing. I'm not sure why he's going for this because they should know there's no one here in Nova, but I guess he's just warming up. XP. We all want to warm up before we jump into a game.
You mentioned a show called Game of Thrones. I feel that these shows are a bit scarier than Game of Thrones. At least we have fantasy. But again, coming back to the game, yes, we are going to be warming up. You got to make sure that your trigger fingers are going to be working perfectly. You don't want to have nervous or itchy trigger fingers because it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a kerfuffle. Now, Siyog is aware that there is someone nearby. Have a look at him. He's being really cautious as he opens the door and is still going to be posting up behind the wall. Now, it is possible that Carr gave his position away, but now his cavalcade has come in and Memo has got his work cut out as 3 members from T2K are going to be pushing up on his position. A grenade has been lobbed. However, it is going to be to no avail. He does get another one ready. He is going to be running around this team right now, and this could be devastating for him. Unfortunately, he could not throw it in time, and 7C are going to be one man down as Memo's going to bite the dust.
I'm a little surprised when Memo was still sticking around here. Like, the rest of his teammates were all grouped up together. You can see them in the distance. You can see Smokey version 2. So, not surprised what happened over there. Let's take a look at the overall standings here, XP. So, we can try and paint the picture as to how this weekend's going to be playing on out. Now, R3D are still in contention. Albeit, they are still trailing. They are in the bottom 4 on 93 points. Now, PN Crew, I'll be real, I don't really see them climbing their way out of the top, into the top 16. Paradox, they're out of here, let's be real. Seal 9 stuck on 108 points. Venom Legends on 114. They're probably going to be praying to every god they believe in that R3D doesn't get 14 plus 7. How much is that? 21 points. But that's all R3D needs right now, XP. They need to get 21 points, rather 22 points, and they crack the top 16. They're guaranteed to make it to the finals. So it's still, they have a lot of opportunities here, XP, but then you want to cross that barrier as soon as possible, right? You don't want to wait for the final day. The final day, you can just take it a little bit easy, but this is where we need to see R3D stepping up and guaranteeing themselves a spot for the next week finals.
You did kind of talk about High Voltage and Venom Legends. I mean, they're probably going to be praying for some divine intervention if they, want these teams to not surpass them. But again, like you said, it isn't a tall order at all. 21 points is doable in the next 10 games. But if they do get it done today, they're definitely going to have an easier day 3. Now, as the circle is going to be imploding on itself, it is going to be a northern ship. We still have a little portion of the Sosnovka military base in the zone. But again, knowing I-8, chances are, Blade, they're already going to be moving to the main island, basically because, you don't want to leave the island so late that you basically get caught out of rotation. And if the circle is still going to be around the bridge, that is when we're going to see some bridge blockades. Now, have a look at what's happening on the eastern front. Stalwart Esports, a couple of their members, in fact, have already started migrating up north, and they're going to be posting up, waiting for their teammates to come. Now, the first airdrop is going to be dropping down, and it is the MG3, which, let me tell you one thing, this gun has been a game changer, so to speak, especially with that high rate of fire. And if you know how to use it well, you can pretty much wipe out team after team, as we did see yesterday. I mean, we saw quite a few 1v4s yesterday, Blaine.
Oh yeah, there was some pretty nutty stuff coming out from
one
the players.
After the other.
Yeah, just insane stuff, especially from Action, right? And he did start things off. He was the guy who got 12 kills in the first game. That was an Erangel as well, so we would be expecting to see more from the man himself. I am a little surprised, though. If you can just open the map very quickly, production, you can take a look at something over here. Thank you very much. So, I8, all 4 members headed down south to the military island, XP. Now, what is interesting for me is, now that they've seen a circle shift, they are going to be crossing the bridge. Hypothetical scenario here, but wouldn't it make more sense to keep at least one player? Now, Blade's on the bridge right now, but he wasn't there earlier. In fact, all 4 of them were down south. Now, wouldn't it make more sense, because they dropped down there, they had control of the bridge, to keep control of the bridge while the other 3 or maybe other 2 members went down south and looted up, just in case there was going to be a shift like this?
I think as far as loot goes, these guys are going to be pretty well kitted out. Now, my question would have been, bridge control, especially towards the northern side. Now, it makes sense that, they can go down south without a worry in the world, because they've already kind of dealt with Future Station. Now, they pretty much went and knocked on Future Station's door and said, we're taking over. And if you had a look at the map when when it was up on our screens, Future Station, Blay, have already moved inland. They are near the center of the circle. So, if I was I8, I kind of have an idea that, the north side of the bridge is ours for the taking, but I don't want to leave it too late. Again, they are probably going to wait for the next circle, and after that, they're going to be making their move in. As you have a look, they are still going to be driving around. This is, of course, still on the military base, and looks like they are going to be paying some heed to what you said early on, as 2 members are possibly going on a little bit of a loot run. Or they're just finding vehicles.
Well, I mean, vehicles are as well kind of loot if you think about it. Well, Joker, though, dropping ZEUS. Member of ZEUS and R3D coming under fire from A1 Esports. I do believe there was a Most in the Gun. A lot of Most in the Gun action that we've seen so far here. I love the fact that the bolt action is being a very viable weapon. Usually, at least in the previous seasons I've seen, it's a rarity to see the bolt action get kills. Like, you'll see someone maybe get a knock or a kill with the ARM or with the M24, but this time it's been much more frequent, much more often, and that makes me a very happy camper. As Vibes, gonna be exchanging a couple of bullets with the Wizzes with Vibes, but no crazy, no drops yet. No knockouts yet, rather. However, ZEUS coming under heavy fire there. There we go. RAW is taking the fight to ZEUS, and BABLU's going to be joining the fray very, very quickly. So that is where we could be seeing early action breaking out. I8 have a long way to go, XP, but they should be fine. And here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Leading the charge. He's going to find Ably, finishes him off. And this is looking very grim for the side of ZEUS. Godless, though, able to get a knock and a finish, but he steps into the flames, and Sava is going to ensure that he gets up to no further shenanigans. And ZEUS are down to 1 member. Icy. Barely any health, and he will stay alive. Sada, you got it. Yeah, there we go. It puts the fire out, XP. But a great fight from RAW, taking down 3 members of ZEUS. That's a way to start the game. Oh yeah, and we've seen ZEUS's Achilles has also been, one after the other. They get picked one by one, and that is going to be detrimental. Right now, Stalwart Esports are going to be opening up on T2K, but it looks like Top took a few shots from elsewhere. Now, they have kind of got out of, the immediate harm. I like the fact that T2K have realized, wait a second, this compound is already occupied. Let's head back. We don't really need to fight right now. Now, what you can expect, however, is a little bit of a long-range skirmish. Ooh, if Stalwart have the right idea, they are going to make sure that the vehicles are safe, because they know exactly where the enemy is. And again, Blame, these vehicles, they are going to be playing a massive part, especially later on when you need some mobile defenses and you need some cover out in the woods. And, speaking of cover, I was kind of skeptic as to how I8 were going to make their way into the circle, but let's have a look at that replay. That was the shot that Joker took out Zeol at distance with some precision, and there you have it, the Most in the Gun in action, getting it done. I love it when those heads pop off. It's just beautiful sound as well. Yeah, there's something I find it very interesting, like how both of us are huge fans of sniping, right? That is something.
Because we're only ever going to make the first shot. We can't follow it up.
I know. We're like, yeah, we don't. We have. Oh, I see. That's not where you want to go prone, buddy. And well, there we go.
That's it.
Another shot. This time from the M24 and RAW. They will finish off what they started. XP. They will wipe out ZEUS Esports, and they will be the first team to bid us adieu in the first game over here. They're I wouldn't really call them woes, but they're definitely not played at the level we have expected from them. As Pika is going to get a knock as well. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
That's the funny thing, Blay, because you know they lay dormant for such a long time, but then they come around and they get a chicken dinner, you know, in an aggressive fashion with a lot of kills. So again, they are just trying things around. Let's see if it's all hullabaloo, whether they're actually holding back for the finals. But right now, it is going to be Sinister who is trying to fend off a couple of grenade attacks from I8. Now, I8 do have a little control of this hill towards the southwest of the circle. And again, I am kind of glad the way they have made it inside the circle without much opposition. I was expecting them to be gate kept like nothing else. But right now, Sinister is going to be chucking a grenade off his own. Question is his teammates. Now, two of them are going to be in the compound just, you know, to the north of Sinister's position. While if you have a look, one of his teammates is close by. But again, since the circle has shifted, I8 might actually try and rotate by cover of the cliffs. So, you know, if they get to the point before A1 Esports does, we could very well see, you know, the tables being turned here, Blake.
We could indeed. And you can see the zone right there as well. The bottom of your screen, bottom left of your screen over there in Crypto. As I pointed out, XP, they could be trying to make their way towards the cliffs, but the problem is R3D are there as Nima is going to fall to his knees. Unfortunate. As we take a look at what casualties, who has suffered the casualties. RAW losing one member while taking down ZEUS, so they're not going to be too worried about that. 7C losing one, Future Station down to a two-man squad thanks to I8 catching them off guard very early in the game. I think it was I8 and T2K, if I'm not mistaken, who got a killer piece. But everyone else are pretty healthy. They're looted up, they're kitted up. XP, they got the vehicles as well. It's a nice pink car as well. I love the color pink. Like, I know most people look at me and they're like, you know, you're always in black and whatnot, but hold up, 9-boy. Oh, he's dodging vehicles like anything, and he's just rattling off bullets, hoping to find one. And I8 are going to be driving out in the blue. They're having none of this, and they will find themselves some cover. And Uzum alighting from his vehicle, trying to reply back in kind towards 9-boy, but no casualties on the other side. Yeah, just to finish off my thought there. Like, everyone talks about black, but here's the thing. Only a real man can pull off.
There you go.
It's a man's color.
There you go. Alrighty, we're going to come back to that in a second because I like what I8 have done over here, Blake. Now, I kind of anticipated, you know, the way they had positioned themselves. They're going to be going down south. Forget that point right now. Ayush gets in the vehicle, and now LorryBotX is going to come and make sure he's pinned to the wall. This could be problematic. He needs to patch himself up right now because it kind of looks like Wizzes with Wives might just blow each other up. But right now, Laurie is going to go out. He does there in a few shots, but it's going to be Rules who's brought down first. Now, if Wizzes with Wives leave the house one by one, this is what's going to happen. They are going to be caught off guard, and well, P and crew are going to have a field day. But right now, Ayush is trying to redeem himself. They know, Blay, this is an important match from them. They need to get as many points as they can at Wizzes with Wives' expense. And right now, Malik and Reaperbot, they are kind of calling it in, especially have a look at that. The vehicles are going to be blocking the doorway, so, you know, you only have a couple of windows to come in. But where are the grenades?
What is going on, P and crew? You just naded your own teammate down. Now Laurie is on a sliver of HP. XP, they were trapped like chickens in a coop, and P and crew were the wolves. Instead, P and crew kick each other in the nuts, and the chickens they come out on top. What was that? What was the comms?
Oh my goodness, a lot of confusion over there.
That was ugly, man.
I mean, when LorryBotX's grenade blows you off, it's going to be problematic. But forget that, because right now action is breaking out between RAW and DRS. But it was Future Station's clutch Baba that got a kill right now. Now AJ is on his bloody knees trying to make it to the zone as his teammates are trying to secure a little bit of a foothold. We do see smokes deployed, and it does kind of look like he just might make it for that revive, but that grenade almost shook Nima off his feet. And now this is going to be the time when RAW can reposition themselves. Unfortunately for them, I was just going to bring it up. They have already been flanked, and Mafia Ninja is going to make sure that they make quick work of the opposition. They did lose a member. However, DRS are still in this game. But boy, oh boy, Blay, what a debacle from PN Crew. I mean, that is going to be something they're going to be talking for a long time.
It's almost like all the members there were playing individually. It's like they weren't even talking to each other, right? There was no comms whatsoever. They're just nades being tossed in, taking individual fights. That was just messy, and honestly, it's a little disappointing because last weekend they were in the group stage. Sorry, in Superweekend number 3, they were looking good. We're like, damn, this is a resurgence of PN Crew, but it looks like it was just a flash in the pan. XP. In the meantime, though, RAW and Stalwart Esports have also been eliminated. RAW at least getting 5 kill points, so they're going to be decently happy with that. Wizzes with Vibes down to 2. Future Station, Seal Esports as well down to just a couple of members. I say that, and Wizzes with Vibes will be taken out of the server, courtesy a well-placed nade from Sandesh.
Well, we were kind of expecting those grenades a bit early on. Right now, we're going to have a similar situation because Seal is going to be caught out, and there you have it. Another grenade goes boom, and with that, Seal Esports are going to bid us adieu in the 11th position. Now, Crypto coming in the fire. In fact, he was shot from the back. He was looking elsewhere as A1 Esports are looking in trouble. Now, Dante and Jax are the only 2 members still alive and kicking, and they are going to have to take some much-needed cover. A couple of grenades, again, could be the game changer. It is going to be thrown in Dante's position. It might just be a little too low. Wait a second, Jax was almost in the blast radius, but from a far play, R3D decide to join in as well. I8 are coming under fire from BABLU, so we have 4 teams basically trying to massacre each other.
Well, here we go. It is a battle royale after all. Uzum, they know where he is. Blue's going to be rattled off by Zibian, but he is going to be shot at by the teammates of Uzum. Johnny helping him out, and Crypto's going to arrive at the pod. He's going to stop a little short of the position of BABLU. A well-placed nade could find them, could find 2 of them. Wolf could be taken down, but no nades are going to be lobbed right now. Uzum going to be using his vehicle, and it's going to be fading away, which is interesting. Now, Crypto's been spotted out, XP. He was lying down in the grass, hoping no one's going to peek him, but he will be found out. The trades are fast and furious, and I8 are getting massacred here by BABLU. Fantastic work, and that is going to be it. I8 are down to just 1 member. And BABLU, they've survived that very hectic battle, and more importantly, XP, they keep everyone alive.
That is what you need right now, as another battle is going to be breaking out. This time between R3D. They are going to be taking the fight to 2 teams, as 7Cs are going to be at the receiving end. Ale is going to be succumbing to his injuries to the play zone. And now High Voltage is Extreme is going to come under fire as well. A well-placed grenade doesn't do a lot of damage on Seog, but that Molotov is going to make them burn. You're going to drop and roll right now, or you can find a bush, hide, and patch yourself up. R3D again, the analyst desk, you said it as well. This team has kind of surprised us, and boy, oh boy, I love this little aggression that they are displaying on our screens. Now, Seog is still just hiding possibly behind a rock under cover of all that smoke, while R3D's Adil is now going to focus his attention on another team, and Aussie is going to bite a bullet.
That's really, really good sharpshooting coming out from R3D. They're almost everyone seems to be really zoned in, focus, hitting everything. High Voltage in the meantime, making quick work of Vibes. I do believe that is going to be it for Vibes. There we go, getting eliminated in the 7th position. We're down to the final 6, 17 players still left inside of the server. And somehow, XP, Seog, he's still alive. He's going to consistently heal himself, but eventually he should be spotted out, if not by R3D, but by the team right next to him, which is High Voltage. He's going to creep on ahead, and that means that tree will not provide him any more cover. Zibian with a prolonged spray with the M4, but not quite able to connect. Seog's taken down. There we go. Maxi finally finds him. T2K are out of here.
I mean, it was inevitable. It is, testament to the fact that he did stay alive this long. Right now, it's going to be 5 teams battling it out as Danny is going to be spotted. He thought he had good cover. Unfortunately, a deal from distance. Again, R3D is just dishing out bullets in every which direction, making sure to keep the pressure on. And they've already amassed 5 kills play. And you know what? I like the confidence right now. However, the fact that their position between 2 teams could be problematic because High Voltage, there you have it. They are going to be making their move as Wadu G is going to be suppressing them from distance while his teammates go by. There you have it. Extreme goes closer, as does Aussie, and a couple of members of R3D are on their knees. This is it. That Molotov is going to kind of force them closer to the tree. Cloud is going to be coming in. Is he going to try and run them all over, or is he going to jump behind them and put a few bullets in their back? But Extreme, they reciprocate as well play with 2 knocks with a grenade. Wow.
That should be it, I feel, but R3D, they just don't go down. They just seem to defy the odds. Hassan taking a fight. He's gonna find another player. Somehow, R3D in contention, still alive, but it is just the one man here. Hassan will finally be put 6 feet under. Mafia Ninja, what a rat from the distance, third partying in with the mini 14, takes him down, and now High Voltage. Wadu's the only man standing, and I don't think he's going to be able to go for the res onto Cloud XP, meaning Wadu's going to be the last member surviving for High Voltage. But Future Station, Clutch Bob, and Evil Eye still up and kicking, and now DRS, a man knocked down, but BABLU in a fantastic position to potentially get that chicken dinner, because look at the zone XP, it's smack on top of them.
Also, just have a look at, the cover that they've kind of set up for themselves. You got vehicles, you got trees, and they know exactly where each and every team is. And there you go. Talking about teams, well, their position is given away as well, as Zibian does spot something from the distance and is going to put them on their knees. Now, this is actually when DRS can close in their distance, because Future Station is going to be on their right, but right now they're just going to be trying and laying them down with lead. Now, Clarity, I beg your pardon. If you have a look at their position as well, they are going to be, like you said, the happiest. They've got the circle. They've even got a drop that is pretty much, right next to them, which they can kind of capitalize on. But have a look at Evil Eye. He does manage to patch himself up, but that means Future Station are down to one man as well. 4 teams play, and no team has all 4 members alive. However, DRS and BABLU, having 3 members apiece, they are going to have a slight advantage over the others in this game.
Absolutely.
It could be spotted.
Yeah, he's been spotted up. He's been spotted. Cloud down. But the reply from Danny with the UMP long range, and he is just mowing the grass with those bullets. And look at that, Zibian actually with the M4 alongside Danny, and they are just gonna completely, absolutely decimate DRS. Oh, wow. Okay.
That's what I was trying to say. When Future Station came under attack, DRS had that little opportunity, that little window of opportunity to try and, close in the gap, because, again, they were way too exposed. And, well, they definitely paid the price. But right now, I like the fact that Evil Eye is a one-man army still chugging grenades at the enemy, trying to get a few knocks.
Still a chance for High Voltage or even Evil Eye to pull off the clutch. It's a 3v2v1. Now, if BABLU gets pincered and they take the fight to High Voltage,
there you go.
There we go. Evil Eye strikes XP, and now it's a... Evil Eye! He's doing everything. He's doing everything by himself. Danny down. There's no way Pika can go for the res XP, and then the nade getting tossed in by Wadu. Oh, BABLU, you've done so much. You wiped them out. You wiped out DRS, but this might still go the way of High Voltage. At least Future Station is taken out. The nade, if it's going to find its mark, it could be
Pika's moving towards it. Pika's moving towards it, and boom, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an electric start to this day as High Voltage are coming. Boy, oh boy, that grenade at the end just blew my mind. And I could just see, Pika kind of slink his way towards the play. It kind of hurt me a bit over here. So,
it blew your mind. It also blew up Pika. Well, wow. Great game. We said High Voltage, they need these points. They need to try and capitalize and get as many points as possible to put them in a safe position, and they might just have done it. Just with this chicken dinner, they might have put themselves in a position where they're going to be just happy campers for the duration of the Super Weekend. Congratulations to them. But I know they got $1,000. They maybe want to give like $200 or $300 to Evil Eye. Maybe he saved them, because Evil Eye, he gets a kill and he gets a knock at the end. Future Station, man, look. We don't see crazy big games coming out of Future Station, but it seems like each and every one of these players, not just Clutch Baba, but everyone in this team, seem to have that ability to somehow clutch, snake their way through to a top 3 finish consistently, and that's pretty impressive.
And again, like you mentioned, it's not always Clutch Baba. All of them can hold their own, as we saw right now. But Evil Eye almost wiping out BABLU over there, almost getting the 3 kills, but what a valiant effort. Of course, it is going to be electric start. As we said, High Voltage walking away the winners, but we still have 4 more games in store for you. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Fixes and Ocean right next to me. And guys, it seems like every single time we bring up a team, they start to do really well the exact same day. And we were discussing High Voltage's performance, Ocean, and they get themselves $1,000, a chicken dinner, a lot of points, a lot of things.
I mean, we were talking about those money bags, right? They're getting there. They're getting there slowly and steadily. But, you know, I almost kind of had a thing in my mind. That is, what if DRS had won this one? Because there was a time, you know, when things were kind of favoring them. Plus, they are the defending champions for the league. So they have to get those points as well for themselves.
I believe Fixes would have agreed with you, because that would have made the standings a lot more interesting, and there would have been a lot of masala in the storyline. But having a look at the top players, it seems like things will never stop being interesting whenever BABLU Clarity makes it to the late game stages, because even they had an interesting run in this game, Fixes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they almost had won the game if, you know, Evil Eye would not have actually put his Evil Eye on them. The way he got those 2 knocks, that was so surreal to watch, right? We did not expect that at all, because he was right out in the open, had no cover at all, and suddenly we see him getting 1 knock. I really felt at that moment his position might be compromised, but no, that did not happen. It is as if he knew where the other player would be, instantly to spray down the other. And then, of course, High Voltage did capitalize on it and managed to get the chicken dinner.
Exactly. And, I mean, Blair also pointed this out. Somehow, every single player from the side of Future Station, they know how to survive. And that changed everything for BABLU Clarity. But looking at the head-to-head, it seems like, I mean, there is going to be a difference of $1,000 between these 2 teams. But in terms of points, the difference was not that big.
Just 1 point. Just 1 point coming up for these lads, right? And it was actually a close affair if you talk about it. And again, Evil Eye stole the show, to be honest, at the final. Well, Marfin and Jin are getting the highest kills for himself, and obviously DRS, they were doing really good. Joker, so with the highest damage, 971, that's just amazing. Zipian comes up at 870, then it's Extreme 728, Hassan with 575. So yeah, R3D kind of had a hold. In fact, you know, Pakistan teams had a really good hold on the damage side for themselves. They were just doing amazing, to be honest. Clarity BABLU, R3D, pretty good fights. T2K and Seal, that fight was incredible as well.
Yeah. R3D did a phenomenal job, and I guess they were the ones responsible for making this game a little bit harder for High Voltage to win, until, of course, Future Station stepped in. But apart from that, T2K, we see them get those 9 points in this match as well. Fixes, do you think by the end of the day we are going to see a switch around? DRS getting really close and personal with T2K.
Yeah, I think it is possible. By the end of the evening, we might be anticipating the RS toppling over, because in this particular match, they've already started doing their job. I mean, if one team gets 15 and the other team gets 9, you already reduce the difference. 6 points have been covered already. But as we move along, right, Stalwart, again, the consistency is clearly not visible. The fights that they're taking, this is not supposed to take. But, you know, even another team has bigger issues to deal with, and has to be Team PN Crew. I mean, imagine that fight against Wizzes with Vibes in that tiny little compound. And how on earth
just charging
that up? One player goes in, the other player throws a nade. I mean, did you not inform him of that? That's
so that happened twice actually in this game. Seal's game, you know, when T2K was charging on them. I mean, Wally's nade took down their own teammate, and well, it was kind of just done.
I mean, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that when we have a look at the moments of the match in a bit, because now, Ocean, you need to help us break down how High Voltage were able to crack the code in this match and get themselves a chicken dinner and $1,000.
I mean, I wish we could talk about a few multiple things as well. I mean, you guys remember when when I'll be just showing up this one. You guys remember the way actually even I8 just changed up everything on their drop side as well. Like that was kind of a shocker for the starters though. But look at the circles, right, Fixes? I mean, there's this zone and the way with it. I mean, it's like High Voltage, for the starters, they wanted to play it a bit safe. It looked like it. They were rotating as if they never wanted a fight. No rotations from the compounds, but yeah, a stoppage around an incredible, a good compound with each and every circle moving forward.
Yeah, and that also, you know, adding on to what Ocean really said, we do see, we do see Cloud also joining the fray over here, right? And ever since, I think it's been a good start for him with Team High Voltage. But Extreme definitely has been one of those players that we did consider watching out for. And this time, look at him, 728 damage, 4 kills. So the way he fell down, that was a little bit weird because he missed out a lot of shots while he was taking with his UMP. But apart from that, no complaints whatsoever. He did majorly his job. But again, I must say it all comes down to how the zone shifted towards CN. And it went towards Clarity BABLU, but of course, High Voltage took the better of it.
Think about it, right? First circle, second circle, third circle. As soon as the second circle hits up for the lads, they had a really good compound for themselves and they maintained it. No doubt, they took a few fights here and there, but they maintained the entirety of the zone for themselves. Till the fourth circle, in fact, the fifth circle, it was not too far away from them, and so they just tried to move forward. And that was just so brilliant the way these lads just held the ground. And well, after this one, the fight was mostly theirs, all thanks to Evil Eye. They never anticipated that. But it just happened. But the amount of control that the circle gave them, that was just so good. You know, if you're not taking a fight and if you're inside the circle, the best part is it helps you think. It helps you think by being in the zone, like both metaphorically and,
and inside the game as well. But as you were talking about being in the zone, let's have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match and see which teams were in the zone, literally inside the game, and well, you know what I mean.
But it was kind of a really bad match for Team ZEUS, right? This is where you would not be anticipating to have 3 of your players being taken down by 7C. And it sort of starts, it sort of pushes us to think what is, again, not right with them. Because we know this is not the ZEUS that we did see in the past couple of seasons, right? They've certainly played better than this. Now, teams have definitely improvised. But ZEUS seem to have been stagnant, right? There hasn't been a really huge change. There hasn't been a huge adaptation in their gameplay, which is definitely affecting their performance.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, if you talk about it, right, yesterday's ZEUS had a really good game for themselves. I mean, getting that chicken dinner. But then today, it's the same back story as of the previous Super Weekend. And this one, I mean, BABLU, he spots down the last player and staying in the open. It looked like IC was going for a desperate move, maybe just, trying to spot down the players. But he had never figured out what if he spots, what if he stops them? Like, what's next? He never figured that plan out for himself.
What are we supposed to do if they stop and start shooting in our direction? But I guess, Ocean, the moment you were waiting for is about to be on our screen. Delayed from Wally. That turned out to be the reason for demise.
This one was the first thing. I mean, no one had thought of it, right? PN Crew, they tried to rush in. It just did not work out. And then, that miniature shack fight, it'll be here. This one.
Yep, there it is.
I mean, just think about it, right? It's all about the communication. That's why you're playing in a squad, right? You have to communicate with the squad. No doubt, even if it's a duo that survives. But you gotta be aware of everything that might go wrong, and nade is one of those things, because if it's from your teammate, obviously you won't get any points for those confirmations, but you'll just be, you'll just have a conversation for it.
And again, this fight in particular, we discussed this before we started off with our day, BABLU and I8. Even in this game, we see a collision between the teams, but BABLU, I mean, they were doing so well for themselves in this matchup. They had a good control of a good position on the edge of the circle. They were able to secure a decent number of kills walking to the end, but we know what the game changer was. It wasn't from their side. It was a factor. It was an outside factor known as Evil Eye from the team of Future Station, but the nades that were lobbed towards R3D were impressive as well. And it needed to happen. R3D needed to go down, otherwise it would have been R3D versus BABLU in the end. They were holding a really good position on the edge.
Yeah, they certainly were. But, again, like we said, today was a very good development from the Pakistanis being made. Quite an impressive improvement in their gameplay, especially R3D. Like we've been saying, they've been looking really confident lately. But, again, Future Station carrying forward the momentum from yesterday's last game to today, they have been doing the same thing. The survival game has been so on point.
Yeah, I mean, the survival game is looking really, really good. But along with that, if I'm going to take this match as a hint of something, I'm going to take it this way. Today is going to be an aggressive day. Today is going to be a day filled with aggression, because look at the damage numbers throughout the board. Ocean, it seems like everybody was fighting.
this is a game. We don't always see R3D getting ahead in the damage stats, but this is like once in a tournament kind of a game where R3D is just coming up, and I don't want it to be just once in a tournament kind of a thing. I want R3D to just be there consistently, because we know again this team is a veteran team. They have that potential for themselves. But just like you talked about the aggression, well, DRS, T2K, these teams know aggression, but high voltage coming up on that number, and BABLU as well. This was such a good game. Raw as well, like almost around 1,000 damage, and that too, getting eliminated a bit early.
I mean, everyone had the opportunity to take those fights and secure those kills for themselves. And, well, we're going to see the impact of performances like this on the overall rankings. So we're going to have the overall rankings on our screens right about now. Here we go. And, well, Fixes, are you a happy man seeing DRS close up on T2K even more than before?
Absolutely, and like we did say, the difference has been even closed in. It's 6 points that DRS did get advantage of, and they're creeping up slowly but surely. But we've got another, difference being created. Wizzes with Vibes and Vibes Esports. Now, Wizzes with Vibes, they're on their tails, right? Stalwart Esports, had they been a little bit more consistent, they could have certainly entered that 300 marker. Dead Eyes, we're witnessing them taking a sharp fall. And it's going to be there, right? So many teams are going to topple them by the end of the evening. But this is one of those days where, I would really want the Pakistani heroes, that is Team I8 Esports, to really have a good game, at least in the next map.
I mean, a lot of people, as you said, a lot of people are going to be expecting that performance from I8. But Ocean, we noticed something else as well. Future Station, their bounce has resulted in the fall of ZEUS on the 10th position. They're sitting on the 10th right now. What do you think? Are we expecting a turnaround from ZEUS Esports?
See, now, I don't know. I can't talk about the expectations, because see, everyone had the expectations from that team. We when we came into this Super Weekend, we were saying like it would be their Super Weekend, but so far things have not turned out to be quite as what we expected. Well, if we talk about it right now, I want to focus on R3D. I want to focus on this team. 105 points, then it's 108, 111, 114. R3D today, they have their chance to make it up in top 16 today, and they are doing that in a good way. Well, let's just see if it's the next match or next match. I mean, how many matches more? I mean, they just
this game has changed everything. High voltage, they have gotten themselves in a comfortable position, as Blair pointed it out. This game put High Voltage in a safer spot. Now they have a safety cushion. They don't have to worry about anything, because PN Crew, they're way too far away. But Venom Legends, who are watching this game, who are watching the matches, they're going to be feeling the pressure right now at this moment. And R3D in one single game can change everything. They can get them to safety. But will it happen in the next game, or are we going to have to wait more matches for that? Because the next match that is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Miramar. And, well, we know what happens on off maps like Miramar and Sanhok. Let's have a look at the map chance percentage and Fixes. Who do you think will be walking away with $1,000 in this one?
Well, that's very difficult to say, but one thing I can 100% say is that T2K and Stalwart Esports are going to lock horns with each other. That has been happening time and again, and Miramar has always been their battleground. But DRS is the team that I would love to go with, because I'm looking at that chase, and they're doing a really good job at that. One chicken dinner might instantly propel them to the first spot.
But, Ocean, I want to ask you this. We saw 7C Esports as well in the map chance percentage over there in front of us in the graphs. And do you think with this game, 7C, they might just have a good finish, put Venom Legends right behind them and get themselves to a safer position? Because that is also the thing. If 7C Esports, they do not put the points on the board, there is a possibility that, because you do get 0 points in the games, right? There is a possibility that we might see them stuck on that 16th position for a while.
Yes, I would want that to happen, but again, I'm gonna have to sideline with Fixes on this one on a few things. I wanna picture a story to you guys right now. Imagine if it's the final circle and we see DRS versus T2K versus Stalwart versus ZEUS. That kind of a scenario. That would be a battle that I would say we would love to see. And then, which team just gets at the top, because again, for DRS, if they are getting more and more kills for themselves, they are chasing up T2K. For ZEUS, well, it's time to get back to the single-digit placement for themselves. For Stalwart, well, we have been talking about, if the team is on and off, it's time to just, be on with their amazing gameplay again. And well, 7C, just like you said, right?
Yeah.
They need to just find that safety cushion, and if not in the next match, they'll find it in the upcoming Erangel for sure.
I mean, they have to do it within the matches that they have left today itself. I mean, we have 4 more games remaining, but with the match, with the action of the next map, Miramar, just about to begin, it is time once again to go over to the other side of this wonderful virtual stadium, over towards Blair and experiment. What do you guys think?
What do I think? Doesn't really matter what I think, Ocean. What do you think, X?
I like how, Ocean already has a little bit of a safety net out, because he did pick 4 teams in the last circle. So, if any one of them does make it, I'm pretty sure that's going to be his prediction. But anyway, I love messing around with him. Now, I'm excited for this match genuinely, because it is going to be Miramar. But again, there is so much at stake for a lot of teams, and I do want to see a little bit of T2K and Stalwart Esports action, as these 2 teams have pretty much been going after one another. Now, Blake, let's just paint one thing. T2K had an incredible lead, but DRS, the real soldiers, I mean, again, they don't have, a lot of moments in the sun as far as flashy gameplay go. They do have a tremendous amount of chicken dinners, but they are consistent. I mean, they are synonymous with that word.
Yeah, and if they're able to take over T2K by the end of the Super Weekend, it could be a statement, right? It could be like, listen, you guys might have your chicken dinners, you might be able to have those big games, but we are Mr. Consistency throughout. It has been an interesting journey so far. I know we are just waiting for the players to jump into the server. We're going to be going live very, very quickly on Miramar here. But yeah, for me, it's been the resurgence of South Asian PUBG Mobile. Like, how many good teams from Nepal, from Pakistan, you're looking at Bangladesh as well. A1's been looking good. I8 have been looking fantastic. BABLU as well. And then, of course, you have T2K, you have DRS, and even Wizzes with Vibes. You're rattling out all these names, and all of them are right now performing better, or at least on par with the Mongolians, who were completely dominating everyone in the previous season. I'm talking about Stalwart Esports, Seal, and ZEUS Esports. So it's definitely been a very interesting change of direction, I guess.
Well, you know what they say, right? Practice makes perfect. And let me tell you one thing. These boys, they have been going at it day and night. Now, again, we used to talk back in the day. We had all the scrims. So when they're playing against the best of the best, time in and time out, it's only going to make their gameplay even better. And again, the whole ZEUS, not just ZEUS, the whole Mongolian domination that we saw in seasons in the past, it is kind of negated, because now these teams are ready for that. So, it's kind of changed a little course of action as well, because they are going to go out for the kill. So, again, I love the fact that, we are ever evolving and all the teams are ever adapting, and it just makes for great PUBG Mobile action. But again, it is going to be Miramar, and let me just point a couple of things out. Now, we did have a look at the map charts, right? DRS, T2K, Stalwart Esports, pretty much identical. Maybe a couple of kills up or down, but it can really go either way. And if we do see these 3-4 teams in the end circle, it is going to be quite a spectacle.
Oh yeah, that would be something really cool. We've seen some cool stuff come out as well when you see these top dogs in the final zone. The team I'm going to be keeping an eye out is going to be, of course, R3D. They are so close, XP. They're within spitting distance of qualifying for the finals. Still in the 18th position right now, but if they're able to get those much needed, 12, 13, 14 points, or 15. I'm not too sure how many points they need, but I'm sure just in these weeks, it's less than 20. I do believe we have, unfortunately, a player not able to connect, so we're going to be repeating it again. It's a bit of a reroast.
I like how we just went around the stadium right now, this virtual stage, and gets me a little dizzy every single time. But, it is, of course, as Blade did mention, we are going to be rehosting the game. Remember, we like having a level playing field for everyone. But again, till that time, we can speculate, but again, we don't want to bore you, right? So what we're going to do instead is head to a quick little commercial break, but the action is going to be back right after this.
сайн байна уу? Mongolia гэдэг. Би Seal Bogt AJ илрэл дээр тоглодог. Бид энэ илрэлд илүү нухацтай, их хичээл зүтгэлтэй эргээ ирэх болно. Энэ тэмцээнд оролцож байгаа богод сайн гэдгийг бид мэдж байгаа. Гэхдээ манайг бус багуудаас ялгарч өөрсдөө амжилтын хязгаарыг эвдэх зорилготой байгаа. PMPL Season 3 тэмцээнд бид туршлагагүй алдаа их гаргасан. Энэ удаа бид өмнөхөөсөө илүү агсан түвшинд оролцох болно. Энэ удаа бид өмнөхөөсөө илүү агсан түвшинд оролцох болно. Дэмжигчид маань бидэнтэй хамт байж зүрх сэтгэлээрээ дэмжинэ гэж найдаж байна. Бидний тоглолтыг PUBG MOBILE албан ёсны хуудаснаас хүлээн авч үзээрэй. Энэ бол PMPL Season 4. Баярлалаа.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, but you won't have to be patient no more because we're going to be jumping into the second game of the second day of the third Super Weekend. And XP, it's everyone's favorite desert. It is going to be on Miramar, and immediately that's a hell of a view straight on down as we see the players alighting. I'm keeping an eye on the plane path. It's going to be starting from ruins and heading towards Junkyard, meaning, XP, that a large swaths of the southern part of Miramar is kind of far away from where these three teams are potentially going to drop. So I guess it's going to be very centrally focused for a lot of these guys.
It could be, and that makes it a bit more exciting for us because if they do want to take that chance of going further down south, they are going to have to possibly battle for vehicles. So, they have a lot of options. Again, it is Miramar. It's a massive mammoth map, and you have a lot of places to go. Now, it all comes down to that one big thing, Blay. It all comes down to the final circle, well, the first circle, and where it's going to form. What do you think it's going to be?
Prison.
I want it to be the north.
Prison.
Northeast is
Los
where
Egos.
we are going to be heading right now. All right, let's
Los
see who's going to
Egos.
be coming out on top.
Frick.
Okay.
Oh, PN Crew. Oh, man. Oh, not again. T2K, come on. Like, it's not like they really have a chance, XP, but they're... I remember, like, last week I said they're kind of like everyone's farm team. Yeah, I guess I was right. I hate when I'm right in situations like this. Yep.
Or as well, between these two teams, and yep, they aren't going to be starting on the right. This is them where it hurts most.
Oh, well, let's see what Legend is going to be doing over here. He's going to just loot himself up a little bit. They still know there are a couple of members there. We're going to take a look at a replay. The auto shotty taking care of a member of PN Crew, and they're not moving. They are not budging. Like, it's almost like everyone's playing a game of who can be the mannequin. And an interesting start to this particular game. No one really budging, but there we go. Finally, LorryBotX is gonna drop down. It's like he's had enough XP. Sometimes when you're just hiding and you start getting paranoid and you're like, screw it, I'm going out for a fight. And it looks like Bled, he doesn't even fire off a single bullet, not even a shot rattled off. And Jane's gonna find himself a free kill, and 1 by 1 XP, they're getting picked apart. Ayush as well, trying to get a knock. He might find one. He could find one. Legend, he didn't reply back. He might be taken down here. The jumping knock and the finish, and that is at least gonna be one consolation kill, as LorryBotX is left alone against the whole wide world. Well, it looks like XP having a little bit of technical difficulties, but you know what? It's not as bad of technical difficulties as PN Crew's having over here. Of course, they're not having technical difficulties. They're just having regular difficulties. And that was just a casual wipe. Now, Legend maybe got a little too overeager. He was by himself, and I think he ran out of bullets. I'm not too sure there, which is why he tried to escape, but he gets taken down. But if I'm T2K XP, sitting on top of the table, 4 kills to start off the game. And right now it's a battle between T2K. They're looking to extend the lead right now. 22 points separate them and a second place team that is DRS. So for them, 4 kills, a squad wipe, they're going to be happy with it. Sure, they lose 1 member, but it's all right. Where PN Crew, I feel like the PN stands for pain, because that's the only thing they're going to be feeling right now. Just constant, non-stop pain.
It's not. Alrighty, and again, so it's kind of happened in the past as well, Blair, right? We've seen this happen before. PN Crew getting taken out by T2K early on, and a lot of speculation did kind of, lead to this point. We already knew this was coming, and you did kind of call them the farm team. Looks like that is what's going to happen again. This is going to just the chances of making it are dwindling with every passing second.
Well, let's see how the rest of them fare, though. Of course, the team I'm going to be kind of cheering for is going to be R3D. You know, like they had a pretty good outing in the previous game. XP got a few kills, not really a high placing, but they're going to be pretty happy with the way it played out, and they're going to be potentially going up against Seal, who are all the way up north to Story Ahumada and next to Campo Militar. So let's see how that one is going to be panning out. For the rest of them, though, just going to be... I hope it doesn't end up as Los Leones. As we all know, XP, I detest Los Leones.
I know you won for open will be fighting on the mountaintops and basically out in the desert, but again, you know, this does make for some exciting action, especially the unpredictability of it all. But right now, it is only going to be A1 Esports who have the city all to their lonesome, because action is breaking out and it is going to be all across the desert. Now, Magnet is going to make sure that he patches himself up, only bandages at his disposal, but again, it is going to get the job done. That one energy drink, though, is not going to get his HP up to full, but he is going to be moving sooner or later. The question is, how does he do that? Because you do see a few enemies down below, and his teammates are at some distance. However, there you have it. We have a box right over here, and all this loot for the taking.
Tasty, tasty loot. As once again, this is the second time they're showing this replay. XP. It's like enough. It's like it's watching torture porn. XP. There's no one wants to watch this. This is just terrible. Like, fine, they're down.
I was kind of expecting. I was kind of expecting another team to kind of join the fray and go on the hunt as far as PN Crew is concerned. Maybe a couple of teams could have dropped, like you said, for the free kills. It kind of hurts saying that, but it is what it is.
Is it? Did they? Okay, is it just me, or did they wind up going up against T2K more often than not early in the game?
They have. In fact, the same skirmish did take place yesterday in Miramar as well. It was T2K up against PN Crew, and it was a similar ending. So T2K is definitely going to be feeling a lot more confident when they go in a fight as compared to what PN Crew are going to feel. And at this stage, it does kind of seem like, they have almost given up, and they're just struggling through right now. But again, is it too late to basically count them out? It is going to be like a monumental toss, right? I mean, we are going to have to cut our losses.
I'll say I'll be the bad guy. PN Crew are not making it.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. Not at this point in time.
But what I feel is, you still got to give it your best, because, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. They did make it to the PMPL Season 4, right?
Yeah,
they definitely qualified. Have some caliber. All they got to do is work on their short givings and come back stronger next time.
I mean, that's what's happened to a lot of these teams. Like, you go back to Season 2, for example, right? Like, there were half of these teams were in Season 2, and I remember how they were getting destroyed by other big guns. And look at how they're performing right now. Look at the way they are delivering. Like, Deadeye's guys, like... DRS has always been solid, but like T2K, DRS, all these guys were kind of like middling teams, They were performing not that great. Look at them now, tippity top of the table, right? So you learn, you adapt, you improvise, you overcome, and you get better. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and that is what I would like to see PN Crew take away from this particular game. And let's take a look at the zone, though, XP, as things might get a little interesting. South, no, yeah. Not bad. Quite a bit of water in it.
It is going to be slightly different to what we're used to, but what is kind of surprising is have a look at Clarity BABLU down south and High Voltage. Now, they are coming in slow and late out of the blue zone, but looks like DRS are going to hear the commotion. In fact, I'm pretty sure AJ does hear some vehicles near him. As you can see, he's frantically looking around. Now, DRS are kind of spread out, and if Mafia Ninja is going to have to bear the brunt of the attack from High Voltage, backup needs to come as quickly as it can, as the Grotza is going to be dropping down from the heavens above. Now, ZEUS Esports, not a good start to the day. In fact, they were one of the first teams to be wiped out play, and, it was happening one by one. But right now, Icy does spot the enemy. It's not really going to make a lot of sense laying down lead at this distance, because, they can't zig and zag their way out. They have alighted from their vehicles. It's not a bad idea, but looks like they've been spotted as well.
Hunter becomes a hunted.
It's going to be Raw versus ZEUS again. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah. Revenge could be had here. But considering the distance between these two teams, it is unlikely that they are going to be immediately engaging in a firefight here. Oh, nice. X Games! Whee! Oh, yeah, Icy. Go for it. Aw. All right, fine. We have a fight. Ale, 7 Cs. Going up against a very dangerous team. That is, of course, I8. Ism is going to be leading the pack. He's got his teammate nearby as well. Now, 7C, they have those cliffs XP, but those cliffs aren't going to protect them from HEs, from nades, which could easily roll down in their direction. Now, Smokey's position, far away. That could be instrumental. If he's got a long-range weapon, he could try and thin the numbers of I8. But I8 are taking this very...
I like...
interesting. They spread very thin, XP.
I like Crypto's position as well, high up top on those rocks over there, but A does have that M24, and if he is going to be accurate enough, he could take him down, but it's going to be vice versa, as Crypto from distance is going to put Ale down on his knees. Now, again, you know, that slope that 7C and I8's Uzum were on is not going to be helpful for either team. Now, 7C do have a little bit of respite that, you know, they still have a lot more area to traverse down and take cover, as we did see them behind that tractor. Now, this is when things get interesting. Uzum, if you have a look, is trying to go on a massive left flank, which could be problematic. But again, if he can hold his own, get a couple of knocks, it might give I8 enough time to move in and seal the deal. And by I8, I mean Blade and Johnny. If Uzum gets a couple of knocks, that is when these two lads should move in on 7C's position and lay down the herd, because Crypto, once again, from his vantage point, is going to get memoed down to his knees.
They still haven't moved in, though, right? They're still holding the angle. And like you said, Crypto providing a great... not even covering fire, but more like sniping them from the distance with his elevated position. Really being a problem for 7C. For 7C now, how did they manage to extricate themselves from this position is the question. Now, of course, they do have the zone with them, so they don't really have to move.
They have a lot of options, yeah.
Yeah, they can play the late game from here, but what do you do? Like, you know I8... know your position. So if you're 7Cs,
all right,
do you run away? Do you stick around and fight?
Oh, once again, Memo's going to be taken down. We're going to have to come to some other action because Stalwart Esports are going to be going up against Future Station, and we have seen Evil Eye do things in the past, but right now, it's going to be a different story as Action is going to spring in action, take him down in the nick of time, but Future Station, man, I mean, these boys, again, we know that they're going to be surviving till the end, one way or the other. But right now, they are going to be down one man, which means only 3 survive for them. Now, elsewhere, we did see action break out earlier. T2K have already lost 2 members. Now, the Circle is going to be attracting a lot of teams to basically... well, have head-on collision, so to speak. Now, I was going to bring up 7C and the whole I8 kerfuffle. Now, it was kind of dangerous for 7Cs to, you know, move right on the screens where we left them. And I like the fact they kind of fell back towards Smokey's position. And then they're going to be relocating to higher grounds, which is, of course, the right call. But right now, it is going to be Zibion from BABLU, who is keeping a watchful eye on the enemy. He does know the Jax is in the car. Oh, that is going to be problematic. However, that one shot is going to be enough, and with that, Jax is going to come down. Now, suddenly, A1 Esports are going to get on the defensive. Question is BABLU going to take advantage of the situation? It does kind of seem like it. I like the fact that Zibion is trying to get that high ground. He might throw a couple of grenades. There you have it. If he times this to perfection, it could be devastating. The grenade is going to go boom, but it isn't going to take anyone down to the depths of hell with it. Now, Jax has been picked up, and that is going to give A1 Esports enough time to assess the situation and look at it head on. Elsewhere, it does look like the play zone wants to come in and play as well, as Mafia Ninja from the Real Soldiers is brought down to his knees. Now, A1 Esports have a few options. If you have a look, they do have the wall behind them as well, but it looks like ZEUS could hear the commotion, and you might get a few shots from elsewhere. And talking about ZEUS, it kind of seems like they're doing what they do best. They have all their members split up, and each one is acting like a one-man army, as Icy does know someone in the house. In fact, that grenade could be good. It isn't, but it's definitely going to give their position away to the enemy. Now, if you have a look, Icy over here is playing a dangerous game. He is surrounded by the enemies on all fronts, and now I do believe that is the best decision to get back to higher ground and to the safety of your teammates, but it is going to be PKP from distance, spotting some movement on the stretch. And, well, when you see something move, you definitely put a few shots in it. Zeol, on the other hand, is going to be keeping A1 Esports busy. But right now, Zeke with that M249 is going to be relentlessly firing upon DRS's AJ. Mind you, Mafia Ninja was lost just moments ago, so this is going to be a little bit of a disadvantage for this team. And Killer is going to go in from the left, but it's going to be the grenade that is going to be spewing shrapnel in all directions. And with that, it is going to be problematic. DRS again finding themselves in trouble play. AJ's down, Mafia Ninja's down. They're down to the last two members. As I see, again, we saw him as a one-man army go up against Stalwart Esports, but turns out it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, and yeah, the Mongolians coming to an end at the hands of the other Mongolians. Speaking of other Mongolians, yeah, DRS struggling against Seal over here. Gyalden, though, can provide a little bit of cover fire, but this is an interesting three-way battle. DRS, did it really stick around? They just have two members remaining, and Aussie quickly put 6 feet under as well, down to just 3 members on high voltage, and they need to decide what they want to do. Seal arriving to this party has definitely made things very, very picklish indeed. And there you have it, a bit of a delay in the kill feed. High voltage down to the 2-man squad, DRS down to a 2-man squad as well. And things not looking that great for BABLU either. Zibian, Pika just crawling away, and A1 are taking the fight to Zibian. But look at Fear coming in from behind, XP. He could just spoil their party, but no, he's going to drive on past. The nades aren't reaching BABLU, so they're going to have a little bit of opportunity to try and go for the res. In the meantime, Dante getting knocked down as I8 spot out A1 in the distance. And look at Wolf's position as well.
I like Wolf's position, and it kind of seems like they are oblivious that the enemy is lurking behind them. Now he's definitely going to be in that tall grass, crawling his way closer and closer to the enemy. Now elsewhere, BABLU are going to come under fire once again. We did see the revives coming in. However, they are going to be knocked up from distance over here, and Crypto has a good angle on A1 Esports. In fact, he was the one who knocked Dante just moments ago. So again, we are going to have a few teams pretty much battle it out to be the last few survivors. Elsewhere, the MG3 is going to come under effect as Prabeen is unleashing hell on the enemy. But right now, we're going to focus over here. I like the fact that A1 Esports, they've realized, you know what? We are out in the open. We do have vehicles. Let's pop some smoke grenades. Let's pick up our comrades and let's get out. But no! Crypto, again, from his vantage point, is playing spoil sport. And A1 Esports, their days kind of seem numbered, especially if you're going to keep getting knocked over and over. Elsewhere, Stalwart Scry with a massive grenade taking out 2 members from the opposition.
Yeah, fights starting to break out from every direction. Nineboy is very fortunate that he doesn't get knocked down. Sinister and Nineboy both very low. They need to heal themselves up. Dante bleeding out as well. And like you said, X, because they've been knocked down time and time again, they are bleeding out very, very fast indeed. The question for me is, Crypto still going to be sticking around? It looks like he hasn't moved from that position for what feels like forever. And why the hell do you have to? Is BABLU now having to go up against I8? It's a back and forth affair. Danny having to do everything. As Zibian's going to come in. Uzum trying to hold the ground here. It's going to be a 1 versus 2, and Uzum has a lot of work to do, but he is not able to do much. Gets knocked down, taken down. Yes, a couple of knocks taking place for the side of BABLU, and out of nowhere, that should be it. I think they just got wiped out. I8 come in, and they just completely take out 3 members of BABLU. Still 1 member standing, however, XP. This is complete chaos.
Crypto again from the vantage point. Now finally they are going to be moving down, and looks like they're going to be taking the fight directly to BABLU. In fact, they drive past. Crypto should be riding shotgun, laying down some shots, but he almost was removed from that vehicle. How are these boys still alive? Elsewhere, looks like ZEUS Esports are finding themselves in a sticky situation as well. They have been eliminated in the 13th position with 3 kills to their name. Now, Danny is going to get knocked out again from Stalwart this time as Crypto and Blade. I like the decision they made, Blade. Wait a second. Did that make it smart?
No.
It almost did. But again, there are a lot of hay bales that are kind of obscured from our vision. You know, thanks to all this smoke. That grenade, in fact, bounced on over the roof. And oh my goodness, Danny and Pika, you guys are literally playing with live grenades. Smokes are going to be deployed, and the vehicle should be going any second. But right now, it's going to be Wizzes with Vibes taking a fight against RAW. And Malik is going to be trying to get the knock. In fact, he does almost get taken down. He's finished. What happened over here? That was just crazy coordination in tandem. Wizzes with Vibes Play were wiped out in the blink of an eye.
That's just fantastic work coming in from RAW. Just clean fights being taken, using, just working in tandem with each other. But now they're going to be going up against Stalwart Esports, who have been on a bit of a tear so far. 5 kills to their name. and all 4 alive as well. Top is atop that little mound, but he is alone. So he needs backup, which is arriving in the form of Action and Pika, as they're starting to take fights in multiple angles. Crypto's meanwhile finally found Danny. I do believe BABLU are down to a 1-man squad right now, but Vishal finding a knock and a finish as well to a member of Stalwart. They're doing a fantastic job holding their ground. Top, though, able to swap to his secondary weapon, but he should be hunted down here. Oh no! What? Another knock takes place, but finally he will be put down 6 feet under, but he's done his job, and that was a 2 versus 3. However, 2 members have been knocked down for his opponent, so RAW, they need to get his reses immediately, and in the meantime, R3D spotting out the 2 members of Stalwart Esports, keeping them pinned down inside of that smoke.
Man, as far as Stalwart Esports is concerned, looks like Tops was a menace, but the menace has finally been brought down, and he almost wiped out a squad while doing so. But we are still going to be looking at action elsewhere, because Seal Esports Play are the only team who are comfortable in the new circle, and have a look at how they're placed on the circle. We're going to hold on to the thought, because Blade is going to be relentless in his attack. He never let go of that trigger, and because of that, Train to Kill are going to be wiped out in the 9th position with 5 kills, as Ruthless Aggressive Warriors bid us adieu in the 8th with the same number of kills. That means now we are down to 7 teams, 15 players alive, and only 2 teams have all 4 members alive, but not for long, because Wally could be spotted out. But quick thinking on his spot, he gets away, and he stands back up again. A little bit of a mistake. I thought he spotted the enemy, but now
Hassan.
It is going to be Hassan who gets the better of this experiment. And I did say they had 4 members play. Looks like Seal are down to 3.
Hassan, you gotta run there, buddy! As the zone's gonna take him down. Adil in the meantime getting found by Baron, and Killer is also gonna knock down Hassan. So yes, they get a kill onto a knock rather on a member of Seal, but Seal reply back and getting a couple of knocks as well. The rest is going to be coming on in, so both teams are going to be 4-man squads. Stalwart Esports, you cannot count them out, XP. They still have 2 alive and 8 kills. 7C BABLU in Future Station, though. Again, Future Station, man, they always have one guy at the very end. I don't know how they do it. It's Magnet this time around. You can see him in the distance, and he's not going to be taking any fights. Stalwart Esports have been spotted by Baron. And that XP is a very uncomfortable spot. They need to make a move, but once they try and cross over that road, they're going to be sitting ducks. They're going to be easy pickings for Seal as Baron unleashes onto Hassan, and that's going to be the second knock in like 2 minutes for Hassan.
I like how Baron's actually using the nature around him, to keep himself concealed, shooting through the tall grass and through the trunks of those trees. Now, R3D is frantically trying to ascertain his position, but this man is, of course, being as sneaky as ever, getting multiple knocks, one after the other. Now, both teams did have a couple of their players knocked out earlier, but they does look like they're all on their feet. Now, this is going to be a mad dash as a deal could be caught out. Now, they do have smokes deployed for concealment as the car did move past, but Maxi is going to hit the deck, which is going to be the right call, because it looks like since they got a knock on Wally, that kind of took their attention away from, sealed attention away from R3D, as a result of which they can finally maneuver around the circle. But have a look at the zone play. They're going to have to go through Seal if they want to make it to the next zone. And, Seal Esports, they are definitely going to be hungry. They're going to make sure that they hold on to that hill while they deal with R3D, as Joker is going to be taken down.
Scry is still outside, but his days seem to be numbered. He's just going to try and heal himself. He can still make his way inside, though. But in the meantime, as you pointed out, Expert Joker is going to be taken out. Adil is going to be caught out by the blue as well. There we go. He's knocked out. And Nate finds Maxi. And Hassan's going to be left alone. He's able to at least get a knock. But Seal, in a blink of an eye, wipe the entirety of them out of the server. 11 kills, XP. There's still 3 more to find. They can easily get to 14, but Scry is going to deny them 1, as he's going to be taken down by the zone. And there you have it. 7C BABLU and Future Station now having to go up against the Leopard Seals. Now, it's not their element, the dry deserts, the mountains, but it looks like it doesn't matter if it's aquatic or if it's on terra firma. They're going to be finding everyone. Now, the 3 members still alive for the other 3 teams, Memo, Pika, and Magnet, are all in the zone, though, XP. So Seal would be looking to try and confirm these kills.
Well, it is going to be a waiting game, and looks like Magnet is going to be the first one who bites the dust.
Top 4
he is
again.
Taken out again. Future Station, this is inevitable, right? I mean, this is something that you come to expect from every single game. These boys are definitely going to make it towards the end, and they get those much-needed placement points. But now it is going to be 3 teams, and well, you called it. The Leopard Seals are on a high. In fact, we did see a couple of dance moves coming in as well. There you have it, Killer. Show us your moves. They know they've got this in the bag play.
They should have this one in the bag. I really don't see how Peak is going to pull this one back. Well, finds one. Confirms the kill. He wants to confirm the kill. He can find Wally as well. Wally's kind of low, but he gets shot at by multiple members of SEAL, leaving one man standing apart from the side of SEAL. It's going to be Memo. And he's going... Okay. All right. If you can isolate a fight here, if you can find Killer, if you can find some cover... I'm being too optimistic. The SEAL's got a chicken dinner. Yeah, they got a chicken dinner. It's not happening. I'm sorry.
I mean, let's see if something extraordinary is going to happen. Like I said, it's going to take some divine intervention for SEAL to go down because, well, they are going to be surrounding their enemies sooner or later. Now, again, 7C out of his element on solid ground. He's going to be surrounded. Baron is going to come in from the side. He's going to put a few bullets in, and there you have it. SEAL Esports have sealed the deal, getting victory in Miramar again. And, well, they're going to be walking away $1,000 richer.
$1,000, chicken dinner, more points as well. Going to be shooting up a little bit up the ladder, and I do believe they are right now in the 5th position. I think they knocked down Stalwart Esports from the 5th place there, so congratulations. Right now, SEAL are the highest ranked Mongolian team across all the 3 Super Weekends. Well played there, and even at the end there, XP, even at a 1 versus 4, you saw the way all 4 members, they didn't give him a single 1 versus 1 fight. They pincered him, they flanked him, and they took the fight in a situation where Memo had to face off against a 1 versus 3, which is, well, it was impossible there. But yeah, a well-played game coming to a close. And on that note, we're going to be going to a very quick break, because coming up next is going to be, of course, the analyst desk, and then after that, we have another Erangel.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, after the break to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Hook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny over here, joined by Ocean and Fixes on the other side. Match number 2 is done. And, well, we talked about a few teams. We talked about R3D, 7C. Both of them did quite decent in this match, but it was SEAL Esports at the end who walked away with the chicken dinner and $1,000. Ocean, what do you have to say about this performance of theirs?
Well, SEAL again seals the deal for themselves. Previously, they had a good game yesterday and today as well. They are having an incredible game if you talk about it. And, well, they're in top 5. But 7C, as we were talking about them, 7C, they are just getting those numbers up for themselves. The safety cushion, basically.
Exactly. And I believe this game has done the trick for them. But Fixes, as we have a look at the top players, we see Crypto leading the charge with 5 kills. Just a 19-minute survival time, but 5 kills and 1,085 damage.
Yeah, but, on the contrary, I would have rather loved Crypto to be a little more active with his team when the fight was going on, when 2 players really pushed onto its team BABLU. I really felt that the cavalry was missing, because after they did get knocked out, Blade and Crypto had to make a run inside that other compound. So, yeah, 5 kills, really good for this lad to step up. But again, if you talk about the team, R8 can certainly do better. But you know what? If you're talking about this particular head-to-head, I would try to bring another statistic over here that 7C have been demolishing ZEUS for the last 2 games.
I mean, they have been doing that, but look at the stats. Ocean, have we seen this before? A team that did really well came to the top 2, but the survival time is so low. The damage received is it's double. It's more than double the damage dealt.
So this is where 7C obviously they lost their players quite early on.
Yes.
So they were like, let's play it a bit from the backlines, and well, in that kind of the zone actually helped them as well, because they were just moving from the sidelines of quite a few fights, avoiding them as if they were never happening in front of them. It can help them.
There is nothing going on here. We have
nothing to see.
nothing to see, nothing to do. Just survive. But looking at the match summary, it looks like Seal Esports, they had other plans for themselves, as we see Baron with the highest kills sitting on the first position for this game at least. Zaki is going to be there. Longest distance kills, 245 meters. Crypto, highest damage, 1085, and Scry from Stalwart Esports, most utilities used and most healed. Now, as the casters pointed out, Stalwart Esports, they have been pushed down on the standings because of how Seal Esports have been playing. But looking at the rankings of this match, it could have been anyone's game. Seal Esports, they just had a really good position when the circle just decided to move towards the eastern side of the map. And I believe they capitalized on it till the very end, walking away with 29 points from this game. But Ocean, I want to know from you, which team came in with the biggest surprise in this game for you?
So, see, I would want to take up a few names, but I don't know if I can, because I8, again, is the classic I8 gameplay, right? Coming up with more number of kills than their placement points. See, I had hopes from Team BABLU, to be honest, in one or few things. All right, they got good points, but again, kill points is something that I would say is still somewhat missing from their sidelines. And well, talking about surprises, that T2K PN crew, that again and again and again.
That was fun to watch. I mean, it's always fun to watch, but PN crew, I mean, quite unfortunate. T2K always somehow have a way of demolishing them. But let's have a look and see where Seal Esports were throughout the entire game. And I guess, Ocean, it's time for you to work your magic.
All right, talking about my magic, right? I am a magician, if I just say that. I mean, I'm good. Well, but this is where, obviously we see the map of Miramar, and you see obviously just the players just coming down. So we know where the final circle was around the shorelines, and Seal, well, they have their dual drop working out for themselves onto the northern side, right, Fixes? And this is from here, coming down to the sidelines. I would say it was a bit easy for them, but again, taking all those fights, that's where it gets tricky, because this is where they start here, and well, from here, everyone just had to move down to like these lines. So quite a tricky affair, but a good one, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this particular game of Miramar was quite confusing because no one really anticipated the zone to shift so much towards the eastern side. I mean, there was a point when there was not even a single soul inside the circle, and everybody had to go in for that mad dash. We did see the southern side of teams clustering up, again the northern teams clustering up. This is where, teams like 7C did get their hands on ZEUS.
Think about it, right? One player just from the backline just taking up his loot, two players just taking up their loot, and then there is one player just trying to scout out the areas for where you should go, where you should not go. Like, they had already started up their work, and we've seen this thing actually just being done by a lot of Mongolian teams specifically. You remember Stalwart, the game in which they got a brilliant one actually in the league days, in which Apex just moved from nowhere up north to the farm area where they almost find T2K. Like, the scouting role being done by the lads of Mongolian teams specifically, it's actually, it just pays them really well.
Well, I mean, it does pay them really well in terms of how they have gotten their finishes. But, Ocean, I want to ask you, because according to me, Seal Esports, they had the game at this point, because they are holding the high ground, they are on the edge, and every single other team was closing in from the west.
Yeah, exactly. So this is where I would want Fixes' opinion as well, because in the final moment, Fixes, you remember, right? Only it's just, one, two players are surviving here and there, and no one else but the population of Seal was just, charming up from this direction. They almost had the game guaranteed for themselves by taking those small little fights, because when it's the final moment, right, you always remember, if you have the people surviving, well, you kind of have the momentum for themselves, and that's how they were putting up the pressure.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that is how, Team 7C and Team Seal did survive for so long, right? Having that eastern side, you've got that slope to play around. So you're sort of safe from the enemies or from attacks from up above. You still have those ridges guarding you over there. That one fight against Stalwart, that was also really quite interesting. But, the southern side is something that I was a lot more interested in. So many teams just piling up over there, and it was a complete mad dash. And this is where I8, like you guys were talking, they did start off really well. They were racking up so many kills. They indeed built up the pressure onto its Team BABLU as well. But this is another rivalry that has been brewing up in the Pakistan region amongst their two teams, where they're going neck to neck against each other. But somehow, somewhere down the line, the half-hearted commitness from a Team I8 side is sort of causing a lot of problems, because in that particular fight, I really felt if all the players pushed together, at least 3 players pushing together could have been better, because after 2 players are being knocked, 2 players going in, it's still a 2v2 moment.
Yeah,
maybe. You never know what could have happened. I mean, but I do agree with you. A few things changing in certain situations can actually change the results. But now it is time for us to have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match. And this is what we were talking about as well when we were trying to break down the game, T2K versus PN Crew. So I want to know from you guys. You guys have to decide who is happy with this fight and who is upset about it.
I mean there's no answer.
Was happy, right? Because they were getting those early picks for themselves.
Yes. T2K is always going to be happy.
All right, so I'll tell you the way actually T2K sees this fight versus the way PNQ sees this fight. T2K, all the players mostly, they are fizzled out. They're away from each other, so they can actually give a perfect cover if a player of PNQ, makes a mistake or just gets to the outside or something. PNQ, just because a few people do not get the loot that they want. You saw a few people just on shotguns and all those things. So they have to stick together, and in that kind of they just lose the most important part of fight, and that is the fight itself.
Honestly, do they even care? That's the biggest question brewing up in my mind, because all they've been is a menace to T2K's ambition of winning the league stages. Because if you're dropping right down, and they've got that suicidal tendencies, right? They head over there, they don't care, they just want a kill or two, because at the end of the day, they're causing so much difference in T2K's approach towards the game. Early on, spoiling their loot, then heading on. Already numbers have dwindled down. T2K is having such a hard time in Miramar, which is supposedly supposed to be one of their best maps.
Yeah. I mean, we completely agree with that. It is definitely a challenge for T2K to somehow figure out to overcome. But yes, as Ocean mentioned, this time in particular, T2K, the players were able to step into the action with a little bit of advantage in their hands. But this is the point of the game that I want to talk about, because already at this point we see Seal Esports in a really wonderful position. Now, Stalwart Esports, they tried their level best to put a lot of pressure on this team, but Seal Esports, they were determined to get this victory for themselves. And in the end, it was them who walked away with $1,000, a chicken dinner, and also this game has brought them really close to the podium on the overall rankings. It is going to be a while before they're able to get inside the top 3, though, because there's a massive difference over there. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. For now, it is time for the damage histogram in front of us. And Ocean, I8, look at that, 2,003 damage being dished out.
I mean, all right, so I'm happy for a few teams, I'm sad for a few teams. You talked about I8, they have good kill numbers for themselves, good damage stats. They have been doing this, day in, day out, how aggressive this team is. But Raw, why is it always team has 5 kills and the team just fizzles down? This has been the case for like multiple games for this team. I just don't know what goes wrong with the team.
I think even if they start getting like 6 to 7 kills, we're going to be like, all right, that is progress. But Raw, I have to say, this is fine. They are moving to the finals. They are in a good enough position in the overall rankings. The only thing we want for them is to be able to win a lot more money. We want them to get those chicken dinner. We want them to get those $1,000 for themselves. But let's have a look right now, ladies and gentlemen, at the overall rankings. And this is what I was talking about. Seal Esports, they managed to bring themselves in the top 5, 311 points. Now, Wizzes with Vibes is quite close to them on the 4th with 318. But look at Vibes, 330 points. So it's going to be a while before Seal Esports are able to touch that marker. But slowly and steadily, do you think, Ocean, in the next game, Future Station is going to be 7th? It is Erangel, by the way.
Yeah, so if you're talking about that, I have another offer for you, Johnny and Fixes. If the circle's a northern one, Seal, you know how they survive those kind of zones as well. They might just go to top 4 like easily.
Fixes? Are we going to have back-to-back chicken dinners? What do you expect? I'm taking an early prediction, by the way, guys.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
It's a long stretch,
You know why I tell you? Because now teams are starting to take Seal seriously, right? For the first day, they performed really well, and they were like, okay, they just had a good day. Now they come in with another chicken dinner. This is where they start getting really wary. All right, so Seal's starting to perform. Now they've set themselves as the hot target. So I'm pretty sure someone is definitely going to try and ruin the game.
I mean, we never know. We are about to find out. But R3D is closing in on
Yes.
Venom Legends. There's barely any difference in R3D. They have control of the momentum today. They're doing so well. Game 1 was a decent finish from them. Game 2 as well was a decent finish. But in Game 3, match number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the day, it is going to be Erangel, the map that's going to be played. Again, a question to both of you. Do you expect R3D to move up and move inside the top 16 in this very next game? We do have the map chance percentage, but my question remains the same, guys.
I mean, that's true, right? Obviously, we are expecting the team to just move forward. It's just a 3-point difference plus the team above them is not at all playing. So, I mean, that's just an easy guess. If not in the next game, they still have a lot of games left. So, doesn't really matter right now. They are qualifying. If it just comes down, only way they cannot qualify is just they don't have any points till the
maybe.
Final
I mean,
it's not gonna happen.
Exactly. I mean, there are multiple possibilities.
Qualify.
What is going to happen? We're going to find out in the match as we head once again over to the other side of the stadium, over to Blair and Experiment. And I would love to know from you guys as well. What do you guys think is going to happen in this match? Who is going to be walking away with $1,000?
Hey, that's not our job.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, XP. We're not analysts. We just cast the game. We don't have to give predictions. But you know what? Screw it. I'm going to give predictions. I'm going to...
Think real hard, Blade.
Yeah. I'm thinking real hard here. Wait, hold up. I'll call it.
PN Crew?
Wizzes with vibes. No, I don't believe in PN Crew.
Oh, he doesn't believe in them. Well, they might just come and upset you. All right, so Wizzes with vibes. I think they're definitely looking good. I don't know, man. DRS could just get this one done and walk away the winners. But again, we are going to find out right about now as the game is finally live on your screens. The big, beautiful bird is in the sky once more. And ooh, looks like we are going to be heading over the Sosnovka military island right at the beginning, which means, well, a couple of teams are definitely going to be dropping here. Or actually, we can't really say that anymore. I kind of just put everything on a little bit of a spin last time since they didn't go to the military base. Looks like, the balance in the earth was kind of ruined, Clay.
I kind of feel they're going to be dropping military base this time around. But here's the thing. I feel other teams are going to be dropping down with them and trying to potentially ruin their party. So let's see if that's going to pan out. R3D still haven't cracked the top 16 XP. I know they have a lot more opportunity. They're very close. I would like to see them cross Venom Legends, and that would be like, all right, you guys have done your job. You guys are cool. You guys can have fun right now. But there we go. Stalwart and I8 are going to be dropping as usual on the military island, and I'm kind of sad no one dropped with them, XP. I really did envision one of these teams just YOLOing on down and probably trying to ruin I8 or Stalwart Esports today. Looks like it's not going to be the case. Just standard drops from everyone.
All I can say is I kind of see T2K pretty close to PN Crew. Now, PN Crew have opted for a different kind of a jump this time. They are going to be heading towards Milta and potentially go even further east to Milta Power. But again, T2K are going to be hot on their heels. And if history teaches us anything, well, we are going to see a little skirmish breakout between the two teams. And the circle is going to be a bit to the north. So the military island is not going to be in the first circle at all. Now, this is when you can possibly kind of expect at least some sort of a blockade on the Eastern Bridge, but forget that because, looks like what we predicted came true. T2K Sayog is going to get first blood, and I do believe it's a member from PN Crew who bit that bullet.
Okay, all right. Someone's got to explain this to me.
Take 3. This is round 3 between the teams today.
Why are PN Crew just dropping alongside T2K every single time? Or like T2K singling them out? Because this is not where PN Crew likes dropping. And the fact that it dropped here... Look, T2K drop here all the time, right? Like, this is known. Everyone knows T2K likes dropping towards Milta, near the bridge. Now, the fact that PN Crew dropped here instead of maybe towards Severny, because the plane path was heading towards Stalwart XP. They could have dropped towards Severny. It means that PN Crew knew exactly where they wanted to drop, and they're dropping right on top of T2K. That does make me think about what's going on here.
Now, it's pretty simple. If rumors are to be believed, PN Crew kind of have it out for T2K, and they want to be a thorn in their side as much as possible. Now,
they're not being a thorn. They're being an Amazon. They're being an Amazon delivery for them. That's what I was.
That is what I was going to say. It hasn't really panned out the way all the rumors in the chat section are going on right now, because it kind of looks like they're inadvertently helping T2K out. Let's have a look at the replay now. They just landed. PN Crew's Laurie Bodex was trying to land a few punches, but when you have a shotty aimed at your face, it's going to be difficult to get anything done. But now it does look like they are going to finally open up. One of the members from T2K is going to be knocked down courtesy that Vector, and Slayer is a little hungry with his AK, trying to go for the kill. Oh, he's going to spot Jane out. Had he been positioned at that window perfectly, he might have just walked away with another knock. But right now they are going to be in the house. Smoke has been deployed, as Slayer is going to go on the little balcony on the terrace over here because he spotted Sandesh out in the open, lays a few shots. However, it is going to be to no avail. Mind you, 2 members from T2K are still in the house down below. It could come to bite them in the backsides sooner rather than later, Blake.
Blend, though. Nice hat. And he spots out a player. This battle is definitely personal, XP. It is very personal. This is not about just the points. And you know what? I like it. I like an extra added layer of drama. As we all know, XP and I, we love our dramas. But again, a bit of a stalemate here. The res has taken place. The Legends managed to heal himself up as well. Now, Ayush from the distance, he doesn't really have an angle to provide much covering fire. So it might come down to Slayer and his teammate right next to him. That is Blend to do everything by the lonesome. They're trying to dodge bullets which seem to be whizzing in from every single possible direction through every little opening and window. And they're just running around ensuring there's no one sneaking in, no one doing anything. But because of how early this fight is, XP, I don't think T2K have those nades or Molotovs to toss in and kind of flush Blend and Slayer out from that first floor apartment.
I mean, they've kind of got them exactly where they want them because, Sandesh is going to make sure that nobody peeks out of the windows. Otherwise, they're going to get shot. Now, Jane and Legend, all he's doing right now is just creating a commotion. All he wants to do is make some noise while his teammates try and think of something. Now, Blend and Slayer, they do have the swaption to, kind of jump down on the other side of the building. But that is where Ayush, well, he should be able to provide them with some cover if they think of doing that. But right now, again, this is kind of strange because both teams know exactly where each other are. And now Legend, let's see if he's going to be mad enough to go up those stairs and face his opponent, live or die. Something is going to happen sooner or later. But again, if you have a look at the circle, quite a few teams are going to be outside. Now, I'm kind of worried for Stalwart Esports because more often than not, they've never really taken a boat out from Novo. So, they are going to be going on that bridge. And if that stalemate between T2K and PN Crew is going to be, lasting around a little longer, we might just see some action. But have a look at that. Wizzes with Vibes. This is the team that, you kind of called down. Again, they've been playing phenomenally, Blake. They heard the commotion. And looks like they are being a little sneaky and they are coming over to investigate a little. Of course, it was Reaper Bot. There you have it, just that I take his name. He, in fact, is going to be trained on the enemy. And whoa, lo and behold, Ayush from PN Crew has found himself knocked over.
Sunday should know that he's alone, right? They've already taken down one member. They know Blend and Slayer are in this compound. So, yeah, the Wolves are huffing and puffing at your door, and they even have a Molotov. And that's gonna hurt Blend a little bit.
They don't need to blow the house away, then all they gotta do is burn it down.
Burn down the house. That would be pretty cool. Imagine, like, you toss in Molotovs into these, like, especially these wooden houses, and it actually burns down. That would be pretty cool. But here we go. The push finally coming in. It is going to be the 4-man push as Reaperbot actually gets a steal onto Ayush. And now Slayer, trapped inside of that room, has got no way out except for that little balcony. But I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. It's all on Blend. 1 versus 4. Swaps to his secondary weapon. And that is going to be an almost instantaneous wipe of PN Crew. And once more, we say goodbye to PN Crew. However, Ayush was knocked and finished off by Wizzes with Vibes XP, and that is going to be, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to deduce, if you are T2K, that Wizzes with Vibes are somewhere nearby in the vicinity.
I'm pretty sure they are going to be aware of that fact right about now. But now as Blue is going to be closing in, a lot of teams are going to have to make a mad dash in. And it looks like we might just have something happening on the Western Front, ladies and gentlemen, because Clarity BABLU, well, forget that. They are now driving away from Anubis. I think Anubis kind of realized, whoa, wait a second. I'm caught in the middle of a lot of people in vehicles driving past me. The best thing for me to do is U-turn and regroup with my team. And talking about regroup, Vibes is going to be all by his lonesome. Well, Jiggles from Vibes, as he is going to be having a look at RAW in the distance over there. Now, of course, this action on our screens right now, we are at Rozhok. And, well, since the Deadeyes guys on in the Super Weekend, this city is pretty much up for grabs. Now, Jiggle, He does know where the enemy is. Again, this is all going to be just information right now. He needs to ascertain the positions, wait for his teammates to come up, but he's got to be careful because, I just had a look at something, and I do believe High Voltage have pretty much made school their little fortress, and if they spot him on the mountain, I don't see a revive coming in anyway. If he's, out in the open like that and talking about things out in the open play. A Grotza falling from the heavens once again. No one's picked it up in the last couple of games.
I know. I like the sound of the Grotza. It's menacing. It is actually menacing. It's loud. It's fast. It's like, It sounds like someone's dying screams or something. Anyway, have you ever had the opportunity to cast a final circle on the school? I don't remember. At least not with you. And I've done most of my games with you, so it would be interesting.
I think one of the scrims maybe, because I do remember some action taking place at the swimming pool building. But again, that was a long time ago. We might just see something happen today. Let's see. If the circle is going to be closing in on Rozhok or the school, well, we are definitely going to have some school action. But right now, Wizzes with Vibes, we did see them steal that kill early on. Of course, Ayush was completely oblivious that somebody had their M16 trained at the back of their heads. And well, we've already seen what happened to PN Crew. Right now, Ozim is going to light from his vehicle as he sees the deal driving in front of him, but he's got to be careful because enemies are going to be nearby. He is one lucky man that was not the enemy. Otherwise, he would have been minced meat. But right now, they are going to come under fire as a deal is going to retaliate. That Molotov is going to make sure he is still pinned behind that house. Have a look at Crypto. Crypto could get off, could aim his sights over here, and there you have it. It doesn't need bullets play. All you need is a well-placed grenade.
It's like a pack of starving wolves in the cold winter, right? They've been starving. They haven't eaten for a whole week and are just roaming around, and suddenly they spot a reindeer and they just like frothing at the mouth. They hunt him down and they find their prey. That was just so focused from I8. The moment they see him, they're like, yeah, you are not escaping today. You are not getting away. You are going to be our meal. And they find him, and now they know where the remaining members of R3D are, XP, and knowing I8, they're coming for them.
And the fact is, both these teams are out of the circle. Ozim was trying something. He was being a little sneaky, trying to get a little bit of a high ground advantage at the church, but unfortunately, it's not going to pan out the way he wanted it. Now, Crypto is definitely going to go in and get the revive, but now, perfect. This is when R3D needs to make a move. At this moment, they should realize that, we've kind of split this team up. So either R3D can come to the church and attack the two gentlemen on your screen right now, or they can make their great escape and try and reposition themselves around this enemy. Now, we're going to come back to a little stalemate we were at earlier. It's going to be Clarity BABLU up against Wives, and well, Jiggle realizes, we really don't have a lot of options. We really don't have those angles. Might as well move to greener pastures, and that is exactly what these boys are going to be doing. But anyway, coming back to that little R3D debacle which we just saw, I'm pretty sure they're going to be swinging around. There you have it. They've already made it to the circle. They are going to be calling one of those compounds just southwest of the school their home. And, well, I guess they're going to be waiting with bated breath for I8 to show up at the doorstep.
Let's see if they do.
They're going to go to the Water City. That's their move.
And it's a very viable position to play from, right? Lots of compounds, but look at Future Station sneaking their way in from outside the blue, and they're going to be finding themselves in Severny. Now, obviously, they don't know what we do, XP. We know that Severny right now is a ghost town. There's no one there. They can easily lay claim to the town, plant the flag, and call it, Future Station City or whatever. But
I like what I8's doing. They're going up north play.
Yeah, that's a safe route. Interesting. That's a great play. They're going to be crossing over north by the bridge, and considering how late it is in the game, no one's going to be there, so they can just get the flank behind the BABLU or Vibes. But XP, if that zone shifts towards Yasnaya, they're kind of screwed.
It's going to be a long drive for them to make it to the circle, amidst a lot of people. They're good. I think it was a good decision, because had they gone to Water City, they would have had to fight through Rozhok, and again, they could have been spotted out. This is a good decision, but right now, it does look like their destination is going to be Severny. And have a look at that. There's a mad dash for the high ground as BABLU makes a move. Wives are making a move. ZEUS are making a move, but it's going to be DRS who are going to find themselves in the center of the circle before anyone else, as an MG3 is going to be lying on the slopes of this mountain, and it does look like ZEUS was pretty much nearby. But right now, Godless does see some movement in the distance. I do want ZEUS to, play a little bit for the position. By position, I mean, as far as the terrain is concerned, because we all know that these boys can hold their own in a fight, right? But they are giving up valuable high ground, trying to be, a bit over aggressive, especially when they split up and they go on their, one-man army mission. So I want to see them play as a tight-knit unit, but as of right now, there is going to be no commotion. Ooh, just northeast of Rozhok, something could happen as 7C and Raw are pretty much right next to each other.
And R3D as well, right? They're coming in up from behind. You can see 7C already alighting from the vehicles, XP. And that could be a skirmish breaking out. There we go. 7C, Ale and Fear. Fear's going to unleash a couple of bullets in the direction of RAW with the 3 members he has to contend with. So he needs to be careful. Nade, cooked and ready by Sada, but he's going to exercise a little bit of restraint. Ale spots up Sada though, coming in from the side, but he's getting shot from afar as well. And he will be knocked down by Joker from the distance. So back and forth trades. As Memo, however, will also be spotted out, and RAW are doing a great job here, but he might still be able to do something. Can Fear, but a 2-member squad, they completely annihilate him, and Sada was the only casualty, but he's still going to be rezzed. That was a great skirmish from RAW. XP, however, they're still not out of danger yet. There are a couple of teams nearby. ZEUS up north, and I do remember seeing, I think it was R3D, coming up from down south.
R3D are making the right move that, they are going to have the advantage. I mean, I'm talking about RAW, of course, because they have these cliffs and from distance. Joker shows like, hey, I still see you. And he's going to put a few bullets. In fact, almost getting a double knock as Bishal is only going to be surviving by a sliver of HP. Now, the remaining members of R3D have made the right move. They've already gotten the high ground on the lads from RAW. You have Wizzes and Hassan in the distance. They haven't spotted out. In fact, it's Anubis who is going to make sure Bishal is brought down to his knees. And by the look of things, the kill is going to be confirmed.
Well, XP, there you have it. I did say that's still not quite safe yet. Blah, blah, blah. Trying to reply back. Hassan, he's silhouetted against the sky. His feet are visible. To blah, blah, blah. So he needs to be careful. Joker in that smoking UAZ. That's a very, very brave man. XP, a couple of bullets in that fuel tank, and he's going to be blown to smithereens. And like I said, you go up north. Guess who's waiting? It's going to be ZEUS. And everyone needs to head up north now, because that's a pretty massive shift in the favor of my boys, Wizzes with 5. So XP, I'm just saying, man.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Blade. With Vibes, they definitely have the high ground. However, that particular terrain is, you have a lot of flat drifts up there, but it is a lot of ground to cover. So if they do something like, split up and try and control a large portion of land, it could come to bite them in the backside. But right now, ZEUS is godless, running in the field all by his lonesome. Does spot Blade in the distance. Let's lose a few shots. However, they are not going to connect. But luckily for him, his teammate is going to be there to pick him up. Now, there you have it. I8 is going to be going up against ZEUS. It is going to be a flat surface warfare over here. We do have a few rocks for cover. We have a shack or two as well. Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. Vibes are in the distance as well. And it looks like one of them just did some damage. Nope. It was Crypto from I8 who brings IC down to his knees.
Great little flank there from Crypto, but he is down to a sliver. A minuscule point of HP. Look at Uzum XP. My lord, the guy, I don't know how he's walking around with balls that big, because he is just running.
See their confidence, right?
Yeah, he's just running and he's like, screw you guys. I'm just pushing in and just leading the charge, and they're going up against ZEUS Esports now. Yes, they're no longer the ZEUS of old, but they're still a very dangerous animal, especially when cornered. And right now, they're getting cornered. The nade, ow, a little too deep. The second one might find its mark, though. Does it? Does it? No, still very deep. Very lucky are ZEUS that none of these nades have found the mark yet, but there we go. Finally, I think the 4th or the 5th indeed does, and that's the moment they got the res XP, and Godless is left alone. I8 are making ZEUS look like absolute noobs.
Now, again, this is what I was talking about. I did kind of say that they need to play for position, and I meant terrain. Now, why would they stop in the middle of a field behind one rock to take a team? Either you want to spread out and cover as much ground as you can in the situation, but this is kind of like, them pretty much stabbing themselves in the foot. That grenade could be beautiful. It's just a bit too long, and Godless is still alive and kicking in this game. Now, Crypto does whip out that M24 and is going to put his teammate to his demise, as now the tables are being turned. Johnny is going to have to act quick. He needs to deploy smoke, but again, his teammates could be flanking. I wonder where Uzum is. If he comes in from the right, Godless could be taken out in an instant.
Smoke's being deployed by his teammates, but Godless, the last man standing, is still, the last stand. Trying desperately to at least make I8 bleed, but I8, the rest should be coming in, and now Blade cooking the nade. Smoke is going to be obscuring his vision a little bit, and he's going to be tossing it far, far away from where Godless is. But Godless, though, did that shot come in from behind him? I think that's Vibes. That's
Vibes. He doesn't really have any options. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
now he's got to smoke up the entrance, so he is trapped inside XP, and that means one well-placed nade could find him, but no, he's going to evacuate his position. He's going to smoke for cover, and Godless is playing a very dangerous game of hide and seek, because if he gets found out, he is going to be done for, as somehow he is still dodging everything and even gets a knock on Johnny, and Crypto now getting taken down to his knees, helped out courtesy, I believe, of blah 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 from RAW from the distance. I8 were so tunnel visioned on ZEUS Esports, on Godless, that they forgot there are multiple teams out there. Johnny will be finished off. Godless has healed himself up, XP. I don't know how he's doing this, but it's still alive.
It's funny how, they kind of are now in the same position ZEUS was, because it's a killing field play. If you have a look at the terrain around you, it is gradually sloping in on this point. So, of course, people like RAW, teams like RAW can have a better shot at you, as I8 basically did to ZEUS just moments ago. But right now, oh boy, how the tables have turned. Godless, against all odds, is still alive. And again, he is still just fending off attacks. He is immortal. I mean, the amount of shrapnel in this guy's body is problematic. If he goes in for an X-ray, he is going to be ripped apart. But right now, iBlade is going to take some respite behind the buggies. His position definitely given away as far as RAW is concerned, but it looks like Joker took a few shots, which means somebody else is kind of coming in the fray. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what a battle royale is like. At the end of the day, it's just bullets flying, bodies dropping, and utter confusion.
I'm a little disappointed you said X-ray instead of MRI.
I wanted to say MRI, but then I don't know why I said X-rays. You did not really have to point that out, but thank you.
Yeah, I had to, especially considering what he studied. If there was anyone else, I would have just ignored it. But anyway, jokes aside,
all those years of medicine have gone up in smoke.
But I have to agree with you how the tables are turned, right? I8, they were a 4-man squad. They're hunting down the last member of ZEUS, and now ZEUS is still alive. In fact, I8 might get knocked out before ZEUS does, right? Anything could happen. DRS, though, going up against Vibes, and Vibes have been pretty active, XP, but they haven't been quite able to confirm a kill. But the other Vibes, Wizzes, are making life very, very, very uncomfortable for High Voltage. Cloud, he is getting harassed by nades, left, right, and center. The fourth one will find him. What can they do? High Voltage down to a 2-man squad, because Wadu will be found as well.
Not a lot of options for High Voltage, as of course Wadu's going to go down, and you see that High Voltage still have one member down. Extreme is going to be down on his knees. Now Aussie, he doesn't really have a lot of options, so he is going to try and wait. He's not making an escape. Ooh, they've actually got a nice little crash over here, but it's not going to be enough, because it looks like somebody spotted him from the distance, and he was put out of his misery. Elsewhere, looks like I8 are going to be bidding us adieu, as they have been pretty much wiped off as well, because a grenade basically put Blade 6 feet under. But right now, it is going to be busy with Vibes. They do still have an advantage as far as the ground level.
Look at A1.
All this terrain is concerned. A1 are going to be comfortable down in that compound all by themselves. Now, Aussie is still alive and kicking, and looks like A1 Esports, you just called them out. They get a knock on Delta X.
Oh my lord, that spray down by Killer. I don't think he got a knock, but he definitely managed to deal quite a healthy dosage of lead in the direction of BABLU. Stalwart having to push up. They're down to the 2-man squad. Scry has been spotted out though, and Prabeen, he's got a nice angle on Scry. Waiting to spot him out. Oh, Scry knocked down. Great burst fire. Now, actions there. The smoke is a dead giveaway as to his position. Prabeen has options available, and they're going to be pushing on up. This is brave. This is mobile. This is very aggressive from Vibes, and I like it. They're just scouring around the battlefield, looking to find their opposition, quickly repositioning. And that's just sheer cojones, XP. Pure confidence coming in from Vibes. Look at them taking fights to both Stalwart and BABLU Esports and coming out on top.
I would say it's a smart move, because have a look at the tree cover, right? That is going to basically obscure the vision as far as anybody who has the high ground is concerned. And of course, we know Wizzes with Vibes are sitting up top that mountain, but somehow action does make it a scry, and the revive is going to come on through, but Male could spot them out. That could be dangerous. That grenade was on the wrong side of the tree, and these boys are lucky to be standing on their feet. But just as I say that, looks like Scry is going to go down once again to Jiggles M4, while Dante under cover of, well, his cement fortification, is trying to spot out enemies in the distance, and looks like Wizzes with Vibes are going to be given away, courtesy that smoke.
Well, let's look at what we have here. Wizzes with Vibes spread out in a 2-1-1 formation. As I say that, a couple of them are going to be on the vehicle, making the way towards the... Oh, Sinister spotted out Rules with an extended spray. That car is smoking, but Sinister is still alive. Somehow, I don't know how, he is bleeding, internally hemorrhaging, but still alive and kicking, and that's all that matters. Dante, he's going to be done for the XP. That's the worst possible position you want to be in, especially from with Delta X angled in your particular direction. But with Vibes and Wizzes with Vibes duking it out, there is a third team that could sneak on in, stall a high voltage XP. They still have 2 members alive, and they could creep inside here. Aussie still very much in contention. Sorry, I take that back. It wasn't 2 players, it's just 1 man alive. But look at the position he's got up top.
He does have a good position, but of course, Wizzes with Vibes are aware of it, and it could be problematic later on. But again, he is not one to back out from a fight, relentlessly spraying bullets downrange. Ooh, that grenade almost getting Assassin wiped off his feet, as Vibes are now trying to make a move up against A1 Esports. Now, the way A1 Esports are spread out is something that is going to help them later on, because of the angles and the crossfires that the boys can make up. Now, Aussie realizes, you know what? The circle is going to be shifting down. I'm way too exposed up on this mountaintop. I need to get to safety, but before he does that, the Tesla is not going to be his saving grace. Maybe a pickup or a 4x4 would have done better over there, but it is what it is. We are down to the final 3 teams, 12 people alive, which means every single team play has 4 members apiece.
Oh boy, this is hectic. XP, I'm sorry to sweat quite a bit here. Malik rattling off a number of shots as well. Okay, let's see what happens here. 4 versus 4 versus 3. 4. A1 Esports. Dante buys Lonesome far away from the rest of his teammates, but looking at the zone, it's not really favoring anyone. So the question is, who's going to blink first? Who's going to make a move?
Do you see that smoke grenade? All right, so with Vibes, that is the position they need to get to, but they also have to contend with Vibes at the same time, because otherwise they're going to be relentlessly being fired upon. Now, they have got that little depression to work with, and Rules almost made it, but he was taken down. Now his teammates can still come back to him in course of time, as Dante is going to come under heavy fire. We saw him behind that buggy play. I am surprised at how he is still alive and kicking, but right now Jax is going to come under fire again. It is going to be a free-for-all over here. You spot some movement in the distance, you are going to take a shot, as Dante is going to go down this time courtesy of Delta X, and that Molotov could be perfect, but it's just a little too long.
You kind of jinxed him, didn't you? You're like, how is he still alive? Well, no more. Dante bleeding out in the open, and even if the Molotov doesn't find him, eventually his opponents will. Now, Vibes have to push in. They have to use all this commotion to try and sneak their way in, snaking around the trees while hurling nades in the position of Wizzes with Vibes. Delta X spotted out Jiggle. Oh, he's gonna bide his time, XP. I love this. He's being patient. He's gonna cook the nade. Cooks it. It simmers. He's gonna lob it in. And oh, just so unfortunate that Malik and Delta X, they reposition themselves. Jiggle has a lot of work to do here, XP. Because if he doesn't do anything, his teammates could just be slaughtered, but Jiggle will be spotted out. Reap apart from above. He's gonna deal, not the killing blow, but at least puts him down to his knees. Still very much alive, though, are the other members of Vibes. In the meantime, A1 trying to make a run for it, XP, but they are getting pinned down. And I gotta say, I can't believe I'm saying this, XP. I said Wizzes with Vibes might get a chicken dinner. It looks like it might be the case, but what a nade from Killer! He's gonna find 2, and Vibes might just be able to pull off the impossible.
Beautiful work by Vibes. They are going to go on that upper ground over there, getting that left flank. And right now, Assassin is going to be standing over here with his M249. He should not have a Molotov in his hand, because the enemies are going to be popping over like meerkats sooner or later. And he needs his weapons to do all the damage. There you have it. He is going to unleash hell. And they are done. Wizzes with Vibes, who had everything going for them, have been eliminated. Play. Looks like you just cursed them at the wrong moment. It's going to be A1 Esports up against Vibes right now. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. Killer up against Mr. Sinister himself. And it looks like we are going to have
the nade
coming in play.
The nade. If he's going to toss it, he's going to lob it. Oh, he lobs it. He almost finds them, XP, but the rest might come on in here. Molotov a little too deep. Assassin's going to run out. He's going to run out. It's going to be a distraction as Killer's going to come charging in. Wow. With AK-47. What a play from Vibes. They're in a 2-man squad, and they push up against Wizzes with Vibes, and yeah, XP, I jinxed them. It looked like Wizzes with Vibes had that chicken dinner, and Vibes, they reach into their mouth. They reach straight into Wizzes with Vibes' mouth, and they pull out that chicken, coated in saliva, and they're like, this chicken dinner is ours. What a game, what a play, 31 points, $1,000, absolutely deserved.
I mean, quick thinking, that is one of the reasons why they have won. Now, I kind of thought, the moment Jiggle went down from Vibes, it did kind of seem like that was the moment Wizzes with Vibes play should have pounced on their opponents, but it was the other way around. The moment that double grenade from Killer, he got that double knock, they just pounced, and lovely that they went out the circle, got the higher ground, and pretty much shot at them, at an even level. Wonderful job again. This is what PUBG Mobile, this is what Battle Royales are all about. Anything can happen. If everything is in your favor, anything can happen. Of course, with that, it's going to be the end of the action in Game 3, and Blay and I are going to be bidding you adieu for today. However, we still have 2 more games in store for you, high-octane PUBG Mobile games. We'll see you after this break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. Brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean and Fixes on the analyst desk. And we are going to break down exactly what happened in this third map of Erangel. So guys, that fight in the end between the 3 teams that were left standing, A1 Esports versus Vibes and Vibes. What happened, Ocean?
4v4 situation.
Yes.
Actually, at that moment, I wanna ask you guys, were you guys at the same page when I was thinking that Wizzes with Vibes will actually have it? Yeah, they kind of had it right for themselves.
Yes.
But the one rush that comes from Vibes, and hey, the player of Vibes that was just charging in, he was getting shotted from A1 Esports' side as well. You saw him just proning down and just waiting for it. That was just...
I feel Fixes has something else in mind. We're going to talk about that, Fixes, while we have a look at the MVP of this game. What are your thoughts on the entire situation?
When the circle shifted towards the north, I started, to ponder maybe it could have been Seal's game. Of course, Killer had to be the game changer during those final course of the events that occurred. But yeah, once Seal was eliminated, I really felt it was 100% with Vibes' game, because Team Vibes, they've always been close, but haven't really reached the pole position all single time, right? Yeah. So the moment I took a look at the kill feed, and I was looking at these guys, back then they'd racked up 9 kills already, I had a hunch, right? Even if it goes against Team Vibes, they're starting to feel it, because just when Killer and Assassin are racking up 4 kills each, this is where they're going to go for something big. Now, the stage was set, right? It was a 4v4v3 situation, and Wizzes with Vibes were just taking too much on their plate, and those nades being lobbed over, they did the job.
Exactly. Yeah. We talked about being in the zone in the first Erangel, and this time, as you said, Vibes, they were feeling it. They were inside the zone, and they knew exactly how they wanted to end this game. But looking at the list of top players, we see 3 players from the side of Vibes, Killer, followed by Assassin and Jiggle. Quite an impressive performance from these lads. Yeah. An impressive performance just from these 3 players. I want to see what the impact is going to be on the overall standings because of a match like this. How close will they get to DRS? What's the difference going to be between them and the team right behind them? It is going to be an interesting situation. But for now, let's talk numbers. Ocean, I know you love them. So we have a head-to-head between Vibes Esports and A1 Esports from this game.
So this has been the case, right? A team that is at second position most of the times, they don't get a lot of kills, but yeah, if you see their damage received marker, it's rarely, it's mostly high, even though their average survival is pretty close to Vibes Esports, right? You see that 25 minutes, 40 seconds, 39 seconds, just 1 second difference. This actually shows that A1 Esports, no doubt they had a really good game for themselves, maybe in the early to mid to kind of later stage, they were not feeling confident with maybe their rotations. Otherwise, they would have had a lot of kills. Maybe with their fights, they were not feeling confident. And once they knew that it might have just been their opportunity, they would have started getting those numbers up.
I mean, I'm sure, I agree with you. They would have started getting those numbers up, but the opportunity was not given. But looking at the match summary right now, again, the same situation. The game being dominated by Vibes Esports. It's not just them. Wizzes the Vibes were actually doing pretty well for themselves as well. As you do see the players pop up here and there in the match summary. But the longest distance kill this time, it goes to a player from A1 Esports, 6ix9ine boy, securing a 317 meter kill. And it was an impressive performance from A1 Esports as well. As you were mentioning, Ocean, the match summary, the point about the survival times of the two teams, A1 Esports and Vibes, I mean, the difference was like, it was literally a second, because A1 Esports, they finished second in this game, and it all came down to that 1v2 situation in the end. But the standings, 31 points, Vibes getting a massive lead for themselves, Wizzes Vibes on the second on the 18th, but contrary to what we have been saying, Raw, they have started to pick up the pace fixes.
Yeah, they certainly have been consistent. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, the way the circle panned out, right, we did see a lot of teams trying out two different kind of rotations, right?
Yes.
The first one being completely from the southern side, taking all the way from the eastern side, going up north, which is what Wizzes with Vibes did. And the other one, where Team Vibes really accrued a lot of kills, was, of course, from the southern side. When so many teams were coming one after the other, they started bashing everyone around.
Yes.
Now, there were a few remarkable moments. Of course, we've got to talk about the resilience being shown by Ruthless in that fight against Team I8.
The man refuses to die. He just, you know, he was just surviving, and he also got, I guess, one kill. They have one kill. He got one kill in which, you know, BABLU actually took down one player of the opponents that was from I8, and well, I guess he finished him out. I guess it was Crypto or Johnny, someone out of both, like with a vehicle blast or something. He did get that one, but oh my god, when his entirety of the team has just, you know, fallen down, that one god just still wanted to just, you know, stand up and fight.
Exactly. I mean, you never give up until the moment you're forced to give up, that is. But this time in this game, we saw a lot of big names getting taken out early. I mean, Future Station on Erangel getting just 1 placement points. That is a surprise right there. True. And ZEUS Esports taking an early exit in this match as well. This game got very intense very suddenly, and it was a pleasant surprise for us, because I mean, we love surprises, we love being proven wrong, and this time it was the team of Raw, it was Vibes and Vibes who did a wonderful job of doing that. But now, Ocean, I guess it's your time to take us through as to how the zones were working and what the team exactly had to do to tackle those shifts.
You know, as much as I would love to draw on this screen right now, I still want, you know, fix this. I want you to talk onto this one, just like you were saying about the rotations, right? Look at this moment. As we just, you know, have a look. This is where Vibes is at this moment, and we see Wizzes Vibes and A1 Esports at this moment. So yeah, you were discussing about this. So I would let the circle just play its game as you just, you know, talk about it once again.
See, so this is where we have the northern shift occurring, right? So look at Seal. They went up top, but this is where they had this kerfuffle against DRS, and Wizzes with Vibes were following them up. Now look at Vibes' position, right? Now they're in a perfect spot to stop absolutely everyone, deny their entry inside the circle. Now you're talking about that 16 kills. How did they come from? There's John's.
That's true. You know, the way the team has just, you know, been charging up on all cylinders, that was just so amazing. But look at this, I8, right? They thought they had a lot of kerfuffles around ZEUS, and then they started moving forward. Well, it just exactly was not working up for them in this circle and the next circle. Look at this right now, I8 and ZEUS, they have their own fight, just not that was happening outside the zone, as we were just talking about. This one, and then there is Vibes as well, just not trying to make up a perfect marker for themselves. And high volt, oh my god. For a while, this team kind of had a circle for themselves, and that had a safety cushion, but they lost it. They just lost it eventually.
I mean, they had a high ground advantage for themselves for a very long time, and as you said, we were on the same page. Like, all right, these teams are gonna move forward. They're gonna have a wonderful time. But High Voltage, they were taken out quite early on, in fact. And then Wizzes and Vibes were the ones who traded places with them. And then we saw Wizzes and Vibes with an advantage. But still, Ocean, what happened in this situation?
So think about it, right? Did they have such a higher ground for themselves? I mean, even here, if one player was taken down, they had this higher area for a minute cover, and then they had the slope just in order to take up this fight. If we talk about rules, right? You see, rules has been just popping down nades and throwables just around the side of Sinister. Obviously, this was lofted a bit far. I should make it presented like this, but still, they still have a higher area for themselves. And then there is Malik, who has been, you can say, he was the actual scout, just to scout down who's moving from where and who's taking up a fight from which direction. Like he would have been a perfect person to just call out around in all these areas. And then Vibes, they could not move because from the upper side it was Malik, from one side it's Reaper and his teammate. Those players are just keeping their opponents down. But then this one nade just changed everything for Vibes. And well, this was the final moment when Sinister, he thought like he had one player and he thought his throwables are doing the damage and doing the job. But well, Assassin, look at this. Assassin was the perfect distraction on which Killer just moved forward and he just got the game.
I believe it was that second Molotov that he tossed out after the players of Vibes had abandoned their cover and went for the push. Had he been on a weapon, he would have taken down Assassin first and then maybe went on to go and take a duel against Killer. But still, nonetheless, an impressive performance from A1 Esports and a lot of other teams, and we will witness all of this action from this game once again in the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Oh, this is brutal, right? I mean, this time T2K was sort of well prepared. Now this is where they're looking anticipated. Number one point, what they're doing is the objective is to drop down fast and get any piece of equipment, any piece of gun that they can get and go ham after PNCrew. They did get those freebies, right, 4 kills for themselves. But again, Johnny, they could not keep it up, right?
I agree.
The way the zone shifted, I mean, they sort of fizzled out.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with that. The momentum was definitely lost from that point onwards. But I believe both of you will agree with me on this. No matter what the game plan for PNCrew is, it is backfiring at this point. It is not going well for them.
The plan is there's no plan.
Exactly. I was just going to say, even if there is a plan, they might not want to stick to it. The plan is just to create chaos. That's all.
I like that plan then. Like, there is no plan. We're just going to go in. We're just going to create chaos. And talk about chaos, you have i8 and ZEUS.
This one. I mean, for a while, ZEUS was just dodging so many nades, like knowingly or unknowingly. But then, I mean, Fixus, the chaos did come to them, right?
It's just gotten started, right? Because i8, they somehow seem to recover. But after that, you did talk about Raw, right? Coming from the backlines. That's where they created so much nuisance, giving Godless, the space. Look at blah, 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 right? From the backlines, they got that opening. And i8, they were completely caught with their pants down. There was so much tunnel vision that they had no answers to the aggression coming out from Raw's side. Now, this is where the teams certainly get complacent, sort of oblivious about the surroundings, and, well, it goes against them.
Yeah, completely agree with that. But, alright, so I've noticed something interesting. It seems like DRS today have just been the team that keeps shutting down someone who's doing really well for themselves. Stalwart Esports doing quite decent in this match before DRS showed up, and all of a sudden we're like, hey, now it's time to go back.
So I do agree with that in a way, and I kind of disagree with that in a way as well. And that is, they shut down a really good performing team actually in this match. Previous game was not really that good for DRS, right? So DRS also has to pick up the numbers. We're talking about the difference that DRS and T2K have for themselves. And by now, I don't know, but by now they will be maybe knowing that T2K is kind of facing issues around PNCrew. So DRS would want to maybe have a good placement game for themselves, maybe a chicken dinner or a top 3 finish with good number of kills.
Now, here's a theory, right? Time to theory craft once again. As you said, DRS, they might have noticed. All right, T2K, they are being put under pressure by PNCrew early on. Maybe we're going to be able to take a risk, land a little bit close, and then just push in. Do you think that is going to be possible?
But you know, like you did mention about your theory, Johnny, I would like to add up onto that. But does that really what DRS wants at this point? Because they've got to deal with bigger things, you know. They've got to close in that gap against C2K, and this is what we were sort of speculating. Now, taking down Seal, it's just another team. But what they have to focus right now is clinching the first spot. Now, they did wipe out a squad. Now, T2K also did wipe out a squad. But the question over here is T2K still maintaining that top spot now, which we really thought could have been toppled over, at least by this point right now.
I mean, that's the thing. That is what it might just help them do. So PN Crew, they like to take action against T2K earlier on in the game. Maybe DRS can capitalize, finish off both the teams, get the kill, secure, cover up the difference. And well, if T2K is gone, you can go and pull yourself to the chicken dinner and just take the advantage away from them. But with the talking about advantages, let's have a look at the overall standings right now in front of us. And DRS are chasing T2K. We've been saying that for a while now, but they are being chased themselves. Vibes, they're cutting down the difference. 381 for DRS and 361 for Vibes.
All right, well, Vibes is just, getting those numbers ahead. And obviously, they have kind of a bridge against Wizzes with Vibes right now because obviously the third, fourth position. So podium finish right now, it looks like it's going to be for Vibes for today. Maybe we'll have to see what happens in the upcoming 2 games for sure. But this still kind of just stays here.
Yeah. But
R3D, just neck.
Yes.
1 point. 1 point is all they need. And well...
It's not just R3D. R3D are climbing up over here. I8 is doing that on the first page as well. We saw them get close to Deadeye's guys over there. But yes, I agree. I mean, R3D, Ocean, we thought it was going to happen in the last game.
It kind of happened in the last game. I mean, you know it, right? They need one point just to get in top 16, and that too they have so many games for themselves.
Exactly. They have 2 matches left. So let's have a look at the schedule and see the next match, the next map. To be a little more precise, that's gonna come up, and it is gonna be Sanhok happening next, ladies and gentlemen, and fixes. We'll have a look at the map chance percentage right now, and I want to ask you predictions.
No, don't. I mean, do you even have to? Because we know what's gonna happen in Sanhok, right? One of the most unpredictable maps, and voila, it has been one of the most predictable maps this season because this is with Vibes, man.
Yeah, fixes. No. So I have a question. This is going to be my personal question, just coming down from the previous Sanhok that we saw yesterday. Remember ZEUS getting a chicken dinner? We saw Mongolian teams just surviving. We saw DRS, one player from DRS, and a lot of heals. So maybe something like that today as well with Mongolian domination.
Depends. Completely depends on if ZEUS drop at A1 Esports and we get a northeastern circle.
But Fixes, we're gonna love to hear a lot of the stuff you have to say about this match. But from the other side of the desk, because it's time for you to join your brother in arms, Necro, and I believe he's calling for you, buddy.
We gotta go then.
Yeah, Necro is always calling for Fixes. I mean, the Pada Bros, they do love to hang out and always on Sanhok.
I mean, Desk feels better without Fixes at this moment, right?
I miss him. He's our boy. We miss him. But
I'll miss him if he actually shows me the panda dance. That's all. That's all I want.
That is something that the fans have been asking for. The audience in the stadium is asking for it. Let's see if the boys are going to give the panda dance to us today. So over to Necro and Fixes on the other side of the stadium.
All right, Johnny, it seems like today you're not going to be getting the panda dance. There's no way we're going to be giving you the panda dance. As you do know, what you need to get the panda dance is to at least get chicken dinners in a row, back to back. And DRS were pretty close to that, right? In the past, and then, somewhere down the line, they kind of didn't really get the 4th one. So that's why the panda dance, you guys didn't really get to see it. Maybe somewhere down the line in the future, maybe in the season 5, we never know.
And even adding up, running from one point of the stadium to the other. Whoever said James Bond was cool in those suits, he should be considering wearing tracks, right? Could have been more savvier getting all the job done. But let's not make it about ourselves anymore, as we've got to get inside the rainforest of Sanhok, where it's even hot. And, well, I'm already perspiring, but now... this flight path trajectory here, Necro, is heading towards Hatem. We've got a western flight path. So where do you think is the circle headed towards?
I personally do want to see the top left island kind of being in contestation. in the circle. So yeah, I'm going for the top left island. That's where I want to see the circle end, and I do want to see a lot of teams struggle, just like how it happened in the previous game as well of Erangel. You know, just that kind of north circle in itself just creates so many choke points on those bridges, like next to the Water City, at the same time on the bridge near Rodshawk, and we saw, you know, there was a team. It was pretty much that was trying to contest down the teams that were slowly and steadily making it towards that. And well, guess what, Fixes? Today, my zone predictions might just be right.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it right at the spot. But, you know, what we also did predict was ZEUS dropping by on Paradise Resort and A1 Esports. I feel they did spot them out, but IC gets the better out of Sinister, and he needs to heal himself up. Does have that first aid to patch himself, though, but does not have any armor. Now, Godless, he's going to just push in and maybe get the confirmation. No, he's hungry. He wants to get one more knock and instantly wipe out the entirety of A1 as they're retreating. Dante, however, holding the fort. How long can he do that?
Now, I see already getting the first blood. Oh my god, look at Dante's face cam.
He's petrified.
Yeah, he's already looking scary, and well, ZEUS needs to be scared from him, that's for sure. If they are not, well, then you already do see the consequences in front of you. One guy has fallen down. A1 Esports is doing a great job giving a tough fight against ZEUS, though. But ZEUS as well is not a team that's going to be falling back, and well, they have the DBS wielded in the hand as well. And well, when you have the DBS, you better go in some long-range fights, and that's what RHGX is doing. He's opting out for some long-range duels, but now finally closing in the distance, and he's looking for some kills. Well, I see out in the open. He's down quite low, but still he wins that duel. That's questionable.
Yeah, I mean, he was, of course, stunned over there, right? And A1 Esports, well, getting wiped out. Now, that was really quick. This is so important for ZEUS to be establishing that early game control. But as we take a look at the map feed, Clarity, BABLU dropping off at Deadeye's drop location. Well, where are they? In the spectators' seat, maybe, because they're not playing with us this weekend. Now, Future Station has a really interesting setup over here. Again, a 2-2 split that they've been following for quite some time. Now, they've got to be really watchful of Stalwart, because if they sort of start getting tunnel vision, they might just get sandwiched.
They definitely can. And also do, like, finally, P and Crew is back to their old ways. You know, that's where they like to drop, and that's where they are going, at least today for now. Oh man, the main thing I forgot to talk about was the fight again happening in Erangel against TDK and P and Crew. Man, the targeting doesn't seem to stop, huh? These two teams are out for blood against each other, and especially if you notice, Fixes, yesterday, I mean, P and Crew was going against TDK twice yesterday, and they went in Miramar and Sanhok, but they didn't really target them in Erangel. But today we saw them doing that in Erangel as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
Necro, shut it. Let's save at this moment.
Okay. All right, as you say.
The scooter of death and destruction to whoever drives it, right? That has been the custom so far. This is apparently on sale. But
Observer predicted it.
I like it. I liked how Mafia Ninja took over. It just jumped and, well, I mean, these are the teenagers, right? You tend to pull off the shenanigans, get on your scooters, try to, you know, pop a wheelie, maybe a stoppie. We've seen really weird things over the internet. And we would not recommend the kids out there watching this ever try it, because what happens. But Wally spotting out R3D's Joker. And Joker has been one of those most crucial elements of R3D's success lately, and I believe he's been caught in a really bad position with no chance of survival.
Old Joker, that's what you get for separating out from the rest of your teammates. You gotta stick together, man. Didn't really follow the rules of the squad, and well, you got taken out. Unfortunate stuff for them. Should realize Seal do kind of like to linger around in those areas. Finally kind of just ignored it maybe. But now Joker being taken down, I'm expecting the kill should be confirmed soon. But Wally as well, he's directly not going for it. He's being pretty cautious. I like it. He just doesn't want to be the one to be like kind of that bloodthirsty man. Just walk out in the open and directly get the kill confirmed. But Joker as well, he knows it's done for him. There's no way he's going to be making it out. So that's it. Just a little tap, you know, on his head.
On his head, yeah.
And yeah, gonna be collecting the loot, but this also gets us kind of back on the zone before now. Hold on, another fight. It's gonna be between Wizzes Vibes against Raw.
Yeah, I mean, Vibes. Yeah, Vibes going up against Raw. Of course, we've got one of the players taking quite some damage. Bishal in a really precarious position. Now, if he's going to make any wrong movement, he might just get caught off guard. Now, Team Vibes opting for a really early rotation. Now, this is something that they did anticipate, right? Going up against the Ruthless aggressive warriors. But Raw seemed to have taken a back step, or rather a back foot over here in this particular fight, relying heavily on positioning. So it's going to turn into a stalemate in a while because a lot of smokes have been committed. But yeah, of course, I would love to get back to our conversation that got sort of paused because of that beautiful view we had with the scooter. Yeah. But I think it's going to get paused for a bit longer because Evil Eye, he does not know of the evil that's lurking around him. As Godless, he's prone any single moment. Stand up and he's going to go in for the push, and before he even realizes what's right, Thunder hit them.
This blows. I was literally about to say that Evil Eye has stepped up his game so much inside this season, and well, I guess I'm just not going to be saying that anymore because he's the first man to go out this time. Entry is quite in the clotheslines of ZEUS. He has realized that ZEUS is in the clotheslines, and if you remember in Season 3, these two teams used to go against each other a lot of times, and even 1952 wasn't really the team that would kind of chime out from this fight. They used to do a great job giving a tough fight against ZEUS, but this time the problem is they're challenging fights one by one, and this is where Future Station might just get a little bit more eager to get inside the fights, but no is going to be the answer. Instead, Clutch Baba as well falls down, including Entry, and now Future Station are down to just that one last man alive. It's going to be Seavine Nub. And well, he's having a great time looting. He's like, all right, you guys died. I don't really care. I'm going to go for the loot first.
Yeah, I mean, what choices does this lad have? As Raw and Vibes in a bit of a trading going on, getting one player each from each team. And now we've got to see as to where this fight progresses, because look at Killer. He's opting for a really long flank, or rather getting a vehicle for himself, because Sada, he needs to make it towards his friend, right? He needs to get there and form a different angle. Now, this game, I believe, PN Crew have finally called a truce, right? Where they have decided to drop at their own location. T2K also does understand, going up against them every single time and getting a lot of casualties for themselves is something that they would want to avoid. So they headed their own way. PN Crew did head their own way. But now, I mean, as things are, blah, 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 he desperately needs a revive. But what is really coming PN Crew's way is Team Stalwart.
Exactly, that's what I was about to literally say. But I feel like another reason might just be that PN Crew finally have realized that instead of stopping them on the overall rankings, they were just giving them points. So they were like, all right, maybe we might just go and play our own game. But no, hold on to my conversation there. Vibes, well, that was a heroic entry right there from Killer. Jumping catches the player off guard, and ball now Bishal is the man. He does know there's a player right outside the door. It's going to be Jiggle, the IGL. He's jiggling around those windows. He's trying to cover the entire house, but it's not really going to be possible just by a solo man on a mission. He needs his teammate to back him up. Yeah, there are a few teammates. Finally, slowly and steadily, they are closing the distance on the Jiggle as well. But I also do like how unpredictable Joker's being here. But the problem is, he's given a lot of sound cues away, and this is where he also gets spotted. So there's no anonymous factor inside this fight.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
and Assassin. He's been one assassin who does most of his magic from the grenades, even in the last final game, leaving Bishal to be the final player alive. As Vibes, they're going to go in for the push now. They're enraged right now because, of course, they've lost one of their teammates, something that they never wanted to happen, as Bishal is putting up quite the fight, as we are going to witness the zone shifting around. And there you go. The final nail in the coffin has been put in by Jiggle as he gets the final kill. But look at the zone shift. A hybrid circle is something that we have in front of us right now. So where does that take? This one bridge, that sort of is dividing Clarity BABLU and Seal is going to be so important. And this is where I really feel R3D's position is so good.
Exactly. But take a look at the choke points as well being created right now. if the guys on the right island, if they want to move inside the left, the only ways they can move inside is from those bridges. That means teams near the bridges can rack up a decent amount of kills for themselves unless they go through water. Again, there's a lot of danger lingering around inside the waters as well. So I personally do not really like the waterways, but if you have something outstanding to use, then yeah, you can definitely go for the water routes. But now it's going to be ZEUS and I8 locking horns against each other. And I do remember the same fight that happened last time. It was ZEUS and I8 again, and I8 were just completely just, using so many utilities on ZEUS. And the problem was they used their grenades as well. They used all of their smoke grenades that they had, and then later on they got third party and they just didn't really have any more utilities to save themselves.
Yeah, indeed. And the story goes on, right? They were way too much in the open, but now redemption time. Icy, does he hear Johnny creeping up, closing up on him? But he did spot out Blade. Does manage to get Johnny though. Can he get the second one? No, is going to be the answer as he's been traded right off as Uzim. He shows his back to Godless. That's a mistake. That's carded in sin that you're not supposed to make as Godless. He's going to push right at Uzim and will definitely go in for the pre-fire. Does get that easy knock with his up as Blade is going to follow suit. But now Zyol has also joined the fray and Blade goes down. And I8, one after the other, they are falling down. And Crypto, the last member alive, still pulling off some shenanigans, has managed to knock one player, will try to create the barrier, has the coverage, but can he go up against Zyol? Yes, he does. 1v1 against baBLU. Has spotted him out though. Can he clutch this one out? baBLU fearlessly charging at him, and Crypto, he's prepared for them all. Needs to reload at the right moment, and he's got it! What a clutch coming out, and Crypto being a legend. We've heard of loads of being so good at those mid-ranges, but today he's done it in the close range scenarios, and I8 have just managed to wipe out ZEUS.
Oh my god. Absolute insane clutch, man. That was a 1-on-3 fixes. Absolutely insane. And yeah, as we had a conversation how Crypto sometimes struggles in those close ranges. Well, today he just made us look like fools. He's like, no, I don't. I'm pretty much good in all the ranges. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm just a better player in general. And yeah, I was seeing this guy's clip on social medias as well. Yeah, he was definitely practicing that aim. I can tell you that for sure.
And you know what really won him that particular skirmish over there? It was his sheer positioning. No, it's not. Oh, all right, that has to be one of those primary reasons. But look at this boy's presence of mind during that entire camp, right? He positioned himself, just left to that rock because he knew if he's not going to do that, then he's going to get shot from the sides. And he lets you all come in. He tunnel visioned every single play. Now, of course, it was ZEUS, the players of ZEUS being really overconfident that they could take down this one little player. They went in one after the other, and they were punished, right? They were slapped right at the face, and well, the gods need to understand. Well, the boys from I8, they know they've got that special weapon that they can make them bleed, and the name of that weapon has to be Crypto.
Yeah, exactly. He's the kryptonite of that team right there, that's for sure.
Wow.
And
yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, getting back. So what I was saying. So exactly. Yeah. Crypto did quite an incredible job in this fight. Again, this is a replay right here. Good job at production. We actually did want to see this. Uzim, I mean, we have to talk about this man. Always in the front lines, no matter what kind of situation it is. He managed to find some kind of interesting angles on the enemy teams, and always he is able to surprise them as well. But in the end, it all just came down to Crypto. And as you mentioned, the one-on-one fights that they kept on challenging against Crypto, that's where ZEUS really fell apart. They should have just went against him like all together. And I feel like they could have easily won it. Again, this is where desperation came into place. This is where that overconfident, they thought, okay, we've already rolled most of the squad of I8, so there's no way this one man's going to be able to stop us. And well, the overconfidence just got punished instantly. And take a look at this. Killer now against TK, and take a look at this. He's a 2 easy kills, but no, he misses a lot of shots. He gets instantly capitalized on. His position being revealed. Killer now is such an awkward position, but it's fine. Wally's there. He's there to save his own teammate. Yeah, managed to find those 2 kills as they needed to. Legend as Wally's down solo. But finally, he has managed to retrieve back to his teammates, and that's a great thing right there.
Yeah, I mean 100% as Barrett, alright, just gets traded off. As Sandesh will put him under. Legend needs to heal himself up. The fight is definitely not over. Now, if T2K can manage to get one more knock, that's where they're going to be equalizing the numbers. But no, Wally's done it for his team. Easy peasy. Almost, as I really felt he knocked out Sandesh. But no, that was not the case. But Sandesh, before taking an exit, he did manage to get one from Seal. Now, Wally, he is trying to form that chaos. He's going to go for the backline. The Zake and Killer, they're going to just charge at him. Now, T2K, I do not know what was wrong with them. They were completely not prepared for that fight. Now we've got another fight brewing amongst us. It's of course going to be high voltage going up against the Wizzes with Vibes. With one of the best players being taken out of the equation, this certainly spells trouble. But where's Malik? And I really want to see how many first aid does he have. Production, if you could hear me, could you show Malik's view? I would love to see it. They do that all the time, don't they?
Yeah, they definitely do that. And yeah, the Zones as well is taking quite an awkward shift on the right island. That's what I'm at least expecting. So maybe they're going to be keeping Malik prepared with those meds. Maybe. That's still a maybe. We aren't really like confirmingly saying that. But again, as well, so many big teams have so many casualties on their names. And well, ZEUS, throughout the day, they have been on those struggling phases, and they need to do something again to at least get their name back up there. And we are seeing that aggression from the side of ZEUS, but just we're not seeing that success. It just feels like they're getting third-party a lot of the times. And well, in this Sanhok fight, it was just the mistakes being created from those individual fights being challenged from their side. But now it's going to be between 7C and DRS. This is going to be a worth watching fight. 7C as well. I gotta say, they have stepped themselves up quite a lot even in these upcoming days, and I personally do like to see that. Mafia Ninja has the nade cooking up, and that's a great nade! Blasts him right out of the car. Smokey, the kill will be confirmed as well. Fear down low, and he's definitely feeling the fear right now.
Oh, 7C. How on earth have they managed to wet their pants over there, right? I mean, there was no reason for them to retreat. They were in such good position, and Fear, he should have just held on. And DRS, you do not show your backs to them, because if you do, they're going to put an issue for that. We do know how good they are, how terrorizing they are. Once they have those frag grenades on them, they make sure that they get some value out of it as the zone has shifted. Alright, so Seal in a really commanding position. Now DRS, of course they are rotating with their bikes, but Seal having that high ground, I feel like they have sensed out where they're going to be. But this time, Necro, Malik does not have enough first aids. He's just working around with 3, so he's going to rely heavily on the zone shifting towards the water.
Trust me, man, he's going to find out a way to just get those meds somewhere, somehow. I don't even know. He's probably going to be racking up those meds soon. Maybe he will try to take some players down and then maybe steal some off their body. But hold on. R3D.
How?
Spotting out Scry, but oh no, action out in the open, and no, he goes down instantly. This is not good. Stalwart Esports down is just that one last man alive. And well, if you've noticed, Fixes, today Scry is back. That means Apex is on an off day. You know, he's having a great time enjoying his day off. He's probably, you know, just drinking some coffee, sipping on that coffee, watching the games, having a good time in general. So today Scry is the one who is on duty. And well, again, I mean, just the thing over here, whenever we've seen Scry, Stalwart Esports have always kind of struggled.
Yeah, I mean, they have, but then again, you know, Stalwart, this is the thing with them, right? They tend to get so much involved in those fights that they kind of forget the bigger picture. As Crypto, not just one, he's almost going to knock out the second one as well as he succeeds. This man is on fire and he does not seem to stop at all. But at the same time, he's aware of his surroundings. He knows that once he steps over the boundaries, he's going to be punished. So having 9 first aids, I mean, he's got that option to also go in for the first healing battle over there. But regardless, he's decided to enter inside the circle.
Someone stop this man. Someone needs to stop Crypto. If they're not, well, He's just going to continue to destroy the lobby. And for now, it really does feel like he's just smurfing inside this lobby. He's just easily taking his enemies out, no matter who is in the front lines. He just doesn't care. He's going to be straight up challenging the fight head on and hold on. There's another fight going on over here. It's going to be between DRS and Seal. Finally, a team that is expecting Seal to be here. And Seal already on a massive disadvantage as they have 2 players down. Actually, there is one more team right in the backlines, but hold on. DRS, they're on an aggressive page, and this is where Seal, they're like, all right, we're going to dip. This is called make. We need to fall out from this fight because they do know it's DRS they're going head-to-head against, and while they're not really well prepared for this fight.
They certainly aren't, 100%. And now this is really good from Seal, right? Oh, they've given up. You know, the moment you step inside the waters, it clearly states that you're done, right? There's no chance for you to win. You're just going to play for survival, for position, as Killer has been spotted out by Top, I believe, who's taking a lot of shots at him. But Killer has rather decided to take a dip and also inside this blue ocean that we have as Wadu. All right.
What?
I really thought for a moment that he's going to nade his own teammate, but it's fine. But at the same time, Necro, look at the shift coming in from the southern side, right? If Clarity BABLU, yeah, if Clarity BABLU, okay, I think you saw him.
No, Ozzy didn't see him. He was right next to him, but at the same time, he just didn't see him. Zake is, well, for now, his position is still uncompromised. That means he can try and deal a little damage to high voltage. Unless Cloud, who is wrapping up from the back lines, if he spots out Zake, then maybe things can pan out to be a little different. I8, Crypto, again, as I mentioned, this man needs to be taken down. Someone needs to put a break on this man's performance. It's not going to be happening anytime soon, and then he will just continue to destroy the lobby. And take a look at this. 2 friends right next to each other. P and Crew and Vibes. I don't really know if they're friends, but they just don't really have any other more options rather than be friends, at least for now. They will need to at least bear each other for now. Slaughter and Assassin. Well, it seems like they're having a fun time, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a water dance. You know, both of these players are desperately trying to get coverage of the land area. And, well, at the same time, I mean, they're singing those folk songs and enjoying themselves. But High Voltage, again, not being aware of their surroundings, but I believe they've managed to do something about it. Was Crypto. I really started to feel that this man could make some difference. He did, but did not really rather go for the healing package, right? Because at this moment, if you did have something around 15-20 first aids, could have at least contested for the top 3, as AJ on the other lands have managed to take down one of those players of BABLU, I believe.
QBZ in action from the side of Danny, and take a look at this. Mullik now spotting 3 players in front of him, and well, I do know it's the squad of DRS. I do understand why he panicked over there. Visitor Vibes is going to be the team who takes an exit in 7th position, and now Clarity BABLU. They need to make a rotation out in the open. They don't really have any other choice. And this late in the game, I'm not really expecting a lot of people to have a lot of utilities. Probably have used most of them in those mid to early game phases. So for now, High Voltage on the edge of the zone. They don't really have a lot of cover to work with. All they can work with is that little bit of ridge. I wouldn't even call that ridge. It's just a flat ground. And this is where DRS are getting a massive advantage for themselves, because they also have a little grass that can hide them. But at the same time, they have a few trees that can provide them that temporary cover.
Yeah, I mean, right now, taking a look at how the zone has panned out, I'm really liking DRS's chances, right? The way they approach the circle. But again, it could be Clarity BABLU's numbers that help them secure the chicken. But right now, we've got Nemo in front of us, who's apparently trying to heal himself up for the top spot, maybe the top 3. But I don't think that's going to happen, because we still have our top 4 teams amongst us, and AJ. Too much out in the open, he gets punished by Zibyan, as Zibyan will make no mistake in finishing him off, as Mafia Ninja will get the better out of Extreme, as 7C finally buy out, and Clarity BABLU, they've made their entry inside the circle. Now, Otzi being one of those players over there, we can certainly rule him out, as Mafia Ninja also gets spotted, and this potentially could be Clarity BABLU's chicken dinner, and there it is.
I'm not even gonna lie, I actually had a little hinge that maybe Clarity BABLU is gonna be taking this one. As soon as I saw the zone shifting, you know, kind of like on that little bit of right island, and I saw, well, how good of a position they had in general, I was about to say Clarity BABLU, but it's fine. I didn't really make the prediction at that time, so I can't really take the credits as well. But yeah, Clarity BABLU with 12 freaking kills, they get themselves a pure chicken dinner, and well, they're gonna be happy after that one because also $1,000 in their pockets, Fixes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were patient, right? They played it like they played the Miramar game because, all right, so they were waiting for the right moment. They were making those right shifts. And we did see them, of course, trying a different drop location, which apparently Necro turned out in their favor. Now, of course, they've climbed up the ranks. They're doing really well. Even throughout the entire day now, they've been really consistent. Of course, we're going to talk more about that. I'm gonna hurry and rush up because we're gonna go in for a shuttle break. I'm gonna meet you there at the analyst desk.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean and Fixes on the analyst desk right now. And what a game, lads. It was a game and a half, if you wanted one, because the shifts of the circle were amazing. The efforts that the team put in to make sure they were the ones surviving till the very end were even more amazing. But let's have a look at the top players as we break down all the action that we just witnessed in front of us. And Ocean, since you like numbers so much, I'm going to let you take this one.
All right, well, talking about this, right, Crypto just coming up with 5 kills and 650 damage. It's pretty good overall. And obviously, you know, if we talk more about the players, especially from BABLU, right? Team was enjoying the chicken dinner for themselves, $1,000 in the bank, and pick up with 4 kills alongside Godless as well. Marfin Ninja, well, less number of kills, but Marfin Ninja and DRS was kind of team who at one moment was kind of potentially a good contender for that chicken dinner though.
I completely agree with that, and I think Fixes, you will agree with that too, because I mean it was an interesting finish. But BABLU Clarity, they had one objective that they needed to secure in order to walk away with the chicken, and that was stop high voltage, the players from high voltage reaching the land. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and at the same time, I would really want to add up, they did something similar to what Vibes did in the last game, right?
Yeah.
They took that spot really early on and denied everybody's entry inside the circle. Now, the circle this time, however, was actually ridiculous because we never anticipated almost 40% of it being inside the water at maybe the 6th split.
Yeah. And that's true. But guys, I mean, as we're just looking at the match summary, can we please take a moment to appreciate the amount of heals that were done by Memo?
Yes.
2,889. Whilst I would say, you know, we were thinking if it would be Malik or some other. Memo was just around. He was like, "Hey, let's add my name this time to the list," and no one else was focusing on the heal battles.
Exactly. No one else was focused on that because look at the difference: 2,889 in the next highest is Crypto, who did walk away with the highest kills in this game as an individual as well. But we do have the match standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and it was BABLU Clarity at the end that got those the $1,000 for themselves. 12 kills and 27 points. But all right, so this I would say ZEUS Esports, that's quite an interesting finish. They took an exit early on with no placement point, but 9 kills.
I want to talk about this only with Fixes, to be honest. Fixes, I mean, whilst they were taking those skill points for themselves, obviously, you know, they were getting a shot at as well on themselves. The thing that kind of just, you know, went bad for these lads is just, you know, again, not being properly aware of the way, you know, that they had to take the crucial fights. So I want you to guide me through that one because you were just in the game at that moment, right?
Yeah, I certainly was, and I was really feeling that ZEUS stepped on the gun, right?
Yes.
Dropping right off, they wanted, they were absolutely in bloodlust mode, right? A Paradise fight, they wiped out A1 Esports. Afterwards, they went on wiping out another squad. Now they had their eyes on towards I8, right? This is where they sort of got overconfident after getting the better of 7C, after getting the better out of even A1. They really thought that I8 are going to be easy targets, and 3 players against one after the
last
other.
Erangel, it was I8 only, just I8.
Exactly.
That's why I wanted to just drive this conversation. I think it's a new rivalry building up, maybe.
Maybe. I hope so. Because we love seeing rivalries. We love seeing the action that the teams have to put in those fights. But good gameplay is also displayed in those rotations, just like BABLU Clarity did in this match. So we're going to have a look at their rotations throughout the circles, and that means Ocean is going to be the one taking us through the zone rotations.
Oh, we are just, going here again and again, right? We love to just, travel a lot of circles and see, what's happening through all those zones as for what we talk about. But right now, look at this. This was something different, as Fixes also pointed it out. Just coming down for the side of BABLU. They had a really good area right from the start. I get it. For the circle, they had the comfort spot, but it was just not exactly when we just look forward to it. Right now, obviously, you see that the lads are still looting and still moving around. Those tiny markers just are moving here and there. But right now, it was just their comfort zone. They played a gamble and it just worked out for themselves, right, Fixes?
Yeah, 100% it did, right? The only obstacle for them was to get towards the eastern side and hold on. Now, once they did that, this is where they started feeling really comfortable. Now, this is where they started achieving a lot of objectives, that is hold the other teams at bay. But, Johnny and Ocean, a lot of things changed over here. I think the truce has finally been declared between PN Crew and, of course, T2K.
Yeah, that's true. And just moving on to the next circle, you see the next circle was kind of a central shift. So everyone was still focusing on how they should just play around the circle. So BABLU, they kind of just decided to just stay on this ground for themselves for a while, and they played around it. It was nothing just bad. And as we were just focusing on this one, there was a fight just coming up here. There were a lot of lads just moving from the sides of bootcamp, major areas. But as soon as this circle shift hits, they knew it. You see the major chunk. This major chunk is inside the circle. That means the shift should happen to this direction. And you see them as soon as the circle hits, you see them moving, coursing forward. So that was just a really good decision by this lads. And as we are just focusing on this decision, we'll be seeing the next circle as well, just moving forward. And this one, this is where this team had a good area for themselves, whilst the other teams, they might just be in the water line, just swimming around. They are just moving from here to there. And this was also a good potential area to stay from the backlines and maybe take over fight. We saw teams like DRS as well just coming from the backlines as well. But Clarity BABLU, they held their grounds in a really, really good way. And they never had to worry about anyone. As soon as the zone just started favoring them, and they started favoring the fights in one way, and that is just the aggressive stance. Right now, obviously, we'll be seeing the next shifts in there all. Now, this is where it was kind of either DRS or High Voltage or BABLU, because those were the teams that had like good chunk for themselves. And we gotta give it to High Voltage as well today. Right from the first game, the team is just doing brilliant for themselves. They had a chicken dinner this time as well. They had a really good finish for themselves. And hey, in the previous Erangel, they had a good top 6 finish as well. So High Voltage is just getting more and more points today. It has been their day so far.
Adding on to what Ocean just said, I would, of course, would like to mention that, Team BABLU made sure that they had one player crossing through the bridge and three other crossing through the water. Now, we've got to understand the timing of rather when they did that, right? They let the fights happen, right? They let the chaos around them simmer. And once that all went on, this is where they snuck in. And the timing was so perfect that they went unnoticed by any other team.
It was an incredible rotation and how BABLU moved inside the game. But let's have a look at some incredible fights as well in the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match. And again, as we did talk about it during the standings, ZEUS, they were looking so good in the early game, but well, they had to take an early exit, but they'll be a happy bunch of lads because they got 9 kills from those early fights.
Yeah, that's true.
The way things started off, right? This was something that we were anticipating, and after that, a certain surge of energy was, of course, visible in ZEUS's departments. Look at them, going after a future station over there. My apologies, I thought it was 7C. But after they went after them, they started feeling really confident. This is where they did redeem their god status, but up until the point, they were just struck right in their hearts by crypto.
I mean, I would still say, just as you're talking about them redeeming their god status, I still have to differ because it's still becoming, a one-game miracle and not a regular performance by these lads. I'm still waiting for a day when we just, have them just on the entirety. Well, you remember when in the season 3 we used to have the day summary, and well, it used to be just one team, just the entirety. I still want that team back.
I mean, we would all love to see that, but one thing is for sure, if ZEUS is a team made of gods, then Crypto is the god killer himself, pulling off a 1v3 against a team like this, and he's done this before. He's a man who has pulled off those clutches against some of the biggest names in this lobby, an incredible lad, and pretty sure we're going to see a lot more of him, but that has to be brutal.
That bounce, it was just... not needed. And just like I said, right, I believe that ZEUS might just be having one of the highest damage stats as well for themselves in the entirety of the lobby because and an early elimination. Well, I get it. Kills matter, damage stats they don't matter because they don't give you those points. Obviously, kills do give you points. That's just one thing. But Crypto, the way this lad moves, I still remember this lad has clutched so many times in these lobbies that it, right? Whenever he sees a situation, he sees it as an opportunity and he loves it.
I completely agree with that. Even in the worst situation possible, Crypto is going to be looking at possibilities for him to, get those points for his team. But over here, this is where we saw the game plan for DRS come to an end, because Malik was the one who was causing a lot of trouble for them, and that slight delay in the movement can actually be quite detrimental to the team's finish in a situation like these. And definitely Pika, the man, has every right to flex, because this was a match that was meant to be theirs. BABLU getting those 12 kills, the chicken dinner, $1,000 as well. But oh my god, ZEUS Esports, what is that? 1998 damage and the early exit that we talked about. But that is just ZEUS things.
This is what I was saying, right? I believe that they'll be having one of the highest damage stats, but that early exit is something that caused them, because right now all they have is just only 9 points. Imagine had they had a slight more consistency. Not exactly consistency is the word. Had they just stayed for a few more zones and maybe avoided just a few fights here and there, things might have just been different. The number would have been higher. They would have been somewhere onto the front lines.
Yeah, but Ocean, it is ZEUS Esports. Have we known to, have we seen them avoid any fights? No. I mean, even in the recent days, they tried to do that, but even they were like, all right, maybe we should start shooting. Maybe we need to step in the aggression, and that did not really work out for them. But let's have a look at the overall rankings right now. And I8 have finally managed to take the 7th position away from Deadeyes, guys. That is one of the major changes on the first page of the standings. Deadeyes, guys, coming down to the 8th position. But ZEUS Esports, just a few points shy. Today, we have seen them drop down to the 10th position. And well, do you think fixes by the end of the day, with just one more match to go, by the way, just one last game remaining, ZEUS Esports, we might just see them back on the 9th or maybe the 8th? Do you think that is going to be possible?
Right now, honestly, Johnny, I'm sorry, but I don't care. Because I see something sparring at the second spot, because I'm seeing some movements being made. 395 points on the RS and T2K at 404 points. So I think this has to be our primary storyline. If DRS can reclaim the first spot from T2K and go on into the third day as the Kings.
I think the way DRS is going, that is going to happen now.
Defending champions of the league, right?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yes, defending champions of the league is what they are. But R3D top 16. Here we go.
Exactly. And the top 16, since the 3 teams that are not playing are outside the top 16, 17, 18 and 19, Venom Legends, S9 and Paradox, and also PN Crew, they just have a few more games remaining. It is looking very tough for them to secure those points, and I think the top 16, we do have the finalist already.
Just like Fixes said, right? Fixes, I want to paint a picture again in your mind, right? PN Crew drops down against T2K. Again, that clash happens, and think about it, right? DRS gets the best out of it, and they get the top position.
That's what I said in the previous game before the match, and then you guys were like, nah, this is not going to happen, and now you're coming back to my theory.
This time,
welcome to the hit squad, guys.
We were talking about it when it actually just knew the theory was about to get practical, right?
I mean, it could have happened in the last game, because, I mean, think about the possibilities, right? You know that fight is going to happen.
Oh, but there is future station.
But you know what? Considering what happened in Sanhok, I really feel that PN Crew has finally waved the olive branch, because T2K did get their own space and did not have a lot of trouble.
I mean, as far as Sanhok is considered, I agree with you, Fixes, but the next one is going to be Erangel, so I guess you'll have to make us paint the action for us from the other side of this stadium, and I guess some fans are calling you in the stands as well, so a little meet and greet is on the way for them. So, bye-bye, Fixes. We'll see you at the end of the game. Well, with Fixes on his way to meet the fans and then meet Necro next, Ocean. Again, our theory of DRS capitalizing on the PN
I love it right
now. Fiasco.
I love that right now. I love that too.
That's so fun to watch if that happens.
Yes, I want the game already.
Me too. So let's just do it right now, and the game is going to be live, so that means over to Fixes and Necro. He's there already.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of Super Weekend 3, Day 2. And well, as Fixes mentioned, DRS and TDK again in close contestation, and this is where someone needs to hit up PN Crew, because this is where they're the most vulnerable. TDK will be bleeding right now if PN Crew hits them hard.
Well, the mercenaries might possibly strike over here, but taking a look at this virtual stadium, Necro, I've got to tell you, man, I'm missing the adrenaline from the real crowd. Those old days of LAN events where things used to get so sweaty and at the same time so exciting, so exhilarating. But now we've got to do with what we have, as the flight path trajectory is right in front of us, sort of dissecting the map into 2 halves. Now, Necro, I want your speculations. I've been on the desk for quite some time. We've said ours. Who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh, man. Well, you already hear this. I'm saying Future Station is going to be taking this.
Oh.
Future Station 1952. And take a look at the play and fly path as well. I think so. This is going to be a southern one. I don't know why. I just have a little hint that this might just be a southern one. And, well, PN Crew, please go against TDK. This is the right moment. This is where TDK is the most vulnerable, as they have been in their whole life, because they need to defend that first spot. And well, it seems like PN Crew is not going to be doing that. They are on their own when they're like, all right, DRS, we're not going to be okay. Well, we've also gotten the call that the match is going to be a rehouse. Seems like players are having a little bit of issue, and we do know we like those grounds to be a little bit even. We don't want anyone to have a little bit unfair advantage, so we might as well just rehost the lobby. So probably all the teams and all the players are going to be happy that at least another chance to think twice, and then maybe they will also need to getting a little bit more time on that play and fly path.
Yeah, Panda Fixes is sad. I'll tell you why. Because the beans were spilled, Necro.
Yeah.
We as spectators, we as viewers, finally did get to see PN Crew's intention. Did they rat out? I mean, did they get scared? I mean, what happened? I don't understand. I really was enjoying that rivalry being built up. Now they're going their own ways. Come on. I mean, this was the masala that was going on, and I was liking the dish that I was being served. Now I've got to find out another rivalry. Now we've got a few set of others, right? Now ZEUS, they're absolutely enraged by what Crypto did to them. So I mean, I would love to see another fight breaking out between these two teams. Has been happening for quite a while.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those things also have been happening, and as you mentioned, like, maybe PN Crew isn't really going against TDK because they have realized that instead of doing damage, they're just giving kills away. and they're also giving points away at the same time. I mean, that's probably the reason. I do understand Fixes your side. You just want to see them fight. I do understand TDK is so vulnerable right now. They must have so much pressure. Just imagine this, Fixes. They do know DRS is moving slowly and steadily close to them, and DRS has to be one of the consistent teams out there. So you are going to have to expect good performance from their side. And well, TDK as well, they're quite a solid team. So that means this is going to be a good one. Especially, I mean, even I8, we were talking about how Pakistan teams are on a struggle, but finally I8 and BABLU stepping up like that. Oh man, things have changed differently.
Yeah, they're starting to catch up, right? Because the way they had been playing yesterday, today is a completely different story. Now, of course, Crypto, he's in a beast mode right now. I mean, you bring him a whole horde, he's going to have no problem in taking them down. So I really want to see, you know, as to how I8 are going to be performing. Now, we've been talking so much about Crypto. We've got to talk about the mistakes made by the other players in that particular fight with ZEUS, right? Because of course the heroics of Crypto have definitely been noticed, but I still cannot get over how amateurishly the players of I8 did push. I had Godless who punished him. I mean, UMP and the pre-fire that he did with that weapon, that was so immaculate.
I mean, Godless in general, he's also a man who is just an absolute god, right? We have been talking about how this man has some individual, insane amount of skills. So you do need to understand, even though ZEUS is having a little bit of struggling time, it doesn't mean it's going to be taking their skills away. They just have those skills away. For some reason, they're not really able to pop off. As we saw even in the map of Erangel, right? As I mentioned, I8s were pushing against them. They used each and every single piece of utility they had against ZEUS. All they had in the mind is that it doesn't matter what happens, it doesn't matter what the outcome is, we just want to hurt ZEUS as much as possible. And at the same time, we also did see one more team was there in the clotheslines. They were also getting third party. I think so, I believe it was Avon Esports, if I'm not wrong. They were also getting third party by that team. So at the same time, it just feels like ZEUS in general, they're getting caught up in a lot of situations, which I just feel like they're being tangled and there's just no way out. But yeah, in Sanhok, I do agree that it was just a complete mistake from the side of ZEUS. They could have challenged the fight in a different way.
Well, they certainly could have, and the voice in my head whispers, Fixes, the game is finally live, and well, we did see the flight path to Jeffrey last time, and I really want to see PN Crew dropping at T2K this time as well, but this time we have a completely different path, a different route, and this is going to be heading all the way from Sisnovka military base with Georgipol. Now, one thing for certain is that ZEUS, they're going to be dropping at Georgie. Now we do know they've got the Bloodlust going on, so I'm pretty sure I would not really be surprised if they go after Raw early on.
They can. They definitely can. I mean, they can try to, but I don't really think so that's going to be the case over here, because Raw is one of those teams that isn't really doing that great, but at the same time they have secured their spot in the top 16, so I feel like that's what Raw is really going to be happy with. So I don't really see any kind of things coming out against Raw, at least for now though. But TDK again, TDK out near Milza and Farm. They're not really going to be getting targeted this time. As we mentioned, PN Crew isn't really out for blood against them this time for now. So that means DRS will have to make it happen all by themselves. They will have to do as much as hard work as possible to at least gain that lead over them. And TDK, I'm pretty sure they are well aware of the situation, so they're not going to let that happen. But at the same time, the pressure's on TDK.
Well, PN Crew certainly have chickened out, but they're heading at a different direction over here. So we've got them. I mean, BABLU does not care because C-Line has been eliminated. Whoa, that's massive. Now my eyes are really eyeing out for where on earth is Team Seal, because well, this sort of takes me back to that one mansion circle that we had in which ZEUS did manage to get a chicken dinner. So Seal are heading all the way up top north towards maybe possibly Severnian shooting range, and I must say, if they can carry out the rotation really fast, this could possibly be their game.
Definitely can. And well, there you go. Seal is kind of near Zarki on the upper side of the Georgia pool, and Wally's the man who's slowly and steadily traversing near Zarki as well. The circle all the way on the right side, so at least Seal, I'm expecting they should have a clear rotation all the way from up north. I'm not really expecting them to get in a lot of trouble But again, the teams that are inside the zone this time are going to be TDK. And again, we're not really seeing Wizzes vibes near Milta because of the plane fly path. It was just so awkward that they just couldn't directly parachute towards that position. This is where TDK gets a little advantage maybe. They can try and stop Wizzes vibes if they have the intentions to do so. But TDK now, they also need to realize they can also have a massive chance of just bridge camping Stalwart Esports.
All right, it's going to be really interesting. Now we've got Wizzes with Vibes, like you just mentioned. They're making their move. They're going to get their loot done, and they're going to move in really early. But Raw, they've been looting around the Georgie containers. Now, one of those plays that I used to absolutely love and adore, now I really hate it because, well, the developers have apparently reduced the frequency of the loot at that place. So at one time, it was bustling with squads. Many teams were contesting for it. Half of the game of Erangel used to go in those contestations. But, still, I'm talking 1.5 years back of the time, and now we've got high voltage in front of our screen, a team that has really risen up the ranks today.
Yeah, high voltage has stepped up quite in an insane manner as well. 171 points on 14th position, that's great. Even R3D making themselves known in the top 16, so absolutely great work from their side. As you can see in the live rankings, the final few teams are Paradox. And also, this also gives us a little bit more time to talk about 7C, how great, as I mentioned, they have been. They are challenging those fights. They're not really shying away. Unless if they know they have a clear disadvantage in that fight, then maybe they're like, all right, this is not really looking good for us. Maybe we should try and fall back. And that's a great call from the IGL as well. And as I mentioned, scribing back in the squad of Stalwart Esports, I feel like in here, the most difficult task for including Stalwart Esports at the same time I8, it should be how they're going to be going out of this military island.
You know what? What's really catching me off guard is DRS over here in this situation. They're so far split apart from each other. But this is again one of those things that we did anticipate that's happening with Seed. They're rotating on so early, and this is going to help them get to the target. I think DRS are having some issues maybe with their vehicles, right? Because so many teams around, they've got to be really clever with them traversing around the land, because it's filled with enemies. Nobody, and sometimes even your teammates aren't your friends, because we've been seeing so many team nading lately. But DRS have been on the cleaner side of things.
I mean, we have been talking about DRS since Season 3, right? How clean their utility usage has been. And the precision that they show every single time in each and every single fight is just that the perfect balance between that utility utilization, at the same time that gunpowder coming in through, and at the same time how they reposition inside a fight. It's just absolutely phenomenal to watch. And that's why this makes DRS just kind of like one of those teams that is almost like really hard to defeat in a 4-on-4 fight, because their presence of mind inside the game is really insane.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. They've been so deadly. They've been so clinical.
Yeah.
And look at these cosmetics. I kind of like it, but it's already, 6 minutes passed by, and we haven't really witnessed any sort of action going up amongst us. And I think it's going to be the same for the next 5-6 minutes, because everyone sort of wants to get themselves inside the zone. A lot of teams have started moving now. T2K being the ones really trying to take control over those shelter areas that they have been absolutely loving to do so. But Mansion right now is still up for the grabs.
Mansion is definitely up for the grabs, and while I did see TDK just kind of traversing around that area, maybe they will try and go for the Mansion, or if they're not, well, then DRS are free to go there, because DRS are now in Yasna Polnaya, and Mansion is quite close there, so in the way, so they can try and go there. But now Clarity BABLU, the winners of the previous game, showing some stunts off. Okay, that was close. In that process, might have just hurt his teammate a little bit. But yeah, I do like how Clarity BABLU as well, they have opted out to go for those rotations. But again, the problem is, if we could just see the map, we can try and paint out the picture a little bit more clearly, because on the map feed that I have, I can clearly do see that Raw are pinning BABLU in between them. 2 players in the front lines, 2 players in the back lines, and BABLU are in the center.
Yeah, and do not forget ZEUS. They're also on the run as well, and along with them, we've got PN Crew right next to them. So that's gonna make things even more exciting. But so we've got 2 movements happening. But T2K, having spotted the players of A1 Esports, Sinister already has lost his life, and A1 Esports are in no position rather to engage in a fight, heading for the higher ground. But the question still remains: are they gonna fire back?
No, I don't really think so. Because Sinister is the first man they took out, and while A1 Esports do realize Sinister is a heavy hitter from their squad, and while if Sinister's down, I don't really feel like challenging a fight like this, especially against a team like TDK, is going to be a good choice, unless you have a clear advantage. But for now, it doesn't really seem like it. Yeah, they do have a little high ground. Dante spotting Suyog out. That's quite close. He could have gone the knockout, but the problem is Dante got spotted in that process. So I feel like retreating back towards his teammate, that's probably the best thing they can do. A1 Esports, they do want themselves quite a decent performance each and every single game. They want to stay consistent. Sometimes they just get caught off guard in those rotations. They just get taken out. They get kind of tangled up in between. And well, as we were talking about those kind of things happening, as we were talking about Raw and ZEUS, the fight's happening between them, and Vault Raw have found tangled against ZEUS. Ably's taken down. Joker's wall has fallen down, but Sada is the only man in the clotheslines, and he's trying his best to fight back. He needs to get the rest back on the Joker, but it seems like Joker is just going to be a gone case because he was down quite low. At the same time, Blue's done taking out the damage and Wall, the knockout damage as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Godless. What?
Absolutely just getting blasted. And Bishop, he certainly has spidey senses tingling, as he does know that there's someone lurking around that washroom area. But Sean has rather retreated, and he's going to get that res onto its Godless. But no, he's getting surrounded over here. Sean has no means of escape, and he's just going to wait to meet his makers as ZEUS. They've been the first team to get eliminated away. Now, we were talking about them going on a bloodthirsty rage, but seems like they've been shut down. Goodbye.
I feel so bad for Zal. He used that Molotov inside the house, making sure that no one's going to be pushing inside, but instead, a little
maybe
too
it was just
short.
denying the kill, Necro. What do you think? I mean, I really feel that he knew that death was looming over, did not give the kill away.
No, it's like if he wanted
not a player like that.
No, but the thing is, like, if he wanted to do so, he would have just threw the Molotov on his own legs, but he didn't do so. Instead, he lobbed it near the window, and the flame just kept on spreading, and they just entered the bathroom as well. And unfortunately, he just died of suffocation and got burnt to death.
Yeah.
But now Seal in the front lines. So do you see 7C now? Spotting a few vehicles out, just taking the shots, making sure no one's going to be utilizing those vehicles for those quick rotations. Because in the first map of Erangel, I do kind of remember a few moments where, those quick rotations were being made and some teams got caught off guard. But those are some quick reflexes from the side of Joker. And this is how things really went down. I think so. They just ran Joker over. That's kind of sad. I feel bad. But yeah, this is where replay production really hurt us. And I also wanted to see what exactly happened with Zal. And yep, exactly. Those flames spread through onto him. And unfortunately, he got taken out.
So what he did not really anticipate was the flames even coming off to the washroom, right?
Yeah.
So that is how he got that 3rd-degree burn, as Crypto pops ahead. And it's going to be a big one. It's Gyalzin from the far off fray, but I8, in contention with DRS. We've also got R3D just playing around those trenches, trying to get a few shots unloaded, but not getting any output out of this, as we still see a lot of teams maneuvering across the map, trying to get a good control. Now Crypto spotting out Galton. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
that head just getting popped. And these are the situations where you can absolutely tend to do that, right? Because look at I8's position. Now, if the circle somehow comes down towards Yasnaya Pollyanna, this is pretty much I8's game.
Definitely can be I8's game. But again, there are a few teams in the close contestation, and definitely one of them is going to be DRS. And well, they're not going to let that happen. And well, if you talk about Circle being kind of close to Yasnaya Pollyanna, this can't be any more closer. It's right next to it, but at the same time, I also do like how quick BABLU are with those rotations. Instantly go right next to Seal, but they realize, okay, there is Seal right there in those compounds, so those compounds are not up for grabbing. So they're going to be trying to reposition themselves. They're trying to find themselves a new compound. And also at the same time, you have Vibes now on their way inside the zone. Each and every single team on the map is just inside, just making those rotations. But the problem is, Vibes, there's one more team right next to them, and it's going to be R3D, and this is going to be a good one.
Certainly will be. In Team Vibes, they've been really impressing us. In fact, getting the second Erangel chicken dinner, they've been so good. They've been so clinical with their rotations, as Jiggle just fearlessly makes his way. But almost crossing roads over there with the players of Raw. But still, look at this play. He does not even flinch. He's got a target set. No, that was going to be PN Crew, who apparently are being hustled down with a lot of bullets, as Orchid, he's going to change his direction. As Team Vibes, they're going to be contesting for the compound or for the area that they're headed to. But Jiggle, he's taking some damage, and I believe Seal might be the ones causing that.
They might definitely be the one, but take a look at this. PN Crew stuck in such an uncomfortable situation, and High Voltage have the entirety of this compound for themselves. Extreme, he is stuck inside this building, but not anymore, as Ayush being taken down. This gives them so much free room to move around with. A lot of freedom, and while at the same time, Slayer, he just doesn't even have space to breathe. And well, this is where his lifeline is going to be cut off by High Voltage, and he falls down, and that's going to be it for PN Crew. They go down quite early in the game, and now, as we mentioned, how the circle has shifted on the top right side.
I really
love teams. Yeah, personally as well. And the teams that are in the center are going to be BABLU and Seal.
Yeah, of course. But at the same time, I really like Team Vibes rotation over here, completely taking that eastern side. They've got no one on their backlines. And even Raw, they have also stepped up the game. Because, somewhere down the line, we've got to accept that we're yet to be hit by a curveball. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be around that center. Could be possibly where Stalwart are, or maybe where R3D or High Voltage are. Cloudy BABLU even has a good chance, but not center. 100% sure, as we do have some action as he goes up against R3D. So all these teams, they're just waiting for the circle to form, and in 4 seconds, reality check is going to be there for us, as Future Station are in a fight, and it's going to be an exciting one, as they've taken quite some damage against Wizzes with Vibes, as Rules has fallen down. All they have to do is secure the kill, but look at the zone shift, completely tilting all the way towards the northeast, and Seal and Vibes, they're going to enjoy the sweet time, and Raw are going to be the happy bunch as well.
Yeah, exactly, and Seal with a quick rotation on the Vibes, and well, as you notice, Vibes, they had a great position, but Seal right next to Vibes. They're like, all right, guys, hello. We're the one who have rented the place right next to you, so we're going to be your neighbors for now. But we're going to be the neighbors from hell. That's what they're saying. I8 as well, slowly and steadily on the move. But the problem is, those were the only 2 compounds that were inside the zone. And it's already being contested by Seal and Vibes. That means all the other teams are going to be on those struggling phases, because they are going to be out in the open. But we talk about things being out in the open. This is where Future Station, well, they're just moving out. They don't have any other choice. They need to get the res back up onto their teammate, or at least the fallen comrades. But again, the problem is they need to finish the down guy, because he's the one conveying a lot of information to Wizzes with Vibes.
He certainly is. And now Malik is pretty much helpless, right? And they know that there's no chance, but they're still going to take the fight. I do not understand the meaning behind it, but yes, Reaper bot, they've all revived, and if the revives come in due time, it's going to be troublesome as Delta X is a pretty low HP, and there you have it. I mean, entry will deny the entry as Reaper decides to go for a grenade and might get shot right in his face, but no, he's still alive. He knows that he dropped his own nade, but alright, making a really slim escape. Wizzes with vibes somehow survive.
He forgot about his own fixes. I'm pretty sure he forgot. He forgot about his own nade. And that could have been really close as well. But now if you talk about things being close, this can't be any more close and personal. As 7C pushed right against R3D. And R3D are the one defending this compound. They do know this is their life and death situation for them. If they're going to be able to successfully defend this compound, that means they can have a good shot inside the game. But as I say that, unfortunately, R3D fall down as well, and 7C, they successfully got themselves a compound, but the problem is the blue zone's on a move. That means 7C will also need to be on a move, including Visitor Wives, Stalwart Esports, and TDK right next to each other. This is going to be a good one. As I say, the fight finally, these two players, or these two teams finally engage against each other, but the heavy hitting lad, Sanhok, is being taken down. That's quite a big threat neutralized. And well, as you say, the whole team goes down.
Absolutely, it's getting surrounded over here, and Stalwart showing no mercy, and they've got to redeem themselves, and that's a good start, you know. 10 kills already, having all of their players alive, as Bishal, he's been snuffed out. Mafia Ninja lobbing yet another grenade, and Bishal surviving with a sliver of HP, has finally managed to patch himself up with that first aid, but he's gonna need more than one more grenade, because you know, if Mafia Ninja even oversteps just a little bit, he's gonna get punished. And well, Bishal, he's gonna retaliate back with a grenade of his own, but Mafia Ninja does have due cover.
He does have a little cover, and guess what? Surprise, surprise, the zone surprising Seal and Vibes. The team that went right there. And the problem is, the zone is very has me. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to my words that I was trying to say. But take a look at this Delta. He doesn't realize there's one guy inside the vehicle, and finally he realizes as he was taking a lot of damage. Kill as well, getting confirmed instantly with that M249 just ripping the vehicle off. And yeah, getting back to the conversation that I was trying to create is that Seal were right in the same position where the zone is right now. If they didn't move, they could have had the best position in the game, Fixes.
They certainly could have, but you know, right now Ipsen bots a lot of things, but we've got a lot of action in front of us which we will have to cover, because the zone taking an extreme shift towards the left hand side. Now DRS do have a good chance of securing the chicken data if they can properly deal with Clarity BABLU, who are on an engagement spree, maybe with Wizzes with vibes.
25 kills, Fixes, action.
Yeah, and he's been just creating records over here. We know how good this player has been, you know, ever since Stalwart entered the competition. I mean, we did see them last time in the S Championships, and they won it, right, from Astro Academy. And this is where I was starting to speculate if they are that good to sustain a league. And, well, I mean, individually, yes, as a team, they still need some time, but I'm pretty sure they're getting there.
They're definitely getting there. Exactly. And a lot of teams are, you know, on the way as well. They're learning quite a few things here and there, but hold on. Stalwart Esports out in the open. All they have is a little ridge to work with, but that ridge is not going to be working against Wizzes and Vibes because they're on equal grounds. Reaper Bot is safe for now because he has made himself a little temporary cover behind that smoke. For how long the smoke's going to be fading away in no time. Seal out in the open. All they have are those little blown up vehicles. And well, as we talk about that killer, so lucky. Makes it back into cover in the nick of time. And I8, they also need to be on the move, and that's what they're exactly doing. I like how I8 isn't really being tunnel vision on the Seal. This is where a lot of teams do tend to make those mistakes, and they just start tunnel visioning on the teams where they just find a lot of advantage against, and they just don't really realize. They forget to look around them, and then they just get caught off guard.
I'm starting to really get worried about I8, like you said, getting tunnel vision, but what about the threat looming from every possible direction? You're holding the center, you do not have really good cover, you might get surrounded any single moment, and I think that the process has started now with this circle shift, deciding a lot of factors has, of course, gone in the favor of I8, who apparently are going to be raining bullets at our Raw's direction, but this one grenade from Johnny might just do a lot of job for them, might make things easier as he's managed to knock down blah blah blah. And also Sanhok. Wow.
Yep. Those are two massive frags. Two big men taken out. Again, massive threat being neutralized. And as you mentioned, I8, they are just in the center of the zone. For now, they're looking like they're the kings, but sure, things are going to be just, falling apart for them. As you mentioned, there's just threat looming all across, all around, and they need to watch out. They need to be so aware of their surroundings. We do know they have quite a bit of presence of mind inside these games. They are quite a good team, especially when you have threat all across, and if you get challenged from all the different angles at the same time, things won't look good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, definitely the way they've been playing, it has been a really good day, but DRS spotting out Pika from up top will punish him, will take their sweet revenge for what happened to them in Sanhok. And they've got to gush inside the zone, spotting out the Wolf. Alright, taking a few shots at his vehicle, and he dashes right at I8's position, right? But he would, of course, take a pause over there, but no, rather deciding to barge inside the compound, he stepped inside the vehicle. Now I8, they're holding on to this compound really well, but Uzum has sensed what is looming around him. He's going to nade at his direction, going to make sure that he does some sizable amount of damage. But this is one of those games where DRS can finally claim their first position because, well, D2K, I do not see them in the lobby anymore.
Now, I feel like I8's going to be the one to win this because they have the only compound inside the entire zone, and they have quite a prime position as well. But now, talking about prime positionings, there are a few teams with all 4 players alive, including DRS, including Stalwart Esports, but hey, as I say that, I just jinxed it. Top goes down, and I8s find themselves in a real good situation inside this. Stalwart Esports that was trying to rack up from the back lines, and well, that's a great nade coming in from the side of Seal. We were talking about how threats were lingering around, and Vol Seal finds the right moment to strike in, and that's what they do. DRS under heavy fire as well. Galzin falls apart. Ema is trying to make a flank angle, trying to make some unique things happen inside this. Scurry is the man who moves up a little forward from the side of Stalwart Esports. We finally see a lot of movement on the map again.
This had to happen to I8. I knew it. The moment you're in the center, you are going to be attracting a lot of team towards your direction. Now, of course, with that heavy damage being done, they have been dealt with a blow. Now, they have to recover. But look at DRS. Look at how vastly they've positioned themselves, but they have to get inside the circle. And playing from the peripheries, they've got to let the other fights happen. As Galzin has spotted out the players of Stalwart, he's going to take quite some shots as AJ is the one who's going to succeed getting the knock. But now top is going to go against Zake, and Killer will also follow suit any single moment as he's going to lob a grenade. But is that going to connect as Galzin, still continuing his spray, manages to take down one more player as Stalwart, they are in a whole world of trouble. DRS, slowly but surely, they are starting to own this lobby from the high ground that they have. But now that one grenade, I believe from Blade, has sealed the deal, and Stalwart, they've been wiped out. Their existence deleted.
Wow, they got shredded into pieces with bullets. They were just catching so much lead right onto their body. There's no way they could sustain that much amount of damage being dealt onto themselves. But take a look at Wally's position over here, Fixes. This is quite a great anonymous angle being created by Wally. Now, DRS, they need to know what exactly is going on around them. If they are able to capitalize on Wally's position, then it's going to be a good thing for DRS because the entire Seals push over here, they're relying heavily on Wally's information at the same time on his firing power. If DRS spots out Wally, that means this entire push goes down in shambles. If Wally isn't being spotted out, that means DRS will be into shambles.
But right now, DRS are really enjoying this high ground advantage that they have for themselves in this Mexican standard for things have started getting really exciting as Mafia Ninja, I mean, he can replenish himself with a new set of armor and helmet, but decides to go for the grenade. And nades are being exchanged, and it's going to be Seal who are attacking at them. But DRS, having done hefty amount of damage to I8, that's going to be stalled for a moment, because now Seal, they're going to be in contention for control as AJ, he needs to watch the flank. He needs to shut them down, because now Seal is on the march. Mafia Ninja on pretty low HP as Killer is just going to try spraying down, but AJ, he is definitely gonna get not just one but two players of Sealer's Zake. He's gonna watch out right now. It's all down to Zake and Baron, who apparently is burning.
Oh, bleeding soldiers on a hunt. And they're looking to take Seal down. DRS are bleeding, but it doesn't matter. This is where bleeding soldier, they have realized, okay, it's their prime time. And what is going on? Well, they end this game in a fashion. And well, what a way to end it, man. A stylish way to end the final game. And well, you also just see, they're not really that happy. They do know it's just like the regular day in the office. They're like not even surprised at this point. It's just so easy for them. And well, with that being said, we also do know now in the overall rankings is going to be #1 for DRS. That means TDK are no longer on the first position. And this also leads us to what fixes a great storyline for tomorrow's day, is that Hearts TDK are going to be able to make a comeback.
I mean, this is the perfect ending to the drama, but look at Nima just driving over two players as if it's a joke. And I mean, a lot of things did happen in this match, and DRS showing calmness, showing composure. The way Super Weekend really started off, we really started to speculate what has gone wrong with them. Are they even gonna reclaim their first spots? They were on the second page, for Christ's sake, and look at them today. They have reclaimed their top spot, and with just 5 more games remaining, things have started getting really interesting and exciting. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all our games of the evening, and from now I'm gonna rush because I've got a lot to talk about the game, but after this small little break.
Bye. Actually over here.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Once again, welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Hook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro, and what an amazing day we have had so far. And it was, as Necro said it, a perfect way to end this day and set it up for tomorrow. Because now, Fixes, Ocean, as you guys were talking, DRS is sitting on the first position in the overall standings. We did see it in the post-game team screen, but before we jump on to the dissection of the action of this match, I want to ask from you guys, like, what are your views on the nading skills of Mafia Ninja and the drive over in the end?
I mean, those were so brilliant. Just think about it, right? Mafia Ninja, as soon as his nade actually hits down, he also gets hit up by a nade at that exact moment. But well, talking about the top position, now this is a game for thrones tomorrow. Between TDK and DRS, 5 games, and Fixes, it's from defending champions to maybe a new champion. We'll have to see what happens. Whoa.
But we have the MVP in front of us. It is action from Stalwart Esports, the team that was responsible to dish out a lot of punishment on T2K and distract them for quite a bit.
Johnny, personally, for me, of course, statistics do call action as the MVP. But for me, it was AJ in this particular game because of his contribution in that final fight. Because when Mafia Ninja did get taken down, it was so important to thwart Seal off that one crucial attack. That is where he was holding that flank angle. Him taking down 2 players over there changed the game, gave enough cojones to its Nima to go for a drive-through, and the rest is history.
And I believe it was a little bit of a hiccup from the side of ZEUS Esports as well, because we saw the charge happen in a 2v1 situation. One player is super low, the other one is super healthy, and instead of taking down the guy who would have gone down in one shot, you start hitting the man who is healthy. I believe he had his armor ready as well, so it was a little bit of a hiccup in terms of decision making, but still a good performance nonetheless from ZEUS Esports. We do have a head-to-head from these two teams, and Ocean, there's a massive difference in terms of total points.
I mean, there definitely is. Previously, if you just talk about it, Seal, again, a team at the second position, not with a lot of kills. I mean, they had the circle. The circle was just on their side for quite a while. Plus, they were pressurizing not just one team. You remember I8, when I8 was in that one compound. It was Killer's nade, if I'm not wrong. Just, that took down two players at one moment. And, well, Stalwart from the other side, they were also just trying to move forward. But that's where Seal just shut themselves. They were just focusing only on one team, and that was DRS. Well, that just went bad. But Killer with most grenade kills. Blade is there. Mafia Ninja, Johnny. All right, this looks brilliant. I mean, coming down from these lads.
And I believe this match is some sort of a record setter in a way that we've had a lot of grenade kills in this game.
Yes.
I don't think I've seen so many grenade kills happen. Like 3 from Killer, 3 from Blade, 2 from Mafia Ninja, 2 coming from Johnny as well. It was an impressive performance from all these three teams that made it to the end.
I mean, this is where you talk about the utilities and the grenades, the impact of grenades as well in that one. Because Mafia Ninja has 16 utilities used, out of which 2 are nades. Think about it, right? Smokes in a massive quantity and maybe a few stuns here and there, but obviously we know smokes more in a massive quantity, so
exactly. I mean, smokes definitely will be tossed out quite more often than grenades. But looking at the match rankings for this game, we do see DRS walking away at 25 points, Stalwart Esports with just 20 points, but they did manage to secure 12 kills as a team at Esports. This was a really interesting performance. They were a lot more focused on making it to the end game situations, and hence we do see them with those 17 points coming in for the side of I8. But again, High Voltage, they've had a decent run today, Ocean. And Fixtures, I mean, Fixtures, I want to hear from you first. I mean, High Voltage, we saw them struggling quite a bit, but this third week, they've looked quite good.
Yeah, they certainly have, especially when they started to realize, because there's no more going down below this, right? They have touched the rock bottom, and that is when suddenly they realize, guys, come on, we can do it. We've been one of those oldest teams playing in the PMPL so far. We're the veterans, and if we could use our brains a little bit more, I think this is certainly possible, and this is where we're finally seeing the surge from their side coming in. I think tomorrow is going to be even better for them.
Exactly. Now, Ocean, we're going to have a breakdown of the rotations, and you always like to say whenever the circle is close to Yasnaya, DRS, they had the secret little trick, a ritual that worked out for them. Leave the city and come back in, and that was supposed to be their game, but this time was a little different.
Yeah, this time they were not even in the city. We'll see that. We'll see that in a while, right? They were not even in the city for the starters. I mean, Fixes, I guess you and Necro were having a discussion that the vehicle, they were having trouble finding a vehicle or something. I mean, just guide me through it. What exactly was going on through the minds of the players once they just started, moving forward? Because I guess, I will never be able to just figure that one out for sure.
It had to completely do with the flight path trajectory, right? We do know Yasnaya Polyana is, of course, the home for the real soldiers. Now, this is where it all started, right? They dropped off, and somewhere around between Pachinki and Farm. So we've got a lot of teams dropping around that area. Now, you get those vehicles, make a mad dash for the circle. And that is what happened. 2 players did manage to go. 2 players were sort of left out, still in search for the vehicles. And that is how it all happened.
Yeah, that's true. And then, just trying to move forward slowly and steadily as the players were. They did find the comfort zone around the areas of Yasnaya, just as we talk about. But the circle, I would say in this one, the zone favoring them was the most important part. I mean, it was definitely there. Had the circle not been there, it was not, it would not have been like a lot of problem for the team for sure. They know their ways. But again, talking about the side, let's just, maybe focus on the right-hand area, like this area. There would have been a cluster of teams that might have just, try to maybe move, maybe rotate, and we saw those things happening. But DRS, they were unfazed by any other rotation that might have just bothered them overall. So in that way, it was really good. And then the second circle just forming around them, they had a bit of a safety cushion again. And at this moment, they were thinking, all right, we have to get, if we get a chicken dinner, we'll have that maybe first position as well for ourselves. So they were playing a bit safe as well. I still remember kind of around final fights, most of the lads had just one kill for themselves. So it was not like a huge kill affair for them till that moment. But before that, it shows how much time they had for them to think around. And as soon as the circle just starts hitting them on the edge sides, I believe, Fixes, you were the one that was just pointing out that the teams will start clustering around to the backlines of Yasnaya, or was it Necro? But you guys were talking about it, and well, the things were happening in that way.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was quite anticipated, right? Yeah. Because a few of the teams, let's say like Seal, I8, they were already banging on their positions. They were more, present over there. And then we did see teams like Raw trying to take that higher ground. Yeah. But look at DRS. They realized that, this is where we're going to make that entry inside the zone from the edges. And that is how they did. They let all the fighters begin. And once they were in full flames, that's where they joined, and that's how they got the chicken.
And plus, in these kind of areas, this was more or less around and about these higher grounds versus the lower grounds. You remember this tiny little compound where we saw, I8 just staying up for themselves, and then the fights were happening around these areas. So coming up from a high ground, we have seen this back and forth. In fact, even in the matches of Miramar, even the maps of Miramar, the DRS loves to play through the high grounds for themselves. In fact, this kind of a thing about Nepali teams, they love to play from the high grounds, and they actually deliver results as well.
Well, they certainly do. And, more than that, had we had a statistic for how many knocks did Mafia Ninja get with grenades, I'm pretty sure the number would be quite a lot. Yeah. Because they've always been doing that, right? The moment I saw DRS up at the TBD top, I knew this could be their game. Because we were having this another discussion where Necro sort of had a thought that, I8 holding this central ground, this epicenter, this game is it. But I had a different thought over there because, I knew they're going to be surrounded. Someone is going to charge at them. And that is exactly what happened. And it all came down to the wire because Mafia Ninja going in for those grenades did manage to get two, but instead he got knocked. And see, instantly, this is where I mean, teamwork was so important, and it went all in the favor of DRS, helping them get the first spot in style.
I mean, it was in style. I will agree with you on that. And let's have a look at how stylish the moments in this matchup were in the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match. And this time we had to wait for the fights to begin. This was the first game of the day where we were forced to wait for the action to commence. And I guess it was just P and Crew taking a little bit of a breather in the last match.
And then this one, where Zul just denied his own kill. Obviously, he knew it, right? How important it is. I mean, these lads did try to charge in, but then this nade on Godless, it kind of changed a lot of things as well. As they were holding that one house for themselves, and then IC just looking on to the other side where he thought that the nade was just arriving from, and then it was Joel who was surviving. It was like, I won't be giving up even a single point from my side. That's where I am. And well, Crypto, this was such a brilliant knock, though.
Yeah, indeed it was. But, Johnny, to be honest, they did not get anything out of that. Yeah. It more or less came down to them being really patient with the circle. Now, High Voltage, they had been so good. This time, P and Crew were their victims, but it was, again, a mediocre performance. But still, if it's an improvement, if your graph goes up, then we're happy.
I mean, you guys remember a nade here, which almost just, took down the Reaper himself.
Yeah, there it is. Alrighty. I mean, stuff like this, we do see it happen quite often. Well, not as often. It is quite rare to witness that, but it happens in hyper situations. And Stalwart Esports, as we did talk about them quite a lot, they had an impressive performance in this one. Look at this. I mean, Pika just absolutely brutal on his opponents, and not even giving them an opportunity to think as to what is going to happen, just driving over people who made the mistake of taking fights mid-rotations, then top end action just going on to destroy everyone like they always do. But on the other side, though, now this is a point that, as Ocean, you pointed out, DRS have already taken the high ground for themselves. All the other teams are doing their own things, fighting on the low ground, fighting on the slopes, the depths. But DRS, they are just keeping an eye on everyone and capitalizing every single opportunity they see.
Yeah, DRS was just loving that for themselves overall. They were not even worrying about anything till this circle just started moving forward. And as DRS, they were just taking down names for themselves. But as soon as they understand that I8 is onto this area, and well, I8, 2 players were taken down by those nades as well from Killa. And then DRS, they thought of their own work. They were taking down fights against Stalwart and on the backlines, Mafia Ninja. Oh yeah, this is the moment. He does take down players, but instantly gets taken down, and this is where Seal was trying to move forward.
That moment is, I'm never not gonna find it funny, right? The timing was comical. Where Mafia Ninja got knocked out, but I believe had that not happened, the result would have still been the same. DRS walking over with the win. They were in really comfortable position, but now looking at the damage graph, I think we anticipated this graph looking like this, right?
We sort of did, yes, 100%. Because Stalwart, they were so active, they were getting a lot of kills done. They were being fearless with their approach towards the game, right? Every single fight, they had the perfect synergy up until the very end. Clarity BABLU kind of turned it into shambles. The way they sprayed, they managed to get 2 players, and even following it up with IH and those grenades that went in through their direction, they absolutely got melted. So overall, if we talk about this particular game, so the Pakistanis had a really good affair, and I8 and BABLU have finally started to redeem themselves, along with R3D, who have been having a really good time. But this game was all about DRS, their rotation, their absolute presence of mind during even the fights going on, and the synergy that they maintained, because they were going up against 2 squads at the same time and still managed to be emerging as the victors.
I mean, perfectly said right there, Fixes. But you know what time is it? It is time to look at the overall rankings right now, where, as you took the name of DRS, they're going to be sitting on the first position with 420 points, having a really wonderful time for themselves. And look at that. Ocean, we love money, right? They have $7,000. 7 chicken dinners now.
That's true. But Fixes, I'll give you an offer, which I would want you to not refuse, though. If DRS hits double digit tomorrow with the chicken dinners, will we see the panda dance?
No.
You have to give it to us, Fixes. I mean,
come on, man.
$10,000
out
for
of
DRS.
5 games, they have to get 3. Come on.
All right. I mean, just for the viewers, but not for you, Ocean. Just for the viewers, because we've been receiving
if
some
you're doing
DMs,
the panda dance, we are the viewers for that one for sure.
But I have to say, you guys will agree, DRS, they're blazing by the competition. Vibes on the 3rd, still with 375.
Wow.
Maybe if the momentum of T2K continues to drop,
Johnny,
do you reckon Vibes can take them over?
Johnny, but the thing is, look at this. Vibes almost hitting a 200 pointer on the kill department.
Yes.
That's insane.
I mean, that is not a surprise, though, because Vibes have been pretty consistent in terms of their aggression, and they look really solid in those fights as well. But I guess time to have a look at the second page of the standings and see if any changes have happened, because, I mean, the top 16 was looking pretty solid as of now, and, well, no changes at all. BABLU Clarity still on 11th. There's a difference between them and A1 Esports. Ruthless, Aggressive Warriors, Raw, they will require a few matches before they can bring themselves up to the 12th position, but all of that is not even going to matter. High Voltage and R3D Esports have secured their spots in the top 16. PN Crew. Now, this is one team that I want to see a chicken dinner from tomorrow. I know you guys are going to tell me the probability is very low, but I want to see that.
Johnny, I have a stat, right? Just to talk about PN Crew right now. Today when the day started, they were at 11 points for themselves. 1 for placement and 10 for kills. And in the entirety of the day, they just got, 7 points. If they want to play, for the chicken dinner, I believe they'll have to play as with a different strategy.
Ocean, stop it. Aren't PN Crew the most happiest team right now? Come on, do they care about their points anymore? They're happy that T2K have been dethroned.
I think, Fixes, I would disagree with you. I think everyone cares about $1,000 right now.
Exactly. $1,000. Come on, Fixes. Tomorrow it should be. It should be
Sometimes
7C.
money
It
is
should
not
be Raw.
everything
It should be PN
in life.
Crew. I believe that. Come on.
I mean, we are always going to be hopeful. You know, hope is a powerful thing. It can get, it can set you free and also get you some chicken dinners, hopefully. But let's have a look at the team card of BABLU Clarity right now and see how the performance has been for the team in today's matches. And my number man, Ocean, what do you have to say?
I've been talking about this one. Look at Zibyan's damage, right? That's really good given the fact it has been like, 5 games affair. So on average, the lad is getting really good damage pointers for themselves in all these matches. Danny and Pika, both of these lads have been just doing really good. In fact, onto their chicken dinner game, it was Pika who was just having a really brilliant presence of mind for himself, just getting those numbers up. Plus, this lad has a really good survival time as well. So yeah, doing really good.
Definitely a wonderful performance. But as we move forward, we're going to have a look at today's summary and Fixes. If you could give us a breakdown of how the day has gone by. I mean, not just the highest stat, but the performances of the team. Were you pleased, Fixes?
100%. You know, of course, the way I wanted it, just Seal to be maintaining their good run, high voltage, to be having a good time as well. But more than that, the storyline we did build up at the start of the day, whether or not DRS are going to be toppling over T2K, that did happen as well. And of course, the Pakistanis, they're back in sublime form. You know, you talk about BABLU Clarity, you talk about I8. Heading into the final day, I think I could not be asking for anything more other than the fact that I would want to see ZEUS dominating tomorrow.
All right. I mean, that can happen. That can happen. We've seen ZEUS every now and then flick their on switch and just go on a dominating spree. But talk about dominating other people, other teams, other individuals. Let's have a look at the individuals that have been doing that in the kill leaderboard. And again, I mean, it's going to be a while before anyone takes these two and puts them on the lower part of the standings. Action and Top still leading the charge, 125 kills to Action and 117 kills to Top with those, well, abysmal damage numbers. They are just on fire, these two individuals.
This lad still has maybe time to just get kind of 2,000 damage for himself and just get to the 30,000 marker. I mean, he's almost around 28,000, right? If we just talk about it, and that will be just brilliant if Top just gets there. That's where the conversation stays right now. But Killer, I mean, yesterday Fixes did point it out that he's really impressed by Killer's performance and the way the lad is popping up, and I see it. I see it, right? Oh, Godless!
Yes. Coming the man over is here again, as you said, Ocean. He is here finally. We have waited so long for this to happen, but Fixes, I want to ask you. I mean, with one more day to go, how far on this leaderboard do you think ZEUS is going to get, considering the fact that he just asked them to get a chicken dinner tomorrow?
I mean, not just one, multiple chicken dinners is a necessity for Team ZEUS, considering, the past, the glory that they've attained and the expectation from the fans, because they've got to live to it, right? We're certainly seeing the downfall of ZEUS Dynasty, just something similar to what has been happening with BTR lately, right? You cannot be kings forever. There's going to be someone coming in and toppling you over, and that has been the case with ZEUS this time. But again, we've seen those semblances where we're getting those little bit of hints from the old ZEUS, but tomorrow is going to be a really important day because they've got to head into the finals with their health held up high.
I mean, there's a lot that can happen tomorrow. Will T2K take the first position away from DRS, or will DRS extend their lead? What is going to happen with ZEUS? Are we going to see a final domination before we head towards the final? A lot of questions, but all of them are going to be answered tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because we do come to an end of our show today. Make sure you guys follow PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia on their YouTube. Subscribe to the channel, hit that notification icon, and also you are following them on their socials as well. And also a special thank you to our sponsors for the PMPL South Asia Season 4, ladies and gentlemen, the Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, take care, good night. We'll see you again tomorrow on the battlefield.